Penny in the tub, grandmother in the church, even the investigator, Kim. Fucking hell, death did follow him everywhere, didn't it? Was that what he was? Some kind of raven? An omen of destruction for everyone he loved? Jane sniffed back another round of tears. If we had just listened to him, none of this would have happened. If we had listened to him, there wouldn't have been a baby in the first place. Maybe that would have been for the best. Her words dropped like grenades, and Eric literally fell back on his elbows like he'd been pushed by the blast. His hand rose to his heart, flattened over his chest to calm the pounding. You don't really believe that, he said. Jane didn't answer. He considered leaving, jog out to the car, out of Boston, away from the pain and suffering that vibrated through this room, through this marriage, through this life. For a split second, Eric wondered if she was right after all. Maybe in the end, all they were together was pain. Maybe the best thing to do would be to cut their considerable, permanent, life-shattering losses and find a way to exist in the world without one another. But he didn't, because in the next split second, he also knew there was no way he could function that way. Hadn't he promised her that in the hospital, while he screamed at her to stay with him? While he had rolled up his sleeve and offered the very blood running through his veins if it would only keep her with him? No, he wasn't leaving her now. Not now, not ever. It's not that, he said. The worst things in the world happen when we're apart, not together. He sat up again and took her hand. Splitting us apart is exactly what that bastard wants, Jane. When she didn't respond, he squeezed her hand between his palms, then forced himself to look at her again. Really look at her. Take in how her weakened, shrunken body folded in on itself, the way people did when they believed they had no one. But she had everyone in this house. She had him. Eric got off the bed, squatted in front of his wife, and set his hand on either side of her two slim hips. Okay, he relented. We'll stay a little longer, until you know she's safe, until you understand that we are safe, together. You don't have to, she started. Jane. He framed her face, forcing her beautiful hazel eyes to meet his. Of course I do. You have to know I do. The doubt shining so clearly through her face broke his heart. Eric, she whispered. He popped up on the balls of his feet and slowly, carefully, placed a tentative kiss on her lips. He stayed there for a solid 5 seconds, willing her to remember the love and devotion and rightness that he knew without a doubt. She didn't kiss him back. But she didn't move away either. It was something. 20. All right, Bridget, I think that's it for today. I'll be in town for the board meeting this Friday. As Bridget nodded through the screen, her ponytail bounced like a spring. The girl was so damn perky it was almost painful. But she really could run the entire country from her iPhone. I'll let everyone know, Mr. DeVries, she said, and exited the video conference. What about the meetings with the union reps? Nina asked, now the sole occupant of the laptop screen. I'd offered to take them, but to be honest, I think they would rather deal with you. Grandmother was always grumbling about how she wished grandfather was around just to deal with the longshoremen. Eric tapped his chin, considering. Yeah, I hate to say it, but they are pretty old school like that. Nina gave him a look that could only mean, no shit. She was too refined. Or maybe just shy, Eric mused, to tell him flat out that the correct word was sexist. If Jane were there, she would have jumped on that in a hot second. He almost turned to check for his wife, though she wouldn't be here. Brandon had offered his old attic office, which now served as storage. Eric rolled back and scowled when his chair slammed into one of Brandon's boxes of comic books. Honestly, the man was a damn pack rat. But it wasn't just that. Eric missed his office, his apartment. He missed his own space. It had been another 2 weeks since he had agreed to infringe on Skylar and Brandon's home. Not that it had done any damn good. Jane had mostly just holed up in their room, sleeping most of the day and night. Sujin assured Eric that it wasn't strictly abnormal to need extra sleep while healing, but she should be getting back some of her energy by now. If she didn't start perking up soon, she cautioned, it might be time to call her doctor again, who might suggest a psychiatrist instead. Eric's stomach growled. He checked his watch. 8 a.m. For most people, the workday was just getting started. But Eric had been up for hours dealing with issues with their European ports before the conference call with Nina and Bridget. This had become their daily ritual before Nina got her daughter off to school. They split up the work between what Eric could do remotely and anything Nina needed to be present for while he remained in Boston. His cousin was a godsend. "Let's set up a meeting for Friday morning when I'm there," he said. "Pre-negotiations, I suppose. Before the big show next week, all right? Then we can update the board in the afternoon. Who knows? Maybe I can convince Jane to come with me this time." Nina looked doubtful. "Well, it would be nice to have you back." Eric knew she was pretty overwhelmed, but he could only shrug. "We'll see." Nina raised a delicate blonde brow. "These things take time," he said. "She's not exactly herself. It's good for her to be with family and friends." "What about you? Don't you need that too? I know she's hurting, Eric, but you had your own trauma. Who's taking care of you?" Eric frowned. This line of questioning had been bouncing around his head for too long. He was thoroughly tired of it. "How's your family, Mrs. Gardner?" he asked pointedly. "Are you and Kelvin getting along again?" While he had been at Rikers, his cousin had spent time with Jane, furious over the fact that her husband delivered Eric's whereabouts to John Carson and confirmed the trumped-up charges of securities fraud to the SEC. But as far as he knew, she was back at their townhouse again. Was it just him, or did Nina cringe? He was an asshole for asking about Calvin, but since Nina had something to say about Jane every time they spoke, it was only fair he get a word in. "Calvin is staying with his parents right now," Nina confirmed with her version of an eye roll. The most sedate eye roll ever, but it was there. "Really?" He had assumed that after Nina's few days staying with Jane, things had gone back to normal. But Nina just studied her nails. We're just thinking through some things." "Like what things?" She looked up. "It's a marriage. They're never perfect. You'll know eventually." Eric cocked his head. "Are you thinking the big D?" Nina exhaled daintily through pursed lips. Maybe. But honestly, I don't think it will go anywhere. Every time I consider it, I think of what she would say." Eric didn't have to ask who Nina meant. The specter of their grandmother hung around them both. Hell, her portrait was literally hanging behind Nina, watching over this very conversation with Chanel-clad superiority. Still, "Do you really want to make the rest of your decisions based on a dead woman's thoughts? Nina, don't forget, this was a person who thought blackmailing me down the aisle was perfectly acceptable." "You weren't exactly fighting it, if I recall," Nina said dryly. "And really, Eric, do you think she would have actually sold off the family's holdings? Our entire legacy?" Eric drummed his fingers and kicked his feet up on the desk. "I think dear old grandmother was as ruthless as they come. But you knew her better than me. I hadn't spoken to her since I was 22. Not exactly the most perceptive age." Nina peered sympathetically through the camera. I knew her better, but she loved you best. You must know that. And I truly believe she only wanted you to be happy.
But how could she have known that Jane was where this was going to go?
You can really be incredibly naive sometimes, do you know that? Eric scowled.
I am not.
Eric, you went to the most prominent law school in the world. Do you honestly think grandmother had absolutely no way of keeping track of you? Nina tipped her head. Believe me, I heard about Jane long before you ever brought her home. 5 years, in fact. His feet toppled from the desk.
Are you kidding? She was spying on me?
She was a wealthy old woman with control issues and an unhealthy attachment to the DeVries name. Of course she was spying on you. She watched all of us. Nina tapped a pen on her desk. But I think originally, grandmother was trying to be patient. She thought you would find your happiness on your own and eventually come back to the fold. When she learned of her diagnosis, well, that put a different spin on things. She wanted to do right by you before she was gone, just in her own way. Eric folded forward, placing his hands on his head.
What would she think of all this now? This bullshit with John Carson. All these traps.
Nina twisted her mouth around. You were in college when I debuted, so you won't remember this. But grandmother ensured I had the best escort, Oliver Newcomb.
Eric frowned. That pancake mixer?
Nina nodded. That's right. He's a disaster now, by the way. Total slave to the bottle. But back then, he was the escort. Except he almost didn't come with me.
Why is that?
Eric asked, curious where this was going. Well, Alicia Platt thought she was half in love with him and was destroyed that he wasn't escorting her. So to dissuade him, she started a few rumors. Quite unoriginal, really. That I had slept with half the school, traded sexual favors with Ollie, even seduced his father. Can you imagine? Me at 17 with that moldy old man?
Eric blanched. He didn't want to imagine his cousin with anyone.
Anyway, Nina continued, when grandmother found out about it, she was furious. There was only one course of action, according to her. Alicia had to be ruined to the point she wouldn't even consider showing her face in polite society again. Every rumor on the planet was put out there. Every person talking. Page 6, gossip sites, not to mention every benefit on the planet. Alicia had to attend some public school on the West Coast. Did you know that? Not a single admissions head on the Eastern Seaboard would take her. And on the night of cotillion, Oliver showed up on my arm. Because grandmother said he would.
So what? She ruined this young girl's future simply because she threatened one night of yours?
Eric frowned. No, Nina said. She made sure I was never a target by making me ruin Alicia's reputation. Grandmother never lifted a finger. She just told me how to do it.
Eric honestly wasn't sure what to make of that. I didn't know you were so vindictive.
Nina leaned forward so her face filled the screen. I'm not, really. But I learned a bit about survival in this world of ours while you were off reading poetry and pretending to be a layman. Now Eric rolled his eyes. Attending Harvard and starting his own firm wasn't exactly laying brick. My point is, grandmother wouldn't wonder what to do about John Carson, Eric. She'd probably just wonder why you hadn't already eviscerated him.
Sounds a little bloodthirsty.
He was joking, but only because he'd been seriously reining back the urge to kill for weeks now. It was a little odd to think it was a family trait. Nina, however, didn't laugh. Do you have any idea how bloodthirsty our family had to be, making a name in shipping, of all things, in the 17th century? In America? We have generations of blood on our hands, Eric.
Why, Nina, I never knew you were such a historian.
She just snorted. You're acting like a novice, not a legacy. Grandmother, I assure you, could be the absolute personification of vengeance when she believed anyone threatened this family. John Carson stayed away until she was gone for a reason. Again, Penny's body flashed through his mind, but he shook it away. He didn't quite stay away, did he? And then he saw his father, laying in that damn coffin, lifeless and gray. And Eric wondered where his grandmother's vengeance had been then. Or if maybe she had just taken it out on Eric while raising him. Maybe. And as for Jane, Nina said before signing off, pulling Eric out of his gloom, somehow you have to remind her of what she is to you. That's what every woman really wants, you know. A reminder that someone cares for her, sees her, fights for her, especially when the rest of the world doesn't. Eric said goodbye to his cousin, closed his laptop, then headed out of the attic down to the kitchen, where Skylar was getting Louis breakfast, while Brandon chatted amiably with Jenny over cereal at the farmhouse table. Eric accepted a cup of coffee from Skylar, took a sip of the weak, lukewarm sludge, which was being polite, and grimaced. "Crosby, where do you keep your French press? I know you have one." "You're such a snob," Skylar said, setting a plate of eggs in front of her toddler, who proceeded to smash a handful into his mouth. Eric shrugged. He couldn't deny it, especially when it came to his coffee. "If you're gonna do it right." "Let him, Red," Brandon said. "No offense, baby, but your coffee tastes like dishwater." Next to him, Jenny giggled when she caught her mother's indignant expression. "It's not my fault." Skylar turned to Brandon. "I'm a tea drinker after all." "Then just let me do it, Cross," Eric said as he poured the coffee down the sink. He located the bag of Starbucks on the counter and masked a cringe. He preferred fresher coffee, but he could make something out of this. "You're putting us up here. I can at least take care of the brew." Skylar grumbled, but eventually directed Eric to the equipment he requested. "Jenny," she said, examining her daughter's plate, "how much of those eggs has Daddy eaten?" "None," Brandon said, just as Jenny replied, "This much?" roughly indicating half her dish. Brandon held his arms out in mock innocence, but flashed a grin at his wife. Skylar wasn't amused. "Brandon, she has to eat." "She's a pea, Red. She doesn't need this much food." "Well, she's going to stay pea-sized if you keep eating her food for her." Brandon looked his daughter up and down, as if he were literally estimating her size. "Brandon!" "You know who you sound like right now, don't you?" "I do not sound like Bobby, you big bully." Okay, Red. Keep your pants on. Jen, your mom's right. You need to finish the rest." "Daddy!" "No argument, Peanut. Listen to your mother and me. Eat." It was clear by his tone that there was no getting around it, and Jenny clearly knew it, since she immediately bent to her food. Brandon turned to Skylar with an arched brow, then flashed his trademark million-watt grin, as Skylar called it. It worked. His wife plainly melted in return. Then she rewarded Brandon with a tame kiss that still managed to heat up the whole kitchen. "You're a menace," she muttered with reddened cheeks. Brandon murmured something in her ear that Eric couldn't hear, but made Skylar's face flush even more. "Brandon," she said again, but this time in that way women did when they were pleased and embarrassed at the same time. Brandon just sat back and took a large, satisfied bite of his own eggs. He looked like a king. Eric turned back to making his coffee, aching for his own kitchen on 76th in Amsterdam. The family's exchange was familiar, but at the same time foreign. Eric vaguely remembered similar interactions between his parents, flirtatious admonishment between his mom and dad over breakfast or dinner, his father's teasing that almost always made his mother say, "Jacob," in the exact tone Skylar had just used. The warm feeling Eric would get in his stomach every time he caught them smiling at each other when they thought he wasn't looking. But after his father died, it had been grandmother and Garrett, There was no banter, no repartee, just a cutting glare that ensured Eric ate his perfectly poached eggs and half a grapefruit. Is this what it would have been like with Jane after the little one was born? Once, teasing had been as natural to them as breathing. Would their kid have grinned at the two of them the way Jenny was doing now? Would she have run down the stairs every morning, eager for the show of her parents' love? The idea made Eric's guts twist. He finished pushing down the plunger on the French press, then poured himself a cup before wandering over to the solarium to sit under the snow-covered glass. The chill there fit his mood. "Jane been down yet?" he wondered. Skylar shook her head. "No, she's still asleep, I think." He wasn't surprised. Skylar joined him in the solarium with her tea. She was dressed for the office in one of her designer suits, and for a moment, Eric was envious. He missed the camaraderie of Copley Associates, but also missed knowing the ins and outs of his own shop, all his employees, and every nook and cranny of the place. DVS wasn't his. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Not in the same way. But at the same time, he was enjoying the challenges of taking over the big company. It wasn't what he imagined for himself when he originally came to Boston, but he had to admit, Jane was right. Grandmother was right. For the last 5 years, he had been treading water as a mere lawyer. This was what he was meant to do. If only he could get back and do it. But he wasn't going anywhere without Jane. "You just need to give her some time," Skylar said quietly, as if she knew what he was thinking. Eric looked up, deflated. "It's been 2 weeks. Yuna's settled with Gion. How much time does she need?" "P, take your brother to the playroom," Brandon urged Jenny as she finished her breakfast. "We'll leave in a few minutes, all right?" After the little girl did as she was asked, Brandon joined Skylar and Eric. They both turned to Eric expectantly. Eric took a long drink of his coffee. "I don't know what to do," he admitted. Look, I know she's been going through some hard stuff, but..." "I don't think you really know," Skylar put in. "She's my wife, Crosby. I found her. I sat by her wondering if she was even going to live. I think I understand a little about what happened to her." "Do you really?" "You know, I was kidnapped and tortured myself just a few months ago, if you don't fucking remember," Eric retorted. "I'm not exactly naive in all of this." "And did you have a child ripped from inside you too?" Skylar's cheeks reddened all over again. Brandon placed a hand on her wrist. Eric paused. "That's a little much, don't you think? It was an abortion at 8 weeks. It didn't really go like that." Skylar stood up from the love seat, walked carefully around the coffee table, and sat on it directly in front of Eric. "No," she said, "it didn't. So let me tell you exactly how it did go." "Red," Brandon started, but Skylar batted his hand away. "No," she said again. "I'm sick of people minimizing this, like it wasn't a legitimate trauma. Eric, you've been pretty understanding about her healing, but there are some things you don't get, even if the doctor explained it to you." Eric scowled. "I talked to the doctors, Skylar." "So they informed you then that someone Jane didn't know drugged her, inserted 4 pills inside her vagina, then inserted 4 more, thereby giving her twice as much as was needed to induce an abortion." "Skylar," Brandon tried again, looking visibly uncomfortable. Skylar, however, just continued. "So on top of forcibly expelling an embryo as well as all of her uterine lining in an incredibly painful fashion, even through heavy sedation, those assholes also caused hemorrhaging and infection that nearly killed her, which made a procedure that isn't exactly a walk in the park anyway, completely life-threatening, on top of fucking non-consensual. So no, Eric, no one literally ripped a baby out of her, but to Jane it was pretty damn close." Eric sucked in a sharp breath, willing the pricking at his eyes to fade. It wasn't like any of this was new information. The doctors in Korea and New York had been pretty frank with him about it, multiple times. But it was different, somehow, to hear it coming from someone who wasn't just Jane's best friend, but one of his own, too. Skylar had a way of cutting through the bullshit. She didn't sugarcoat things. She forced people to face them. He didn't want to tell his friends just how many times over the past week he'd come close to breaking down himself. In the shower, in his bed, trying to forget the sight of Jane drenched in blood, or the sleepless night he'd spent wondering if she was going to come through it. And here was Skylar, dredging it all back up again. It was all he could do not to snap.
"Do you remember,"
Skylar asked. Her large green eyes hadn't wavered.
"how it was for me, Eric?"
Behind her, Brandon visibly cringed at the mention of his own wife's abortion. She and Eric had been roommates just after. Eric nodded. "I remember you were pretty down for a while, yeah."
"Then imagine something like that happening without your consent. Jane wanted this baby, Eric. She wanted a family with you. And this man, these strangers, paid by her own father, they stole that from her and nearly killed her in the process."
She shook her head.
"I don't think any of us can really understand what she's going through right now. I think we just have to be with her while she heals, inside and out, on her own terms. To be honest, Brandon and I are both just humbled she felt comfortable enough in our home to do that."
She returned to the love seat and curled into Brandon while he stroked her hair thoughtfully, no doubt managing some painful memories of his own. Eric bent forward, resting his elbows on his knees. In his mind's eye, he could still see the ultrasound photo that Jane had texted him just before she was taken.
"Fuck," he whispered. "Fuck."
He had never felt so helpless in his entire life. And considering the iron fist who had raised him, that was saying something. Or maybe it was just that he also wanted to do something this time. Something different. But nothing seemed to be working. "So what else can I do?" he wondered. "The FBI, the CIA, fuck, even the investigators' blood, still on our hands. No one seems to be doing anything to help. Least of all me." Skylar didn't say anything, and neither did Brandon. Then, after a few minutes, Brandon got up. Skylar stood with him, allowing him to pull her close and rest his chin on her head. For a long time, Eric had looked down on their constant need for contact. But now, with Jane, he understood it. Being apart from her just felt wrong. Brandon's eyes closed tightly. The guy hadn't said much while Skylar talked, but Eric could see he was wrestling with the memories Skylar's testament was bringing up. They had their own losses, after all. "You mind getting the kids to school this morning, babe?" he asked.
"Sure,"
Skylar said after Brandon released her.
"Are you in the lab?"
Brandon shook his head. "No. Eric and I need to go do some things. We'll be back later this afternoon. I'll pick up the kids on our way, all right? Text me if you need anything at the store." Skylar nodded.
"All right. I'll tell Jane before I go."
21. The engine purred like a kitten as Brandon shifted into third gear. It was a newer acquisition, purchased sometime after Lewis had arrived. A shiny blue bullet of a thing with 2 racing stripes down the nose. "Hello, midlife crisis," Eric smirked, hearing Jane's pointed voice in the back of his mind. She'd commented on Brandon's car collection, which had bloomed since he entered fatherhood, more than once. "It's funny," Eric said as he admired the leather interior, "but I never took you for a muscle car kind of guy. I think I've only ever seen you with a driver, actually. Well, this isn't just a car, my friend. It's a 1970 Chevelle, a classic." Eric shrugged. The name meant nothing. He grew up in a city jammed with people, not automobiles. He didn't even get his license until he was in college and needed a way to get around rural New Hampshire. I've never been much for cars. Spoken like a true New Yorker. Hey, a lot of people in Boston don't drive. Yeah, and I'm from South Boston, DeVries. Brandon smirked and tipped his worn Red Sox hat at Eric, looking very much like someone from the rougher side of the city, in a pair of worn jeans and a black fleece. If the Sox weren't on, we were either playing pool or working on engines. Eric knew for a fact that was an oversimplification. But despite being a lauded attorney and former investment guru, Brandon had also graduated from MIT by 19 and now ran a lab with his foster father, an electric engineering professor. It shouldn't have surprised Eric that he liked any kind of machinery, automotive or otherwise. My old man liked cars, Brandon added quietly. He taught me a few things before he got locked up. On the days he wasn't wasted, anyway. Eric didn't press. He also knew from bits and pieces over the years that Brandon had a non-existent relationship with his biological father, a man still in jail for assault. There was a reason why he had gone to live with Ray and Susan, the people he now called his parents, at age 12 and never left. Eric knew how that felt. The need to abandon one's previous life. But some things from that life had stuck with Brandon, apparently. Eric knew how that went, too. It wasn't until Brandon exited Franklin Park that Eric realized they were closer to his friend's past than he'd thought. The buildings around them fell further and further into disrepair as they drove away from the zoo and the golf course and drove right into the heart of Dorchester, the neighborhood where Brandon had grown up. Eric hadn't spent a lot of time on this side of the city and all the time he'd spent in Boston. A Sox game or two at Fenway was the farthest south he'd really ventured, with the exception of a few girls' apartments he'd visited back in his law school days. Missing those days, Petri dish? There she was again, teasing him. God, he wished she would call him that stupid fucking name for real. He'd slap a hand over that smart mouth of hers, tell her in no uncertain terms that it takes one to know one, and then teach them both a lesson in fidelity until the sun rose. Would he ever get to do that again? God, he fucking hoped so. Dorchester was an interesting mix of cultures and money, changing the way a lot of old neighborhoods in Boston were changing. 30 or 40 years ago, it had been dominated mostly by Boston's infamous Irish Catholic groups, including the Westies. Now you were more likely to find Vietnamese restaurants as pool halls. As the city itself became more strapped for cash, the younger, more affluent people were gentrifying the neighborhood. Like a damned apartment store, Brandon muttered as he turned the car onto park. Look at that. A French bakery in Fields Corner. I never thought. Come on. The Vietnamese love their French pastries, Eric countered. Fruits of colonialism, right? You sound like your wife when you say that, Brandon replied dryly. Eric's mouth quirked. He did sound like Jane, didn't he? He didn't altogether mind the idea, actually. How many times had she teased him over dinner about mixing Asian and European foods with exactly that argument? They parked and got out. Eric looked up and down the block. There wasn't much to see. A bunch of crooked row houses in need of paint jobs, an abandoned Chinese restaurant covered with grates, and an unused parking lot across the street. Most of the signs of gentrification in Dorchester were still confined to housing costs and renovations on its main streets. This is it. Brandon gestured at the large, unmarked brick building behind them. Eric looked up and down at it. Are you planning to have me whacked, Sterling? Brandon snorted. Eric, do yourself a favor and don't say things like whacked. Your Upper East Side is showing. Eric rolled his eyes. Please. You're about as Dorchester as I am these days, my friend. Brandon just shook his head and deliberately turned up the intensity of his South Boston accent so he sounded like a Marky Mark impersonator. Never. You can take the boy out of Dorchester, but you can't take the Dorchester out of the boy. He grinned. and Eric couldn't help but laugh with him. He felt that way himself about the city sometimes. "So what is this place?" he asked as he followed Brandon to the entrance marked by a heavy steel door. "It's where I come to let off some steam now and then. Get away from the estrogen running my fucking house. Welcome to the South Boston firing range." "You're telling me that shooting a gun makes you feel more like a man?" Eric asked doubtfully. "Isn't that a bit of a cliché?" "Maybe," Brandon shrugged. "But it helps. Listen." He paused with a hand on the door handle. "All jokes aside, I've been where you are now." Eric opened his mouth to ask exactly where that was, but shut it when Brandon continued. "When that motherfucker kidnapped Skylar, I felt like there wasn't a goddamn thing I could do to save her," Brandon said. "I swear to God, Eric, I have never felt so helpless in my whole fucking life. Not even when I was a kid, bouncing around group homes and shit. That day, coming back to her apartment to find her missing, seeing her blood on the floor, not knowing where the fuck she was or how I could help her. Worst fucking day of my life, bar none." "For me, I think it was worse when I found Jane," Eric replied somewhat numbly. "If we're being honest." Brandon released the handle. "How do you figure?" "Because when I found her, I still needed someone else to help her." Eric couldn't stop his voice from shaking. "She was sick and dying, and I couldn't do a fucking thing to make it better." "You did, though," Brandon countered. "You showed up. If you hadn't, she probably would have died, right? That's something. Maybe the most important thing." "Still, I felt so fucking worthless. I still do." Brandon watched Eric, maybe waiting for his emotions to level again. When at least Eric was able to look at him without wanting to rip his own skin off, Brandon grabbed the door handle once more and pulled. "That," he said, "is exactly why we're here. Come on, I'll show you." 4 hours later, Eric was a newly certified student of the basic gun safety course at the South Boston firing range. By a trick of fate, they had had one available spot that morning, and so while Brandon enjoyed some time shooting by himself and grabbed some pho around the corner, Eric found himself learning to do things like dismantle and clean a weapon. Things he'd never even considered until today. "I can't believe you made me sit through all of that," Eric said later that afternoon, as he and Brandon were guided to a lane at the end of the range. He had to shout above the rackets of shots by the other patrons. Both men carried the ear protectors and plastic eyewear, but hadn't put them on yet. Brandon shrugged. "In Massachusetts, you have to take a certified course to get a license," he called. "I don't know about New York, but you want to know the truth? I think everyone should at least know how to manage a firearm." "I didn't realize you were such a Second Amendment advocate," Eric said. "You and Skylar donate a ridiculous amount of money to gun control causes." "Oh, I believe in gun control. There's plenty of weapons, some made by Jane's father, as it happens, that don't belong in civilian hands any more than nuclear bombs or anthrax. But I also believe in a person's right to protect their family, for their own sake as well as others." Brandon placed his gun and Eric's rented Glock on the counter of their lane. "What kind of gun is that?" Eric asked. "That looks like the same one the infantry were carrying at the base in Korea." "It probably is. The M9 is the standard sidearm for the U.S. Armed Forces." Brandon grinned sharkishly. "It's also one of the few big enough for my hand." Eric just rolled his eyes and put on his ear protectors. He wasn't interested in getting into a pissing contest with a guy who outweighed him by at least 30 pounds. "I'll go first," Brandon yelled. He removed the safety, and Eric stood back and watched his friend proceed to fire off 6 rounds at the target. About 5 landed directly in the center of the outlined person's chest, the other 2 not far from it. "Nice," Eric remarked after Brandon replaced the safety and put down his gun. Yeah, thanks, Hawkeye. Let me see what you got." Barry said you were a sharp fucking shooter for being so green. Eric rolled his eyes. Of course Brandon was on a first-name basis with the instructor here. But then he picked up the Glock he'd used earlier during the live fire practice at the end of the course and found himself comfortably holding it up. He glanced at Brandon, then looked back at the target and took a few lame shots. One hit the far side of the target. Nothing else landed. "Come on, DeVries," Brandon chided behind him. "You can do better than that." Eric replaced the safety and turned back to his friend. Suddenly, he wasn't in the mood for this kind of joking. He didn't want to be here. He didn't want to fail anymore. "I'm tired. Let's just go, all right? The girls are probably wondering where we are." But the bigger man didn't move. "What would you do if that was John Carson or Jude Latour?" Brandon asked. "If Jane was behind you, and it was either you or them, don't think about it. Your security is downstairs. There's nothing else but you and them, Eric. What do you do?" It was all too easy to imagine. Too easy to see Carson appearing from behind the drapes of the ultrasound room. If Eric had been there. Fuck. If he had only been there. Maybe Jane wouldn't have been taken. Maybe he could have saved her. The baby. Both. He turned back to the counter, picked up the Glock, and proceeded to fire straight through the target. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. John Carson, Jude Latour. One after another, Eric fired, until 14 rounds had been discharged, all landing within maybe a 6-inch radius of the head-shaped target. When he was finished, he was breathing heavily, but his shoulders felt lighter. Slowly, Eric removed the earmuffs. The shooting range had gone silent. Brandon's mouth was open. "Holy shit," someone muttered a few lanes down. "Did you see that?" Eric replaced the safety and set down the gun. "Stop staring at me like that, Sterling. Did I do something wrong?" Brandon swallowed. No. No, you didn't." Eric's mouth tugged to the side in a smirk. "So I did something right?" "I'll, put it this way. The only other person I've ever seen shoot like that in here was a Marine expert marksman." Brandon shook his head, expelling a long breath. "I think you might have missed your calling, my friend." "Yeah, maybe I should trade Wall Street for the OK Corral," Eric replied dryly. Brandon cast him a sideways look. "Hey, I didn't mean to push you. If you want to go, we can go." Eric started to nod, then stopped. His legs felt heavy, and his finger itched. He looked back at the target. There was still one part of the head that was free of bullet holes. "No," he said. Let's shoot a few more rounds." He held up the gun again, squinting as he looked through the target with one eye, as if it would help him see it better. "I do feel like James Bond." He pressed the trigger, and the final bullet went flying through the neck of the target. Brandon put his eyewear back on with a smile. "You feel a little better, don't you?" Eric put on his muffs and didn't answer, pretending like he hadn't heard Brandon's question. But yeah, he had to admit to himself as he proceeded to finish off the target. He did feel better. A lot better. 22. The idea came to him in the middle of the night. Jane was asleep next to him, curled into herself like a nautilus shell, per usual. Well, her new usual. For more than 3 weeks now, they had been living a strange life out of Skylar and Brandon's guest room, watching everyone but them live some semblance of normal around them, while Eric floated between New York and Boston. It was uncomfortable, taking advantage of someone's hospitality like this. Eric wanted home. He wanted his own bed, his own coffee, his own fucking life. But Jane put off every suggestion that they return home. To their credit, the Crosby Sterlings didn't say a word. They just went about their daily routines, taking the kids to school, going to work, basically living their normally busy lives around their perennial house guests. The perfect hosts. Una seemed to be getting right back to herself. Eric still didn't know his mother-in-law very well, but between her cousin and Skylar's grandmother's insistent nurturing, Jane's mother had definitely been stepping out more and more confidently each day, and largely without her daughter. She and Gion had hooked up with some new friends through the Korean church just a few blocks from Skylar and Brandon's house, and they had started taking daily sojourns around town with Sarah, Skylar's grandmother. Una wasn't enjoying her veritable play dates, however. She was trying to harangue Jane out of bed, and Jane wasn't fucking having it. If she and her mother had been fighting properly, that would have been one thing. But the conversations mostly consisted of Una shaming her daughter's grief, and Jane just murmuring wordlessly into her pillow. Because 3 weeks later, and a full 5 after Eric had found her in that dusty, freezing house, Jane still couldn't seem to shake the despair that had invaded her normal, buoyant self. Korea had broken her. Carson had broken her. And it seemed she didn't believe she could ever pull herself back together. The nature of that despair, however, hadn't really reached Eric until he had overheard a conversation between her and Skylar just after he arrived home from New York that day. "Do you ever regret it?" Jane was asking her. "The first one, I mean." There was a long pause. Skylar started. "Yes. And no." Another pause. "It's not really the same thing, though." "You lost a baby," Jane countered. "And you've told me yourself you wondered what it might have been like." "Sure I do, but, well, it was totally different circumstances. To start, it was my choice. When I found out I was pregnant, I was 26, broke, and I thought Brandon was married and totally lost to me. I was in no place, mentally or otherwise, to take care of a child the way it deserved. And so I thought I was doing the right thing, even if I sometimes wish I could take it back now." There was some shuffling on the covers and a long silence. "I should have protected her." Jane's voice was so weak, the words almost inaudible. "I should have done more somehow." "Her?" Eric shook his head. She had barely been 8 weeks along. No wonder she was a mess, in there imagining a child that hadn't really existed yet. "Oh, Janie, there was nothing you could do. You have to understand that. But you have a partner to help you through it. Don't push him away like I did. That's my real regret, not treating him like the partner he always was." Jane hadn't responded. And so Eric had entered and Skylar had left, giving him a meaningful green look before bidding him goodnight. Jane had only wiped at her eyes and turned away, claiming she was too tired to talk anymore that night. Or at all. Maybe ever. Now, Eric watched her sleep with hands pressed protectively over her stomach. Her guilt that was eating her alive. He turned back to the book of Yeats' poetry, an old favorite. It was flipped to one of Yeats's last poems, Man in the Echo, which reckoned with the writer's regrets, written as a call and response between a man's thoughts and the echo from somewhere else. Man. In a cleft that's christened alt, under broken stone I halt, at the bottom of a pit that broad noon has never lit, and shout a secret to the stone. All that I have said and done, now that I am old and ill, turns into a question till I lie awake night after night and never get the answers right. Did that play of mine send out certain men the English shot? Did words of mine put too great strain on that woman's reeling brain? Could my spoken words have checked that whereby a house lay wrecked? And all seems evil until I, sleepless, would lie down and die. Echo, lie down and die. That was the answer to guilt, the echo seemed to say. You want to lie down and die? Fine, do it. Give yourself up to the sorrow, the hopelessness. Sink into the night if that's where you think you're going. No hope, no introspection. Just an echo chamber based on the spiral of despair that could sometimes overtake a person's soul. Or maybe it's parody, calling its bluff. Because the poem ended with the man's voice, not the echo's. Pulled out of his thoughts by the immediacy of the world, the man abandoned his introspection for more important things. Man, O rocky voice, shall we in that great night rejoice? What do we know but that we face one another in this place? But hush, for I have lost the theme. Its joy or night seem but a dream. Up there some hawk or owl has struck. Dropping out of sky or rock, a stricken rabbit is crying out, and its cry distracts my thought. Yes, Eric thought as he read the end of the poem again and again. Some interpreted this poem as a dismal reckoning on the meaninglessness of life, how easily one's purpose could be flung away with small distractions. But Eric saw it differently. He saw it as a description of the visceral connections between all forms of life and the pains they experience, a recollection that one wasn't truly alone. It was this passage, and ones like it, that helped pull him out of his own despair after Penny's death, his father's death. Reminders that real life existed outside the clamor and darkness of one's own thoughts. Poetics came to mind, via an essay on Aristotle that had saved him when Penny died, so long ago, when Eric's own guilt had been eating him alive too. Aristotle wrote that the point of reading and hearing and viewing tragedy was to help readers or listeners purge of emotions like fear, sadness, and sure, guilt. People, in other words, had too many damn feelings, and if they didn't let them out in some way or another, they were eaten up by them. But most people, Aristotle said, couldn't articulate those feelings, the complicated emotions of life, and that's why they needed others who could express them in words, music, art, drama. Through poetry, they faced the terrible conditions of life again and again, and in doing so, were able to let them go, were able to purge and make way for the next round. But despite being someone who had made her living on words as a lawyer, Jane wasn't a huge reader. She was a tactile person, kinetic. She coped with life's difficulties by living it, not passively absorbing others' impressions. It was one of the ways in which they were so different. But that didn't mean Eric couldn't understand some of her. Guilt. Yeah, he knew something about that. Jane's emotions were eating her up, but her catharsis would have to come through experience, or perhaps witnessing someone else's in real time. And that, Eric thought, he could help with. Finally. Jane, get up. We're going out. It was past 10 o'clock. She had been sleeping later and later every day instead of getting up earlier and earlier. Another sign of her deep depression, or so confirmed her doctor. Jane pushed his arm away. I'm still tired, she mumbled into her pillow, which had left a brutal red mark across one cheek. I don't want to go anywhere. Eric sat up on the bed and worried his lip for a moment as Jane's eyes remained shut. He could be gentle about this. He could pet her head and murmur nice things into her ear and coax her downstairs for breakfast, like he'd managed a few times before. But he'd been gentle for weeks, tiptoeing around the woman all the damn time like she was about to break. It seemed to be making things worse, not better. Fuck it. He yanked the pillow out from under her head, causing her head to flop down onto the mattress. Her eyes flew open. Hey, what the fuck? I said, get up, he repeated. I have something to do today, and I need you to come with me. She scowled, though she did grab her glasses off the nightstand and shove them on to glare at him with more clarity. And I said I don't want to go anywhere. Can't you do your little errand without me? Eric opened his mouth and paused. Was he pushing her too much? It had only been 5 weeks. Maybe she needed more time. As if in response, the grandfather clock in the hallway chimed with the hour. No, she didn't need more time to stew, pushing everyone and everything away so she could wallow deeper in her own misery. He was starting to suspect the longer she did that, the less likely it was she would ever emerge. No, Eric said firmly. I can't. With a groan, she pushed herself to sitting. Her hair was matted in the back, and despite the 12 or more hours she had already slept, she still had dark, puffy circles under her eyes. She was still beautiful. Why are you dressed like that? She asked through a yawn. Eric looked down at his clothes, a comfortable pair of chinos and a tailored blue shirt. Somewhere between the suits he wore for work and the sweats he preferred at the gym and, yes, the shooting range. He'd visited a few more times since last week. A gray pea coat was tossed on the chair. He looked up. What's wrong with this? I think you wore that exact outfit at a mock trial during our 3rd year. He examined his clothes again, trying to remember what she was talking about. I definitely wasn't wearing Prada at a law school mock trial. I would have at least worn a tie. He smiled. This might have been the first joke in over a week. Are you trying to say I look like a young student again, gorgeous? Is it getting you going? I'm saying you look like a just-off-work bank manager. I was going for respectable. He waited for another comeback that he might volley over the proverbial net. But none came. Jane fell back into her pillow. Eric sighed and squatted next to her side of the bed. How's this, Lefferts? You come with me now. You can dress me however you want this afternoon. For a moment, she brightened. Her full, somewhat paler than usual lips parted, and he could practically see the word, really, on the tip of her tongue. But then her face fell back, assuming that same blank stare. What you want, she murmured. They're just clothes after all. Shit. Even if this had been the first interaction he'd had with her in years, he would have known something was horribly wrong when she said that. Tentatively, Eric reached out and covered her hand with his, the one still resting over her practically concaved stomach. Fucking hell, was she eating at all? Jane, Eric said, please, I need you with me today. Your mom is already gone. What? At that, she perked up again. Where is she? Where did she go? Is she all right? Relax. Sarah took her and Gian to Quincy Market. And then I think they're planning to go to a Bible study at the Korean Presbyterian Church this afternoon. Jane sat up, shoving her hair back from her face. What? Eric, how could they just leave like that? Anyone could follow them, you know? And Quincy Market is incredibly crowded and... Everyone has a personal detail, he replied calmly. They're fine, I promise. Jane's eyes glistened. She sighed irritably. I can't believe you just let them go, Eric. For a moment, he blinked, unsure of himself. She was annoyed now, not scared. That was good. But she was using his given name. That was bad. He never thought he'd actually want to hear that stupid fucking nickname, Petri Dish, again. But these days he'd probably do a fucking cartwheel if she said it. Instead, he mustered the best smirk he could. Your mom and cousin are grown women doing what grown women do. They're living their lives. Now it's your turn, Lefferts. I'm going back to bed, Jane mumbled, rolling back into the folds of the comforter. Fucking hell. No, you're not. This time Eric grabbed her wrist and yanked her back up so that the covers fell away in a pile.
What the hell?
Jane shrieked as she tucked her arm away.
What's with the Gestapo treatment, asshole?
Mercilessly, Eric flung the covers off the bed entirely. Jane's long, bare legs wobbled in the sudden chill. She really was getting too thin. Well, first you're going to take a shower and brush your hair. You're starting to look like the creepy girl from The Ring. Jane scowled.
So sorry I couldn't keep up my looks while I slept. And that's mean.
You're 2 seconds from climbing out of the television, Lefferts. Do it now or tomorrow I'm staging an intervention.
This is draconian,
Jane muttered, though she did finally swing her feet to the floor.
Bully.
Then we're going to Zaftig's for some food. Eric continued as he walked to the closet and started picking out some clothes for her to wear. He'd brought more things last week from their apartment, but only because if he had to see her put on one more pair of fucking yoga pants, he was going to burn them all. You're getting the banana stuffed French toast, and maybe some eggs, too. Jane grabbed the bathrobe slung over the chair.
Bossy, aren't you?
Eric tossed a pair of jeans, a sweater, and Jane's favorite combat boots on the bed. After that, we're going to run some errands. I want some company, and you need to get out of this room so Skylar's housekeeper can finally change the damn sheets. He surveyed the outfit. Jane would probably pick out something else entirely, but it was a start. I'll meet you downstairs in 30 minutes. I'll get you a coffee. Ignoring her grumbled protests, he walked out. One more thing, he said, turning at the door. If you come down without that goddamn lipstick, I'm dragging you back up here and putting it on you myself. And since my handiwork will probably make you look like the Joker, I suggest you do it right the first time, pretty girl. When her lips, already with more color in them, fell open, Eric only shut the door behind him and hoped he was doing the right thing. But a few seconds later, when he could hear her muttering to herself, Eric finally exhaled and smiled. 23. She didn't delay. Within 30 minutes, she got right up, showered for the first time in days, and came downstairs for coffee. That was a good sign. Is this respectable enough? She asked as she entered the kitchen. Eric turned from the French press to find her toying with the rings on her fingers. 2 sets of glinting silver bands, plus their wedding rings, including the sharp black diamond he had given her. She had replaced her boring black frames with one of her favorite vintage pairs, bright red and cat-eyed. With the tight black jeans, a black hoodie, and her favorite combat boots, she looked much like her student days, only missing her old cropped hair. Another good sign. But then his gaze had traveled up her body and landed on her face, bereft of its usual makeup, including her characteristic slash of red lips. Bad sign. Very bad sign. Oh no, Eric said, abandoning the coffee. You fucking heard me. Her mouth dropped into a perfect, plump O, making his pants uncomfortably tight. Shit. It had been a while, hadn't it? Nearly 2 months since New Year's. She backed away. You wouldn't. I don't ever go back on my word. And before she could jump out of reach, Jesus, she was out of practice. He snagged her hand and proceeded to drag her back upstairs, where he pinned her to the ensuite bathroom's counter and started drawing the lipstick around her full, kissable mouth. Eric, she crowed, causing him to smear the color across her chin, too. He couldn't help laughing, though he kept her wrists behind her back. I told you, pretty girl. I warned you what would happen. And then it happened. She struggled, twisted, grinded against him. Was it really his fault that the last almost 2 full months of abstinence decided to take their toll right fucking then and there? Was it his fault that he happened to be poised right between her legs so there was no fucking way she could miss it? Her mouth dropped open again. That perfect shape. And the hell if he didn't want to shove her to her knees right then and there, unzip his pants and feed her his dick until they both forgot where they were, even if just for a few brief moments. He almost did it, too. Until, of course, she scooted back. I got it, she said, plucking the lipstick from his hand. She swallowed heavily, clearly fighting not to stare at the prominent erection testing a zipper. Another bad sign. Eric cleared his throat. She was uncomfortable? Well, he was her fucking husband. She knew exactly what she was getting down there. But he still turned away, mostly because he was scared of what he would do if she left her mouth open like that for one more second. I'll be downstairs, he said, and left before she could answer. But when she came back down, the lipstick was on. She wouldn't meet his eye, but he could have sworn there was a different spring in her step. Definitely a good sign. Jane took exactly 5 bites of her breakfast at Zaftig's, a restaurant teeming with Brookline families, complete with small children, lots of babies. Not, Eric realized, the best place to go. Then she barely spoke on the rest of the drive to the nearby heliport, followed him mutely onto the helicopter, and stared out the window all the way to New York. She hadn't even asked where they were going when they landed. More bad signs. Fuck. 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 Eric had pretended to work on his phone most of the time. It was hard to hide his relief when she finally said, Queens? Just as Tony turned onto the Queensboro Bridge. Are we going rock climbing again? She joked. To be honest, Eric had fantasized more than once about tying Jane into one of the harnesses. The idea of suspending her live body like that in midair had a lot of possibilities. Instead, he watched as she reapplied her lipstick, perhaps in memory of the last time they had been there. Then blinked and shook his head. No, not today. Unless you're interested in a little rope play. But she just turned away and watched the river pass beyond the bridge. Role play. No. The Manhattan skyscrapers and the riverside buildings of Queens gradually gave way to the more stolid brick apartments and townhouses of Astoria. Jane clearly had no idea where they were. In the not even a year since she had moved to New York, she hadn't really ventured farther than Manhattan, Eric realized, except to visit him at Rikers. God, he had so much more of this city to show her. Things he had forgotten himself. There would be time for that. They had a lifetime together, right? Starting now, Eric swallowed. He really hoped this first step would help because it certainly wouldn't be easy. All right, he said as Tony pulled the car to the curb of East 31st Avenue. It was a classic winter day, with wind sweeping harshly off the East River where it curled around the Con Ed plant in the distance, tempered only by the bluebird sky and the bright sun that had lit up the squat buildings of Astoria and Ditmars. This was one of the parts of New York that were quiet. Real people lived here, not just rich Wall Street brokers, students, and trust-funded legacies. The familiar restaurant in the bottom of the walk-up met him like an old friend. The Epic Diner's name had always been so incongruous with its humble exterior. The rumbling red brick, the weathered glass door, the blinking neon sign. But for a short period, this had been a natural stop whenever Eric had come home. "Where are we?" Jane asked as she exited the car to the cracked sidewalk and looked around. "Still Queens?" Eric pulled at his shirt collar. "Astoria. This is the Epic." "You took me all the way to Queens to get more mediocre eggs?" Jane peered suspiciously through the smudged glass. "They aren't very busy. We passed a bunch of other places on the way here that looked a lot more crowded." "The Costas benefit more from the breakfast rush and the lunch crowd from Con Ed," Eric said automatically, almost defensively. He clapped his mouth shut, but Jane obviously hadn't missed a beat. "The Costas?" Eric nodded, resisting the urge to pull at his collar again. It wasn't even buttoned, but it felt like it was strangling him. "Penny's family." Jane's eyes widened as she adjusted her glasses and turned back to the restaurant with renewed curiosity. Perhaps she was recalling when Eric had revealed the circumstances surrounding his former fiancée's death, when she had encouraged him to make peace with Penny's parents. But if she was thinking of that, she didn't say it. "Will you come in with me?" he asked finally when it was clear she wasn't going to respond. Jane's eyes sharpened, sharper than he had seen them in weeks. "I'm here," she said, and followed him inside. Nothing had changed. The faded, sprigged wallpaper, the cracked vinyl booths, the stained Formica counter, behind which still stood Lazaros Costas, joking and taking orders on a small pad poised over a growing belly. Behind him, overseeing the cooks and checking the orders clipped to the ticket carousel, was his wife, Antonia. Suddenly, Eric felt like he was 17 again, skipping polo practice to sit in Penny's section and order too many chocolate milkshakes just to see his girlfriend smile. But other than where her photo hung behind the register amidst the collection of signed headshots of celebrities and local politicians, Penny wasn't here. Penny wasn't here, but Jane was. And to his surprise, she took his hand. "Are you all right?" she asked. Empathy. Definitely a good sign. Eric nodded. "Yeah, it's just a little surreal." Jane squeezed his hand in solidarity, then released it as the hostess walked toward them. "Two?" she asked in that brusque tone characteristic of the New York restaurant industry. Eric nodded. "At the counter, please." The hostess gestured that they should sit where they wanted. Jane followed Eric to the counter, where Mr. Costas had his back turned as he jabbered with his wife in Greek. "Lazarus," she snipped. Then in English, "You have customers." Lazarus barked something back at her, then turned around. "Hello, what can I—" "Oh." It had been almost 11 years since Penny's funeral. 11 years since Eric had stood behind the rows of Greek relatives, wailing their disbelief at his girlfriend's untimely death, and whispered behind his back. 11 years since Eric had informed the Costas that their only daughter had killed herself in his bathtub, and that it was probably his family's fault. Except it wasn't. Not completely. And the Costas deserved to know everything. "Mr. Costas, it's been a long time." Lazaros pressed a thick hand to his chest, then raised it and beckoned behind him. "Tony!" he called breathlessly, too low to be heard in the kitchen above the clatter of pans and hissing oil. "Antonia!" he shouted over his shoulder, loud enough that nearly everyone in the diner jumped. A loud clatter of pans crashed somewhere in the back. Lazaros turned back to Eric with an uneasy smile. "Take a booth in the corner. We'll be right there." A few minutes later, the Costases brought over a fresh coffee and a platter of dolmades. Penny's favorites, Eric thought with a twinge. Mrs. Costas set mugs on the table in a matter-of-fact way. Lazaros took his seat across from Eric and Jane, then waited for his wife to join him. When at last they were all seated, had each nibbled at one of the stuffed grape leaves and poured the coffee no one would drink, the Costases faced Eric expectantly. Eric took a deep breath. "Mr. and Mrs. Costas, it's been a long time." "Since the funeral," Lazarus agreed. "And thank you for paying for that, by the way. We never had a chance to say it. You left so quickly." Eric's tongue felt thick in his throat. He remembered the clouds that had never rained, but threatened it just the same. He had left just as soon as it was over. Left New York, left his family, everything. "You didn't even come to the Macaria," Lazarus was saying. "We held it right here in the restaurant. Tony made very nice salmon. Everyone came." He pushed his wire-framed aviator glasses up his thick nose. "The whole family, but not you." It was all Eric could do not to hang his head. "Zaro, give the boy a break," Antonia put in with a smack on the man's wrist. "He's not a boy anymore," Lazarus grumbled. "And it's been more than 10 years. It's about time," he answered. He turned back to Eric. "What would Penny think?" Eric opened and closed his mouth a few times before he finally managed to answer. He rubbed his face. "Well, Mr. Costas, she'd be ashamed of me. She'd wonder where the hell I'd been and why I hadn't checked on her parents sooner." Lazarus examined Eric for what felt like several minutes, his time-worn face unmoving until, all of a sudden, he burst out laughing and smacked the tabletop. Beside Eric, Jane jumped, but Antonia smiled warmly. Eric relaxed. "Good for you," Lazarus said. "Better late than never, right? Isn't that what they say, Tony?" His wife nodded with satisfaction. Eric smiled. This was the warm family he remembered. "So," he pressed, "how are you?" "Oh, it's been fine, Lazarus said, still chuckling. "It was hard for a few years there, of course. We miss her so much, but we will see her one day again, God willing." Beside him, Antonia crossed herself right to left, Orthodox style, just like Penny used to. "Tony's niece came to help with the restaurant a few years ago," Lazarus continued. "That's Steffi over there, from Philadelphia." He gestured toward the hostess, who was wiping down another booth. "She's single, in case you're—" Jane suddenly cleared her throat, disturbing the entire table. Eric muffled a laugh in his napkin. "I've been rude, Mr. Costas," he said. "This is Jane, my wife. Jane, this is Lazarus and Antonia Costas, Penny's parents." For a moment, there was a different shine in Jane's eyes when he said the word wife. "It's lovely to meet you," she said kindly, shaking each of the Costases' hands. "We saw you in the papers," Lazarus replied, "but we weren't sure you were still married, I'm sure you understand." He held up his hands, as if to say, "Can you blame me?" Jane chuckled. "I understand. I'm not sure what I was thinking, but I still agreed to marry him." "You were thinking—" Eric drifted off, trying to find the words to defend himself, but taking too much joy in Jane's sudden playfulness. Would it remain after they left this place? God, he'd be the butt of any joke if she would keep looking at him like that. "Eric." Everyone shifted at the sound of Antonia Costas's direct tone. Eric blinked. Lazarus might have forgiven him for his absence, but Penny's mother was a different beast. "Why are you here?" Unlike her husband's, Antonia Costas's thick Greek accent wasn't smoothed over by serving the front of the restaurant for 40 years. Her dark eyes focused on Eric. It was obvious that she still carried considerable grief over her daughter's death and the role she believed he had in it. "I came to say—" Eric rubbed a hand over his face again. "Look, Mr. and Mrs. Costas, I came because I never did apologize, but I also have new information about Penny's death that I believe you have the right to know." The Costases glanced at each other, then turned back to Eric and waited. Eric took a deep breath. Under the table, Jane squeezed his knee lightly. Well, there's a man who hates me and my family, who seems bent on destroying any good thing that happens to me, for reasons I don't fully comprehend yet. He took another deep breath, then continued, retelling all of the story as best he could. His father's friendship with Carson, their business dealings, gone south at some point, his relationship with Jane's mother, and eventually, his recruitment of Eric to the Janus Society. "I must beg of you," he said quietly, "not to mention the society to anyone, for your own safety." Did Penelope know about any of this?" Lazarus asked, understandably flabbergasted. Eric swallowed. "I don't think so. But she was a smart girl, Mr. Costas, and we were together when I was recruited. It's entirely possible that she figured it out and I just never knew." God, he could see her now. The vision of her, the stained bathroom tiles, the cold chill of the room, even on the late spring day. The metallic scent of her blood, the glaze over her open eyes. He had to tell them. "Mr. Costas, Penny didn't kill herself. She was murdered by a member of the Janus Society, probably sent by John Carson. It was only a few days after I was fully initiated, and maybe a month after my family cut me off for deciding to marry her. I thought at the time it was my family's ostracization that caused her to do it. The note, which I now see was clearly forged, indicated as much. But Jane and I both heard her killer confess. It was part of a larger scheme to bring me to heel, and for this man, John Carson, to punish me in my father's stead." For a long time, both of the Costases sat silently, digesting the revelations. They murmured to each other in Greek. Under the table, Jane reached for Eric's hand. "That was very brave," she whispered. Eric darted a look her way. "Thanks, pretty girl." Jane's cheeks flushed. "I don't understand." Lazarus pulled their attention back. "What does this man have against you? Why would he do that to my daughter?" "Because the only thing John Carson cares about is power and control," Eric said. "Mr. Costas, perhaps you remember. When I decided to marry Penny, my family cut me off. I accepted that because I loved your daughter, and I knew we could make a good life without my family's fortune. But I believe now that those terms were unacceptable to John Carson, who needed those resources for his own plans. The fact that it only continued torturing me in my father's place was a bonus." Lazarus just shook his head, now tearing at one of the napkins on the booth. Antonia's face didn't move at all. "I don't understand," Lazarus said, over and over again. "I don't understand." "Mr. Costas." Jane's voice surprised everyone, low and unassuming. She placed a hand on Lazarus's wrist, which everyone stared at before she withdrew it. "You might have known this about Eric, Mr. Costas," Jane said quietly. "But he's one of the most independent people in the world. When he makes a decision, it's his decision." Next to her husband, Antonia nodded. Respect entered the older woman's dark eyes. "Yes," she murmured. "I remember." "Unfortunately," Jane continued, "he was also born into a world where, because of his family's expectations, many of those decisions were taken away from him. When he tried to shirk their guidance, people weren't happy about it, especially my father." "Your father?" Lazarus seemed even more confused. "John Carson is Jane's biological father," Eric said quietly. "We didn't know. She never knew, until we were engaged. Until he announced it himself and forbade our marriage, purely out of spite. A decision that we also did not accept, and for which we were also punished." The Costases just stared, clearly shocked. Beside him, Jane shuddered. "Look," Eric continued, more hurried now. "I still can't claim Penny's death wasn't my fault. The truth is that had Penny never known me, she wouldn't have been on John Carson's radar. She would probably still be alive." Eric's chest felt heavier than ever, but he forced himself to meet Lazaros and Antonia's grief-stricken gazes head-on. "Yes," Lazaros agreed after a minute. "She would be. But she didn't kill herself," Eric said. "That's what I wanted you to know."
"Well, of course she didn't kill herself," Antonia said abruptly. "Penelope is my daughter. I know she would never do something like that."
Yes," Eric said. "That's right, Mrs. Costas."
Antonia turned to her husband. "I knew it. Didn't I tell you, Sorrow? Penelope would never have done that. I told you."
Lazaros was shaking his head in disbelief.
"You are sure?"
Eric nodded. "I'm sure."
"And this man, this—"
Antonia turned to Jane.
"Your father, he is a killer and he is just running free?"
She turned back to Eric.
"You would marry a murderer's daughter?"
The lump in Eric's throat disappeared, burned away by sudden anger. "Now wait a second, Mrs. Costas. Jane is not—"
"I get it."
Jane's voice cut across the noise with the precision of a knife. "But, Mrs. Costas, I understand your grief. I truly do. I understand it because I've experienced it for myself, by the hand of the same man." Mrs. Costas said nothing. Jane chewed on her lip, staring at the edge of the beaten formica. "Jane," Eric said, "you don't have to." But Jane shook her head with sudden vehemence, and instead of shrinking into herself yet again, she leaned across the table and took Mrs. Costas's hand. 5 weeks ago, I was pregnant. My mother and I were both kidnapped, and by the time Eric found us, I wasn't pregnant anymore. John Carson made sure of it. She sucked in a deep breath. Her body vibrated with contained rage. "I misspoke before, Mrs. Costas. John Carson is responsible for my existence because of one night with my mother 30 years ago. But he is no father to me." She released Antonia's hand and tucked her own back into her lap like a maimed animal. "Just a monster, plain and simple." A lone tear trailed down Jane's cheek. The hand still in Eric's gripped so hard he'd see marks from her nails later. But he wasn't letting go now.
"Oh my,"
Antonia breathed.
"Oh my, I'm so—"
"You don't need to feel bad for me," Jane said. "I can't imagine it compares to losing a fully grown daughter."
"A loss is a loss. Just because my husband and I lost our daughter doesn't mean we can't feel your pain as well. We are so sorry."
Antonia turned her brown eyes on Eric.
"For the both of you."
Jane looked up. That flash, that spark, that bite. He hated that it had taken something like this to bring it out again, but it was still there. And he had never been so relieved to see anything in his life. "John Carson will meet justice for what he's done," Jane said. "Eric and I, we have resources too. No one is going to let that man go for what he has done to so many people. We can promise you that." In the end, after a big lunch and a lot of shared stories about Penny, they had bid the Costases farewell with promises to visit the restaurant soon.
"More than once a decade,"
Antonia had demanded. There was something different in the air when they stepped outside. Hope, maybe? Eric certainly felt that way, as Jane let him hold her hand again while they waited with their other 2 detail for Tony to pull up the car. Eric turned to Jane. "Thank you for doing that with me." "You're welcome." She stared in the direction of the river. as if she could sense its transitory gleam through the haze of concrete buildings. "But I think we need to make another stop while we're on this redemption tour." Eric frowned. "What's that?" "I know what you're doing." Eric bit back a smile. There it was, that attitude. "What's that, Lefferts?" But she wasn't joking. "You need to talk to your mom. You need to tell her what you know. There's more there, I'm sure of it. Maybe she can help us keep our promise to Penny's parents." His smile fell away. "I had another plan, you know. Go back to Boston, maybe relive a few of our earlier moments. I was going to make you fall in love with me again, Lefferts." To his surprise, Jane turned to him suddenly, grabbed the lapels on his jacket, and pulled him close enough that when she whispered, he could hear her clearly. "Don't you know? It was your heart I fell in love with, you idiot. And I've never seen you open it more than you did today." He cupped her face. He couldn't help it. Another tear slipped from under her glasses, and his thumb wiped it away. "This hurts," she admitted. "But I think it's okay. It's better than feeling nothing all the time. I don't want to feel numb anymore. It's better than having all these emotions shoved away because feeling them is just too fucking much." Eric wiped away another tear. "I'll feel them with you, Jane. I wanted her too, you know." At the mention of the child, a few more tears free fell. But she didn't break down completely, Eric noted, though maybe she needed to. "Let go," he begged mentally. "Let it all go." When she didn't, he sighed. The car pulled up, and after he brushed the last of her tears away, Eric placed a kiss on top of Jane's head. "All right," he said. "You win. To my mother's we go." After they got back in the car, Eric watched with concealed triumph as Jane pulled a small cosmetics bag from her bag and removed a pencil, a tube of lipstick, and a compact. "I'm going to need to change before we go over there," she said as she dabbed the mascara smeared under her eyes. "Your mother won't have a heart-to-heart with me looking like a cure groupie." The car pulled into traffic, and she held up the mirror, carefully drawing a path of bright red around the rim of her full lips, then filling it in with the pencil, followed by the brighter, shinier hue of the lipstick. When she was finished, she smacked her lips with satisfaction. Eric was transfixed. Jane turned, finally noticing his stare with something resembling satisfaction. "Don't say anything," she murmured, as she tucked the makeup back into her purse. "Just let it be." So he did. But it was definitely a good sign. 24. "It's going to be emotional enough, right?" Jane called from her room as Eric waited for her to change. "I have a feeling that even seeing combat boots on her Italian marble will make things harder for your mom." Honestly, Eric didn't really give a good goddamn about what kinds of shoes might ruin Heather's floors. But he did like that, for the first time in a month, Jane seemed to care about what she wore. So he waited patiently while she tried on at least a few different outfits before settling on a navy wool dress over a pair of slouching black boots, and then spent another 30 minutes in the bathroom. It was worth it. When she walked out with her sleek black-brown hair hanging in a very pullable waves, her lips a deep kissable scarlet, her black-lined eyes looking sharply at him through her favorite gold-rimmed glasses, Eric felt like he gained another 2 inches just looking at her. There she was. Finally. "What are you looking at?" she asked, as she put in a pair of diamond studs, the ones he had surprised her with for her birthday. Eric rose from the couch and approached slowly, taking her in. "My fucking beautiful wife," he said, and then, before he could help himself, slipped a hand around her waist. He just wanted to feel her again, touch her, smell her. She stilled, but allowed their cheeks to brush together. Well, hello to you too. Her hands crept up his chest. She laid her palms flat over his shirt front, pressing one over his heart, and gave a strong thump. I miss you, Eric wanted to say. I need you. Will you come back to me completely, or is this just for today? He desperately wanted to kiss her, pull her into the bedroom, remind her in much more physical ways what he felt for her. But she wasn't ready yet. Who dreams that beauty passes like a dream? Eric blurted out, unable to hold back completely. What's that? Jane wondered, still rubbing her cheek to his like a cat marking its territory. Eric continued, holding her still. For these red lips, with all their mournful pride, mournful that no new wonder may betide. Yeats again? Eric nodded into her hair. Against his cheek, Jane smiled. Are you back to talking poetry to me, Mr. DeVries? God, he loved hearing her call him that again. Eric leaned back and pushed a strand of hair out of her eyes, enjoying the new warmth he saw there. I'll always talk poetry to you, pretty girl. Her eyes closed, like it was almost too much. It helps. It really does. Fucking hell. A victory. Well, she'd better be ready. He'd be dragging out every volume of poetry he owned if he could get her to call him Mr. DeVries again. Thank you for waiting for me, she whispered. The remaining lines of Yeats's verse echoed through his memory, seeming almost too apt for the moment. Troy passed away in one high funereal gleam, and Usna's children died. In the end, Eric just wrapped his hand around her neck and urged her head to lie on his shoulder. She sighed with something resembling content and allowed her body to mold to his. I miss you too, she said in response to his silent thoughts. We'll get it back, Eric, I promise. We'll get us back. I know we will, he said, his arms tightening around her. It's already coming. They arrived at the familiar house on Lexington and 66th, just as the clouds in the sky began sprinkling a harsh, cold rain. Eric held an umbrella over them both, providing shelter as they climbed the steps of the brownstone, trailed by Tony, while the other two detail waited in the car. Is this where you grew up? Jane asked as Eric rang the doorbell. He nodded. Until I was 11, maybe 12. Then I moved into my grandmother's penthouse. He didn't mention that memories of the old place had been rushing back more and more, to the point where he wondered if he should dig out some of those old journals he started keeping just after his father's death. Maybe there was something there, something else he needed to remember. That is, if his mother couldn't shine her own light on things. Jane clearly wanted more, but the heavy oak door opened, and Heather appeared. Her large gray eyes, nearly expressive as her son's, opened wide. Oh, she said. Well, this is a surprise. They stood awkwardly on the stoop, while the rain streamed over the umbrella. Jane, we are so glad you're back safe. Truly. Thank you, Jane demurred. Eric fought the need to take her hand and tuck her into his side. She wouldn't appreciate being diminished, he thought. But at the same time, the awkwardness of this exchange, when his mother and wife had barely interacted much over the last several months, was painful. Mom, he said, we need to talk. Can we come in? Heather glanced at them curiously, taking in the umbrella, the rain, the hulking security agent behind them. They made an imposing bunch. I did have a lunch, but yes, okay. Come in. Eric signaled that Tony could wait in the car, then allowed his mother to usher them inside the house that genuinely hadn't changed much since he was a boy. Same floors, Same tasteful furniture, same art. The primary differences were things like photos. The ones he remembered of his father were missing completely, replaced by one or two of Heather and her husband. Heather excused herself to cancel her lunch date, then reappeared, having changed out of her tasteful suit into a more comfortable pair of pants, sweater, and rose-printed top. The pattern made Eric pause. How many times had his father swung Heather around in dresses that looked just like that? He shook his head. "No, Horace?" he asked of his stepfather, whom Heather had married over 20 years ago. Even as an adolescent, Eric had barely known the man. He and Heather had gotten married not even a year after Jacob passed. Horace Keeler was a short, squat, somewhat effeminate man, the polar opposite of the tower of bright Dutch heritage that was Jacob de Vries. Horace had always seemed painfully disinterested in Eric, but by the time he married Heather, Eric had already moved out anyway. Even so, Eric got the distinct impression that his mother and Horace Keeler lived pretty separate lives, and had for some time. Horace hadn't even attended the wedding, or his grandmother's funeral. And no one had said a word. "He's away on business," Heather said as she took their coats. "At the house in Orlando for the next few weeks, I think." Separate lives indeed. Eric just nodded. His stepfather's business primarily consisted of commercial real estate developments, strip malls outside of the city mostly, small-time operations. Heather guided them into the sitting room, thanking Jane politely when she complimented the decor. "Well," she said, once everyone was settled into the Georgian chairs and Paul Follett's sofa, "to what do I owe this surprise?" Eric glanced at Jane, who just raised an eyebrow. This might have been her idea, but it was his show. He cleared his throat. Mom. Well, Nina said she kept you apprised of what happened in Korea, right?" Heather's slim body wilted. "Yes. Such a tragedy, really. Jane, I'm so very sorry. For you both. As for John, there's absolutely no excuse for what he's done." She didn't, Eric noted, seem surprised. Sad, yes, but surprised by Carson's actions? No. She glanced between them. "I gather he hasn't been found yet." Beside him, Jane tensed. This time Eric did take her hand and wouldn't let her pull it out of his lap. "Not yet," he said. "But it's only a matter of time. The man has been accused of treason. The second he steps into the United States, or a country with an extradition treaty, his bed is made for him." "Treason?" Now Heather looked genuinely alarmed. "Whatever for?" "Mom." She strongly resembled a deer in headlights. "What?" "Dad's journal is with the FBI now. You wanted me to read it, so I assume you have too." Heather worried her jaw for a moment, then nodded. "Then you know what's in it," Eric continued. "Their dealings in Hwaseong and Koson. Together with the PI's files, the journal makes a strong case for treason. John Carson has been setting up a nuclear weapons operation in conjunction with the North Koreans since the 80s. He's in deep shit." Heather covered her mouth with a slim hand, as if she could hardly bear the news. "Dear God," she murmured. "I read them, yes, but I never knew. Oh, Johnny, what were you thinking?" Eric frowned. So Johnny was Carson. The sweetened version of the bastard's name made him feel sick. And if the way Jane was squeezing his hand was any indication, she didn't like it either. "Look," he said, "it is horrific, but it's not what Jane and I wanted to talk about today." Heather dropped her hand. "Eric, I'm not sure what you think I can offer. I don't know anything about treason, honestly, and—" "Mom, I remember, he interrupted. That day, when grandmother came to get me, John Carson came and threatened you and me.
He leaned across the wide blue ottoman.
Dad's journal had some other interesting things about you, things I couldn't quite make sense of. The North Korean deal explains why he and Dad fell out, but not his obsession with his family, with me and Jane.
He arched a brow.
John Carson has been one step ahead of us for years, and he just cost us our own child.
Fucking hell. Would his voice ever remain still when he said that?
If there is anything else you can offer here, we need to know. Now.
Had she always been this shifty? This skittish? Eric was ashamed to say he didn't really know his mother that way. But after she had arranged every goddamn drape of her clothing, she did finally look up. And her deep silvery eyes, the ones she had given him, mirrored his and Jane's sorrow. "Oh, Eric." Heather's voice was barely above a whisper. "I didn't want to send you away, but it was for your own good. Johnny was, well, I won't say in love, because it was never that. A person doesn't do the things he did out of love, but he thought it was. He was fixated on me." Eric sat back once again, and Jane fell into his side, like she was preparing for a terrible ghost story, which Eric thought it sort of was. He draped his hand over her knee, urging her close.
"Mom," he said carefully, "I think you had better tell me everything that went on between you, Dad, and John Carson back then, especially if people have lost their lives over it, especially if others might too."
Heather swallowed, and then she stood up.
"Where are you going?"
Eric demanded. She carefully said, "Eric, you can't possibly think I would be able to do this without a glass of Chardonnay. I'll be back in a moment." A few minutes later, she returned carrying a tray containing 2 wine glasses, another drink, and a bottle of wine. She set a glass of vodka in front of Eric, then proceeded to pour the wine into the other 2 glasses.
"Mom, it's not even 1 in the afternoon,"
Eric said. "Don't be such a square," Jane replied, happily accepting her glass of wine. "I cannot think of a day that better deserves a bit of alcohol, can you?" "What in the world do you think we would drink at lunch anyway?" Heather remarked. "Did you forget everything while you were away, my darling?"
Well, he wasn't going to argue with that. Eric took his glass, swirled the liquor around the ice cubes, then took a long sip. Fucking hell, it did taste good.
Eric watched his mother gulp down half her glass.
Well, if it wouldn't loosen her tongue, he supposed it didn't matter.
"All right," Heather said quietly, after she topped off her glass. "I should probably start from the beginning." 25. "We were all friends in college," Heather began once she had topped off her glass again. "I was, well, Eric, you know this, but Jane, perhaps you don't. I didn't come from a wealthy family. My parents were from a small town in New Jersey." Jane coughed. "You're from the land of Springsteen, Mrs. Keeler?" Heather offered a wry, satisfied look. "Yes, but Pompton Lakes is better known for cancer than for rock and roll."
"The Stallsmiths,"
Eric murmured, enjoying Jane's sudden recognition. Clearly, she was remembering their first meeting, when he had introduced himself using that name, not DeVries. "I attended Princeton on a scholarship," Heather continued, "which is where I met Jacob and John Carson." The boys were in the same fraternity, seniors when Heather was a freshman. She had met Carson first at a mixer. "Johnny was always single-minded, and he was interested in me from the beginning, because we had similar backgrounds, he said.
We were going through the same thing, learning to acclimate to society at an Ivy League school. What do you mean, similar backgrounds? Jane asked. I thought he came from wealth. Wasn't his father a big arms manufacturer? Heather turned to her. That's a common misconception, one that Johnny fostered himself. His grandfather owned Chariot, yes, but John Carson grew up in Montana, the son of a gun shop owner and a housewife. They were hardly a fountain of wealth. Johnny's grandfather put him through school to become an engineer so he could work for the company. He was quite brilliant, really. Double majored in business and some kind of science. Physics, I think it was. Nuclear? Eric ventured. Jane snorted into his shoulder. Heather looked uneasy. Well, yes, come to think of it. He actually started a PhD near the end, but he dropped out of that program. What happened? Jane prodded. It was just tragic. First, John's mother died of cancer, just after he graduated, poor thing. Then it was his grandfather a few months later, and he shocked everyone by leaving Johnny all of Chariot. Then his father died too in a car accident. Johnny went back to Montana, sold the store, and put nearly everything back into Chariot. Heather shook her head. Can you even fathom that much loss in 1 year? I can imagine it, Eric said dryly. Jane didn't move a muscle. She didn't even seem to breathe. Heather blinked between them, perhaps realizing how tone-deaf her comments were. Yes. Well, when John came back, he wanted Jake to invest. That was a major disagreement between them, you see. Johnny didn't like rules. He didn't like agreements. He had his own plans and didn't like people asking questions, pulling things apart, which, of course, Jake always did. So he's a cowboy, Jane said. Her voice was toneless, gray somehow. Eric peered at her curiously, but she wouldn't meet his eyes. He certainly imagined himself as one, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Their troubles, well, it was about more than just business. Heather sighed. Before his family essentially disappeared, Johnny took me out a few times, but it didn't last because on our third date, I met his roommate, your father. John Carson didn't stand a chance. From the second they met, Heather and Jacob were inseparable. Heather fell head over heels for the charismatic heir, blissfully unaware of exactly who he was for several months, well after they were far too in love for the white lie to matter. Oh, you should have seen him, Eric, Heather said dreamily, the effects of the wine clearly kicking in. Captain of the crew team, president of the fraternity, a born leader, tall, handsome, like the sun followed him everywhere. You look so like him, darling, you really do. Like the sun, Jane murmured. Eric turned. What's a sun without a moon? He said. Jane shivered. Good or bad? He honestly couldn't tell. Her mood had shifted again as Heather had started telling the story, but Eric was struggling to read it. There was a drop of wine on her lip. Fuck it, Eric thought as he leaned close. Quickly, he kissed the drop away. Jane started, then inched slightly away. Fuck, Eric thought. Wrong fucking move. He turned back to his mother. So what happened? You jilted Carson for Dad? That seems like ancient history, especially after only a few dates. Not really the stuff of lifelong grudges. Heather studied the rim of her wine glass. One would think, but John did not take it well. As it turned out, what Heather believed was a dalliance was something much more intense for Carson. It got to the point where he would spontaneously appear when she and Jacob were on a date. He stalked her to and from classes when Jacob wasn't around, begged her to break it off, and when she didn't, appealed to Jacob's loyalties.
I honestly never knew if it was me or if it was because of your father. He seemed to want me more after he learned of Jacob's and my connection. He was always very jealous of Jake, of his family, his resources, his connections. The DeVries name, was very well known on the Princeton campus. They have a hall named for them and several other buildings. Everyone knew who he was. Heather sighed again, perhaps out of nostalgia. John simply wanted whatever Jake had. And your father, Eric, he had such a big heart. I think he felt guilty about stealing me away. So although Jacob wasn't willing to end it, his guilt overcame him. He got Carson into the most exclusive fraternity, the best internships, the most exclusive clubs, things that greased the wheels for the business Carson would eventually build after his father's death. Secret societies? Jane asked tentatively. Heather looked up with an alarmed expression. I don't know what you're...
She knows, Mom. Immediately, Heather's alarm transformed into pity.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
She shook her head.
They don't take kindly to their secrets getting out, Jane. They tend to react very preemptively toward anyone who discovers them.
Eric could only wonder how exactly his mother knew that. If the society had done something to her, and what it might be. Jane worried her skirt material between her fingers hard enough that her fingertips turned white. But before Eric could ask, another thought popped into his mind. In Dad's journals, there was a bunch of stuff about Caesar salads. Were those references to the society? Heather nodded.
Yes. Jake was absolutely terrible at keeping secrets. From me, anyway.
She shook her head with a curious mix of rue and pleasure.
At any rate, he sacrificed a lot to help John into that ridiculous group. Your grandfather was not at all pleased with him.
Grandfather? Eric asked. What did he have to do with it?
Eric. Heather cocked her head. Did you really read the journal?
Eric frowned. Several times.
And you must know that despite its Hellenistic references, the Janus Society hasn't been democratic since its inception. It's a monarchy, and its leaders have been almost exclusively DeVries. She cocked her head. You've all been making Caesar salads for generations. Isn't that what Jake wrote?
Eric's head exploded.
Caesar salads. Caesar. His grandfather had been the Caesar, and the title had been passed to Jacob upon his death.
But it didn't work, did it? Jane's voice cut through his whir of thoughts with a renewed hopelessness that made Eric very uncomfortable. Heather turned to her sympathetically and shook her head.
No, dear, it did not. John could not seem to let go of me. Us. A few years later, he tried to break up our wedding, in nearly the same manner as he did your own.
Eric's eyes flew open. What? Jane, however, remained silent, and apparently unsurprised as she stared at her hands. Heather took a very long drink of her wine, draining the glass completely.
It wasn't quite at the altar. It was on the street. He was waiting for me on the steps of the church when I arrived from the hotel. You can ask your Aunt Violet. She was a bridesmaid, after all.
What did you say? Jane asked.
I told him, oh God, I can't tell you how mortifying it is, but I swear I would have said anything just to get off that street and inside the church. Eric, your father was waiting for me, and all I wanted to do was go to him.
Mom, what did you say?
I had to, she said. He wouldn't leave otherwise. He kept blocking the doors, and he wouldn't let go of my arm. All I wanted to do was find Jake.
Mom?
I told him it wasn't our time.
Heather whispered.
That I had made a promise, and now I had to keep it. For now.
For now? Eric repeated. For now? What in the hell did that mean? Were you planning to stop later?
Of course not. It meant I loved your father. But Johnny, he obviously took it differently.
She shrank toward her empty wine glass.
He said he would wait for me, as long as it took. But I think... Oh, Lord, darling, I think he decided at one point that he would stop waiting. It was after he and your father had a serious falling out over that business in Korea.
Eric glanced at Jane, whose brow had lifted above the rim of her glasses. Heather continued.
After Korea, John started coming around the house again, whenever Jacob left. It was worse when he went sailing. You remember how your father would leave on his trips, sometimes for weeks. It got so much worse. John would follow me on the street, on my way to the gym, outside luncheons. He kept saying things like, it was our time now. It was his turn.
Didn't you tell Dad?
Heather shrugged. Her hopelessness, her utter weakness, was heartbreaking. I did, but Jake wasn't scared of anyone, to his own detriment.
With every memory, she seemed to wither even more, as did, Eric realized, the woman beside him. No, Eric thought. He couldn't. It was too much. Could this really all be about a strange vendetta? About stealing a man's life? But it was all clicking into place. He had to ask. Mom, he said carefully, did Carson have anything to do with Dad's death? Upon Jacob's death, the heir apparent to the Janus Society, Eric, was about 11, far too young to be tapped, which, for the first time in literally 200 years, freed up the leadership of one of the most powerful secret societies the world had ever known. For John fucking Carson.
I don't know, Heather said quietly. Oh, Eric, I really don't. He never said anything. He had an excellent alibi. He was in Hong Kong on business, attending several benefits, seen at nearly all hours of the day, but Celeste... Oh, Eric, I do think she suspected some kind of foul play.
Heather stared at her nails.
I think she blamed me for his death. The day before he left, Jake and I had a terrible fight about John, and well, Celeste once suggested that if he had not been so angry, he might not have been so careless, and perhaps he might have stayed home.
Heather shook her head.
But I checked. John Carson didn't do it.
Neither Eric nor Jane said anything. Jane seemed to be having a hard time breathing. Fuck, this was a bad idea. Even Eric wasn't so sure if he could take this revelation on top of everything else. Eric knew they were both thinking the same thing. Just because John Carson wasn't present for a death didn't mean he wasn't responsible. Heather poured another large glass of wine. Eric swallowed. But why? He asked finally. If by some crazy reason he did go after Dad, or at least plan to, why would it matter so much to him? The leadership of a stupid secret society, and years later, too.
Perhaps, but on top of that, he was very angry. Not just with your father, with me.
Jane frowned. What for?
Because,
Heather said softly.
Because just before that day, I told him in no uncertain terms that I would never leave Jake. I told Johnny that I would never love him, and that he would never be half the man your father was.
She gripped her glass.
He demanded the following week that your father abdicate his position as Caesar within the society, as a show of friendship or something like that.
Dad couldn't have done that, Eric argued. That position is for life.
I know, dear. I know. And by rights, it should have belonged to you one day. But instead, your father died long before you were ever old enough to be a part of it. Had I known you had been tapped, darling, I would have done everything I could to keep you from it. Heather sighed with clear regret. But as it were, staying away from you seemed to be the only thing I could do to keep you safe. Once Jake died, John seemed to think I was available to be his again. He didn't take it kindly when, again, I said no.
After Dad died, he still came for you? Eric shook his head.
It was beyond obsessive. It was sick.
It was a sickness, he supposed, considering the hatred and resentment Carson had nursed against his nemesis. Was it any wonder that the idea of his own offspring procreating with Jacob's son had sent the man nearly insane?
Heather nodded. It's the reason I married Horace so quickly, to keep us both safe. John was becoming unhinged, and of course, incredibly powerful.
Does Horace know? Eric asked. That you used him like this?
Horace was a dear friend of mine from high school, Heather replied. He also happened to be a homosexual, at a time where Wall Street wasn't particularly forgiving of his tastes. At that revelation, Eric's jaw actually fell.
Horace is gay?
He glanced at Jane, expecting to see her eyes spring open, but she was still staring at her dress, ruminating. Unresponsive.
Fuck. They needed to finish this up and get out of here. Unfortunately, they still needed to hear the rest.
It was Celeste's idea. She thought the only way to keep John Carson at arm's length was to marry someone else, and to keep you safe with her. She was right, of course. Horace needed a wife. I needed a barrier. Heather set her glass on the table and looked straight at her son. Eric, you must remember how it was. I couldn't have loved anyone else the way I loved your father. He was... Her inhale was shaky. Jake was everything to me. Eric's chest felt like it was caving in. Memories. So many memories of his parents' tiny moments. All the ways they broke the codes of decorum of the Upper East Side. Secret glances across a cocktail party. Kisses when they thought no one was watching. Yes, he remembered. He understood exactly what his parents had shared, because he felt it now with the woman sitting beside him. The one looking very much like she needed a life preserver. Tentatively, he reached into her lap and pried her hand away from her dress, then raised her fingers to his lips and pressed a long kiss to her knuckles. Jane vibrated, but her hand was limp. Shit. But something else was missing from the story.
Mom, Eric said, I understand why he might nurse a vendetta against you, but why me? Why now? Dad's been gone more than 20 years. You've been long married. Why did Carson care so much that he's been actively trying to ruin my life since all this happened? Coming after me and Jane. Penny, even. Did you know he killed her too, Mom? He sent his fucking henchmen, but he killed her too.
His emotions got away from him in the end. Jane covered her face with her hands, like she couldn't bear to hear any more of it. But Heather, for her part, just looked sad as she watched her son fall apart. Sad, but not even one bit surprised. Oh, Eric, she said, I keep telling you, you are your father's son. John Carson doesn't look at you and see a new person. He sees the next version of a man who, in his eyes, stole everything from him that ever mattered. You are the only ghost he can exorcise, just like I am that last treasure he can't possess. For John Carson, the DeVries family has long represented the only obstacles to happiness: control, power, belonging. Stealing from you and Jane. She shook her head, as if only now she couldn't believe the lengths this man would come to assert his control and dominance. It was just an extension of the motivations he has had his entire life. He wanted me, Eric. He wanted your father, our life. Now, I can't even imagine what he thinks of his own DNA mixing with the flesh of his mortal enemy. The son of the man he blamed for ruining his life marries his only daughter? She picked up her wine glass and tossed back the rest of its contents. It tipped him over the edge. 26. The sky was darkening when Eric guided Jane to the car, keeping a hand at her back, though she barely seemed to notice him. If she had been quieter as the conversation with Heather had progressed, she was back to being a shadow. She didn't seem to notice the heavy rain or the wind that howled up from the river. Even through his own shock at hearing the story, Eric was worried. Very worried. Something wasn't right. They fell into the back of the car and just sat as Tony waited for Eric's direction. "Well," Eric said at last. "Where to?" Jane still hadn't looked at him. It took her a moment to realize he was even speaking to her. "What?" "We did what I came here to do, and then what you thought I needed to do. Where do you want to go? Back to Boston, or—" "No." Jane's quick gaze darted up to find his. "I want to go home." Home. There was only one place she could have meant by that. Not her parents' old house in Evanston, or Skylar's compound in Brookline. She glanced roughly in the direction of the west side of the island, where their apartment stood. Eric's mouth quirked with satisfaction. "Wherever you go, pretty girl," he murmured. Then, watching her the entire time, tentatively picked up Jane's hand and pressed a kiss to her knuckles, just like he had done inside the house. But instead of rolling her eyes and saying something like, "God, you're corny," she simply let her hand drop to her lap once he was finished. Then she pressed her nose to the window, and it was like Eric wasn't even there. Eric sighed, then signaled to Tony, who pulled away from the curb. Heather's townhouse disappeared into the winter gloom. Eric pulled out his phone. He wasn't ready to sink into his own thoughts completely. Not yet. "Zola, hey," he said when the assistant DA picked up. "It's Eric DeVries. Look, Jane and I are back in town, and we just had a conversation with my mother that will interest you. If the DA is still building his own case against—" "We are," Zola interrupted. That was all he said, probably because that was all he could say, depending on who was in the room, or even the line. "Well, if you want to come by tomorrow morning, I can tell you what she said," Eric replied. "But I'd like to talk about my father's death, too. There's something strange about all of this, put together." When Eric hung up, Jane was still staring out the window. She hadn't moved an inch. Eric couldn't take it anymore. "What is it?" he asked. God damn it. That hopelessness was sucking her back in, like some twisted vortex, and had been doing so since they'd gotten to Heather's. What the hell had happened? Jane sighed and stared down at her hands, then rubbed a thumb slowly over her wrist. Her fingernails were plain and chewed down, missing the sheen of black or red polish. There were a few scabs on her cuticles, places where she had bitten too far or cut too much. "Sometimes," she said quietly, "I wonder if it's the universe telling us something. I'm honestly not sure if this will ever end." Eric took her hand again and played with it between his knees, pressing his thumbs into the center of her palm. Jane's hands were so graceful.
Had he ever thought to tell her that? Her wrists were small enough that his thumb and forefinger could encircle them completely. And yet, she was the strongest person he knew in so many ways. He had never known anyone so indelibly herself. He wanted more than anything to help her find that again. He massaged each of her fingertips. I thought today would help. Help what? You know. She quieted yet again. Then, it did. At first. She shook her head, like she was clearing cobwebs. I mean, it's one thing to hear the stories about Penny from you. It's another to see it, witness the relationships. I wish I had been more forgiving of you back then, when we met, I mean. Hey. Eric released her hand so he could slip a finger under her chin, asking her to look at him. That's not why I took you to Queens. But she pulled her chin away and refused to look at him. Still, I wish I had been better. You deserved better. I thought it would be good to know. I don't know. You're not the only one he's hurt, Jane. You're not alone. At that, she finally looked up, and the green in her eyes blazed with pain. Aren't I? She said it so quietly he almost couldn't hear her. No. Her eyes watered like she wanted to cry. Eric wished she would. That was the real point of all of this. That by witnessing, talking, getting everything out, she could begin to let go of her own emotions too. Otherwise she was going to break, and he really had no idea what that would look like. But instead of crying, she just turned back to the window, and by the time they reached the apartment, she had withdrawn completely. They exited the car, flanked by the other two security. Their footsteps echoed up the turn-of-the-century stairs. Jane didn't look at him once. Thanks, Eric said to the guards after they unlocked the apartment. There shouldn't be any visitors today, but you have the list. They nodded and turned back down the stairs to their post. When the door closed, the abyss gaped again. Eric wanted to punch something. Jane stared around their place like she had never seen it, though she had changed her clothes here only a few hours earlier. Would you like another glass of wine? Eric offered as he hung his coat on the rack. Mom took care of most of that bottle herself, so I think we earned a few. There might be a few cans of PBR in the fridge. I was thinking about ordering in from Laitier, too, if that sounds good. He was babbling like an idiot, but god damn it, her silence was unnerving. She was just standing there, her trench coat dripping onto the hardwoods. The same floor she was always squawking about if he dared not remove his shoes. Eric approached and helped her coat off. Her arms were noodles. Fucking hell, where had she gone? What would you have done if I had died too? Her voice was a staggered whisper. Would you have moved on quickly, do you think? Found another woman to help you keep your fortune? Eric turned from the coat rack and frowned. Where is this coming from? Jane's eyes were dulled behind clouded, rain-spotted lenses. I'm sure you could have your pick. Jane, don't be stupid. I'm not stupid, you asshole. Had he only imagined she had said that? Yes. She hadn't spoken at all, was just standing there in the same spot, arms wrapped around her waist while she shivered. You're in shock, Eric said, shooting for kindness this time. He reached out to rub her arm, but she stepped out of reach. Can you be in shock for over a month? God damn it. This whole day had been a mistake, hadn't it? 1 step forward at the Costases, 5,000 backward with his mother. Fucking hell. They stared at each other for a long time. Jane's chin quivered. Finally, she removed her glasses and started to polish them with a bit of her dress fabric. She kept doing it, far past the point where they were cleaned. Eric turned over the mess of negative thoughts running through his mind again and again. "I'm going to change out of these wet clothes," he said. "You should do the same. Take a hot shower or something. Then we can have a drink or two and just process." Jane didn't answer. Eric slumped and turned toward the bedrooms. 5 minutes. He just needed 5 minutes to reset. Then he could come back to her, because he wasn't going to let her slide into nothingness for another several weeks. Absolutely not. As he rifled through the folded shirts in his closet, it struck Eric, not for the first time, that this apartment didn't fit. He had never said anything, but he'd always hated the way he and Jane had never been able to cohabitate completely. Her things were still mostly kept in the bedroom she had repurposed as a studio. They were both such clothes horses, and the master closet simply couldn't hold everything they owned. Meanwhile, there were 2 other bedrooms that served as an office he never used, and a guest room that sat empty. Even once they had finally come together organically within these walls, it had still always felt as though she was spending the night at his place or he at hers. The living room, the kitchen, yes, they were shared spaces. But as units, Jane and he still existed apart. The apartment itself wouldn't allow otherwise. Eric stripped off his wet clothes and replaced them with a pair of gray joggers. He ran his hands over his stomach. Then, out of pure impulse, fell to the floor and pumped out 20 push-ups, followed by another set of sit-ups. He hadn't been at the gym as much as he wanted, and he was starting to feel it. He didn't want to get soft. He wanted to feel ready. When he stood again, the sudden activity cast his muscles in high relief. Eric considered walking out with his shirt off. Jane never could resist the sight of his six-pack, which is why he deployed it sparingly, not wanting to cheapen its hard-won value. Eric shook his head and pushed back his rain-slick hair. No. Now was not the time for flirtation. He had managed to coax her out of her shell a few times today. He could do it again. Compassion. That's what was needed. And then, once she'd soften, maybe another go with her lipstick, just to make her smile. He shoved on an old Harvard t-shirt. It wasn't until he had towel-dried his hair that he realized he hadn't heard the telltale thumps of Jane's boots or rush of running water in the bathroom. The apartment was still silent. Too silent. Every hair on the back of his neck stood up. "Jane," he called. "Are you in the bath?" There was no answer. "Fuck," Eric muttered as he walked out of his room, still barefoot. "Jane?" He found her standing at the kitchen sink in the kitchen. His heartbeat quieted when he saw her standing there, straight-backed. Just what had he thought had happened? He really was becoming paranoid. Maybe she wasn't the only one struggling with shock or PTSD. No, she was muttering to herself. Her shoulders tensed, like she was working on something, with the same posture people had when they were grating vegetables or scrubbing a pan. I can't. There was a loud sniff. "I can't do this anymore." Eric approached. "Can't do what?" "Ah!" Jane shouted as she whirled around. "Oh, Jesus, Jane!" She was bleeding. The white shirt sleeves under her wool dress had been hastily pushed up to her elbows. One had come loose, however, and was stained with rows of bright crimson stripes that mirrored those slicing the skin of her other forearm. She held a knife in one hand, and her eyes were swollen and red-rimmed, like she was just about to start bawling. For a moment, all Eric could see was Penny, lying in the bathtub, the long, nasty cuts in her arms raw and cold, water the color of a dusty red rose. His heart practically stopped. "Eric?" Jane's voice, so weak and threaded with confusion, knocked him out of his stupor. "Jane." Suddenly he was all movement, scrambling across the apartment, knocking over one of his bar stools in his hurry to reach her. "What happened? Holy shit, I'll call 911.
Eric, don't.
Her voice was thick with stifled tears as she held her arms in front of her, like she was preemptively pushing him away.
It's fine, I promise. I'm okay.
What in the fuck? Eric's mind whirled as he grabbed one of her hands so he could examine her arm. What the hell is this? The cuts on her arm weren't very deep, like he'd originally thought. They were horizontal and shallow, neat stripes against porcelain skin. But a violation nonetheless. What the fuck are you doing? He demanded over and over again as he pulled Jane into him, uncaring for the blood staining his clothes. What in the hell were you thinking?
Oh God,
She hiccuped over harsh, dry sobs. She wanted to cry. Maybe she was trying to cry. But she wasn't still.
I just couldn't take it anymore.
Couldn't take what? Eric reached around her and yanked a stream of paper towels from the counter and pressed them to the wounds, most which, he realized with relief, had already stopped bleeding. But they were still wounds that Jane had given to herself. He hoisted her easily onto the counter. Fuck, she was so light. Too light. Jane folded over, cradling her wounded arms in her lap while he wet another few towels to clean her up. They didn't speak, both of them entranced with his brisk, careful movements. But that didn't mean the energy in the room had dissipated. Eric vibrated as he worked. Why? He finally asked once he was sure he could speak calmly. What couldn't you take? Jane's arm quivered in his grasp.
The numbness, she said finally. It was back. You couldn't tell?
He dabbed at her other arm, hating the way the blood seeped easily into the wet paper. I could tell. At my mother's, you just started to go somehow. But I thought, shit, Jane, everyone is helping. Things are looking up. Zola, my mother, we're taking care of it. We're coming through.
Not me,
Jane replied with a despondency that scraped his soul.
You were pulling me out of it for a bit. When you took me to Astoria, showed me that past. I know how hard it was for you to do that. I know.
Eric's chest swelled. I know you know, gorgeous.
You were willing to do that for me. Show me your grief, your guilt. Accept the responsibility. You're so much stronger than me.
Jane fingered his wrist, which was clean and smooth.
You could move through your past to make a better life for yourself, but I don't think I can move past mine. Every time I close my eyes, I see her. The baby. What she would have been.
She closed her eyes, like she was in the worst kind of pain.
It swallows me up, and so I push it away. I numb myself because I can't take it otherwise. But I shouldn't be allowed to feel nothing. I should feel every inch of pain you and I and everyone else feels because of the man who gave me half my DNA, so
She gestured weakly toward the paring knife in the sink, and then, as if out of curiosity, she picked it up again, holding it like she was testing the weight. Jane.
My dad,
she whispered as she held the knife to her thigh, pressing the tip into the white of her skin.
He used to tell me about some of his patients, the veterans, POWs. They would come back from the war, and they just couldn't deal with it, with life.
She took a heavy, staggered breath and squeezed her eyes shut. A drop of blood appeared under the knife's tip. Jane! Eric took the knife from her and set it on the island behind him, out of her reach.
Don't!
Jane exploded.
It was going to help.
Do you think this is going to bring them back? Eric demanded, Penny, my dad, the baby. Do you think cutting yourself up like a piece of fucking meat is going to make a goddamn thing better?
Why don't you blame me? You should. You should punish me any way you know how, because if you won't, I will. She bent over, hands clutched at her heart, like its pounding was too much to take.
I'm not going to punish you, Jane.
Then who? Jane whimpered. If not you, then who? I made the decision to go to Korea. I left you rotting in that jail. I made myself a sitting duck when everyone told me not to go. I didn't know what else to do, but if I hadn't, she would still be here, Eric. It's my fault. She shrieked the last words at the top of her lungs and buried her face in her hands, her glasses slipping off into the floor. Eric grabbed her shoulders to keep from falling off the counter. Oh, God, she said over and over again as her sobs shook through her like miniature cyclones, tossing her back and forth in a sea of misery. I can't. Eric inhaled and exhaled with purpose.
Listen to me. You are not at fault, Jane. The only person who is responsible for anyone's death here is John Carson. That's it. That's all.
I had a name picked out. You called her a girl, and so in my head, I thought we might name her Jackie Carroll, like our dads. And then, finally, she broke completely. Her body no longer hurt, able to withstand the gusting sobs that nearly forced Eric back. But instead of letting her push him away, he wrapped his arms tightly around her frail body, clutching so hard he thought he might smother her. But the tighter he held her, the tighter she grasped, seeking purchase on his arms, his neck, his chest. She poured every drop of her misery and shame into his shoulder, and he never let go.
It's not your fault, Jane, Eric said again and again as he rocked her back and forth. Do you hear me? Baby, it's not your fault.
At the sound of the common nickname from Eric's mouth, more out of desperation because it was something he had never said before, Jane's sobs only worsened, turning into great choking waves of pain. Where is it? She keened. Oh my God, the knife. I swear to God, I want it right here. She pounded on her chest. Eric reached back and picked up the knife again. He examined its edge. A drop of her blood had dried on the tip.
Is that really how you feel?
He asked as he stepped out of her grasp. Jane hiccuped, found the knife in his hand, and stretched out her own. Yes, she implored. Please.
Fine.
The gravity of Eric's voice echoed around the apartment, a growl from a cave.
But you're going to have to do it to me first.
At that, Jane's mouth opened, but no noise came out. Her body gave one more great, silent, shaking sob. Eric pulled down the collar of his shirt and pressed the tip of the knife to the base of his neck.
You want penance? Then you're going to have to dispense it too.
What? The steel pricked his skin. He genuinely wondered if he would feel that twinge for the rest of his life. Moments like these tended to leave all number of scars.
You don't think I carry the guilt too, Jane? I was locked up for 2 fucking weeks because I was too naive to think one step ahead. I should have known what Carson was planning the second Jude suggested I share tips with the society. I should have anticipated everything.
But... Jane trailed off, shaking her head. No, it wasn't your fault. Her words were weak. Her eyes were round, wide pools of pain. And, Eric saw with a gust of relief, love.
It's all I can think about, he said. I'm obsessed, just like you. She was our baby, Jane. We both lost her. Just like I lost my fiancé, my father, everyone else I have ever fucking cared about. She was right. Sometimes it was too fucking much. So he did it. He pulled the knife over his skin, allowing the blade to slice through him the way her actions had already done, the way this life had already done. Jane stared with horror as blood welled from the cut, gathering in a thick drop that fell over his collarbone and stained the white of his shirt, a blurry rose blooming across the snowy expanse.
"Eric, no,"
she whispered as he drew the knife down his chest.
"Don't."
You hurt yourself, you hurt me too, he said as he pressed the weapon over the cotton. You want to stab yourself in the heart? Then you'll do it to me first. Because we're in this together, Jane Lee Lefferts DeVries. For richer or poor, better or for worse. Until death do us part. He allowed her to pull him back between her legs. Her hand rose, first to remove the knife from his hand, and then, to his relief, to toss it into the sink, the further one, where neither of them could reach it.
"This is so fucked up,"
she whispered as she touched the cut on his collarbone. Blood stained her fingertips.
"You and I, we're so fucked up."
His hand closed over hers, and he kissed her. Not a light peck or the careful brushes he had allowed himself today, but a real kiss, one that conveyed the intensity of everything they both felt, not just now, but all the time. We are, he agreed. This ship broke me, Jane, just like it broke you. But I refuse to let it break what we are together.
"Eric."
Her voice was cut off by another choked sob. But before he could ask her what, she was throwing herself at him, pressing her lips to his again in a muffled, stumbling, awkward display of passion, the likes of which he hadn't seen from her in months, maybe years. Once upon a time, they had found each other through lifetimes of fury and estrangement from the people they loved. They had healed each other during those strange years, only to ruin each other again and again. But it was the separations that really broke them. That had been the truth ever since they had met. This woman might be the death of him, but without her, he was a corpse anyway. I love you, he said between kiss after torrid kiss. You are essential to me, like the air I breathe, the water I drink. I can't fucking exist without you, Jane. Can't fucking live. Jane bit his lip, then groaned painfully as he bit hers right back.
"Do you?"
she wondered.
"Do you really?"
Her doubt nearly broke him all over again. And so, Eric did the hardest thing he had done all day, which was really saying something, considering. He pushed her back and stepped away.
"What? Where?"
Jane sputtered from lips now swollen from kissing, not crying.
"Where are you going?"
Eric held out a hand and helped her down from the counter, then guided her toward his bedroom. No, he thought stubbornly. Their bedroom. I have to show you something. And after I do, I never want you to ask that question again. 27. Eric's heart beat like a drum as he unlocked the safe next to his side of the bed. It was new, purchased just a few weeks ago. It took him 2 tries to even get his fingers correctly placed on the fingerprint reader, another to get the stupid door open. He had never been so nervous in his life. Not when he had asked either women in his life to marry him. Not when he had taken the bar exam. Not when he had officially been voted chairman of the board of his family's company. Nothing compared to this moment. He pulled out one of the several moleskin journals and left the others inside, along with the rest of the safe's contents, his passport and vital documents, the collection of evidence against John Carson, spare cash, and the pistol he had purchased from the Beretta Gallery on 71st and Madison a few days ago. A few well-placed donations had sped up his license applications from 3 months to 2 weeks. He really wasn't sure anything could overcome the surreal feeling of walking into a gun shop on the Upper East Side. He closed the safe and turned around to face Jane, who sat on the bed with her knees pulled into her chest, her glasses back in place over her reddened nose. "Do you remember when I found you, Skylar, and Brandon snooping in my place?" he asked. Jane nodded wordlessly. "Do you remember when I grabbed something out of the safe?" He quirked a brow at her. "The combination is 112887, by the way." Her full mouth fell. "My birthday?" He allowed himself a small smile. He'd surprised her. That didn't happen often. "I guess I should probably change it now that we're married. It's too easy to guess." He looked down at the journal, then held it out to her. Tentatively, she took it. "In Boston, I assumed this had something to do with the society or my father. It looked like you were hiding something more in there." But Eric just shook his head. "No, gorgeous. It had to do with you. After Carson took me, I needed to remember us, Jane. What we meant." "But you were so awful to me," she murmured. "You acted like you hated me." Guilt shot through him. "I was trying to protect you, and I think we both know how long that lasted." She blinked at him. His guilt grew. Eric edged toward her and nodded at the journal. "Open it, pretty girl." After a moment, Jane opened the book. A lock of purple hair fell into her lap. She held it up. Is this my hair?" Eric smiled bashfully. "It is. You gave it to me, remember?" "Yes, but oh my God, this is your number. You stalker, you actually kept these? Do you have a shoebox full of my nail clippings too?" This time Eric smirked at the insults. Her face was still tear-streaked, but she was rebounding quickly. Another good sign. "I told you," he reminded her. "It's a talisman. I wanted to keep your bravado with me." Jane hiccuped back a laugh, then continued to page through the book, stopping every so often to read the poems, entries, and anything Eric had recorded over the years. "I wondered if you kept writing after I read that other journal," she said. "After Penny died, I didn't write anything for a year. I just didn't care. I traveled, I ignored my friends, my family. I pretended to be anyone but Eric DeVries, family heir. But when I met you, it was like someone jerked me back to reality." Jane continued scanning the pages. "But you... Eric, I'm not being jealous here, but you dated so many women in Boston. How do I know that these are about..." "Just turn the page, Jane." To his surprise, she did as he ordered. Out dropped a note written on a coaster, along with a napkin, creased and grayed a bit with time. Jane flattened it against her thigh, whispering the words Eric knew by heart. "It's our poem. From the bar." She looked up. "You kept it, too?" "I kept everything. Keep reading." So she did. She lingered over a photo of their first-year study group at the library. Notes passed during torts and con law. Ticket stubs from that show at Great Scott for her birthday. The receipt from a book of love poems. Every single remnant of their initial go at it, plus others from the next one, and the one after that. He watched her page through the intervening years, filled with poetry he'd written, mostly about her, watching from a distance as she pillaged half of Boston, a mirror image of his own attempts to forget her and move on, which, of course, he never could. The book was separate from his typical journal, something that was dedicated only to her. Sometimes there were months between entries, sometimes a flurry of consecutive days. Eric watched with trepidation as Jane examined the parts that recorded his frustrations with her. The hopes they might get back together, the bitter jealousy, the anger, disappointment with her, but more with himself. After all, how many times had they gotten beers with friends in school, and he had chickened out on inviting her home with him? How many times had they seen each other in passing, either at his office when she was visiting Skylar, or at the Crosby Sterling's house on a few random holidays? It was all in there. His desperate faith that the woman he was meant to be with would eventually come back to him, if he just had enough patience. "You made us a scrapbook," she said after she fingered the last page. "You're a Midwestern housewife, and I say that as the daughter of a scrapbook-loving Midwestern housewife. Jane." She finally looked up, and it was clear she needed another tissue. Her eyes were wet and reddened. A single tear slipped down her cheek. But her smile lit up the fucking room. "I'm joking because I don't know what to say," she admitted. "I'm joking because, just like always, you overwhelm the fuck out of me. You make me feel all these things, and I don't know what to do with them." Eric pulled a tissue from the nightstand and gently wiped away the tear streak. She smiled, the curve of her mouth dimpling her full cheek. He kissed it. She hiccuped. But when she tried to give him the book, he pressed it into her lap. "It's for you," he said. "I don't need it anymore. It's for whenever you worry, whenever you're scared. Look, I know I'm not the best at showing how I feel about you on the outside. So when you're unsure, I want you to read this. I want you to see everything you inspire in me, because you're fucking everything to me, Jane. You make this life worth living, and if you're not in it, well, the truth is, I don't want to be either." She stared at the book for a long time. No jokes, no comebacks, just digesting his confession. "When I met you," she said finally, "I convinced myself that I was just your plaything. You were so put together, so poised, everything I wasn't. So I knew I could never be anything more than a lark, an escape. You scared me more than anyone I'd ever known. Sometimes you still do." She touched each artifact reverentially as she turned the pages again, hovering her hand over the crumpled scraps, the love notes, each tiny piece in the messy mosaic of their history. Then she closed them and cradled the book to her heart. "When I met you," Eric said, "you brought me back to the real world. For over a year, I'd been running away from who I was, what I wanted, everything real. Don't you know why I asked you to marry me, Jane?" She blinked, her teary eyes shining. "Because you loved me," you said. "Don't tell me it's not true after all this." Eric smiled at the small joke. "Because I loved you, yes, but also because we're real, Jane. More real than anything else. And the second I met you, I knew I'd take any day with you, easy or hard, over the best escape I could manage. You were all I wanted, all I could ever want." Because he couldn't not, he kissed her, this time letting the tension of the moment feed the charge instead of holding it back. He slipped a hand around her neck so she couldn't escape, fusing her mouth to his almost violently. And then, just as suddenly, he released her, though he kept his hand around her nape. Jane quivered under his touch. "Do you feel that?" he asked as their breaths mingled. "The way your heart beats faster when I'm here? That sudden rush of blood? That's us, gorgeous." "I feel it," she whispered. "I've always felt it." "You want a knife, Jane? You've cut me open from day one, just like I did you. Am I wrong?" Before she could answer, Eric gently removed her glasses, then took the journal from her hands and set them both on the bedside table. Then he kissed her again, and this time her mouth bruised his right back. Her teeth bit into his lower lip. He thought he tasted blood, bright and metallic. "Tell me," he ordered, as he pulled her onto his lap. His hands yanked at her skirt, pushing it over her thighs to reveal the milky white of her skin. He attacked her mouth, punishing her, loving her. It was all the same tonight. "Tell me, Jane, am I wrong?" His hands wrapped around her sweet, round ass, fingers teasing the damp silk of her panties, the warm, dark place he had dreamed of for weeks. And before that, years. God, he could smell her. That sweet, musky nectar that drove him fucking crazy. A subtle combination of lust, anger, heat, desire. Home. Jane stilled as his fingers breached the silk. They tickled, dipped, dying to enter. But he wouldn't. Not until she said what he needed to hear. "Am I wrong?" "No," she whispered, even as her eyelids closed. "No, you're not wrong, but Eric." She placed a hand on his chest, like she was unsure whether she wanted to push him away or pull him closer. "It scared me so much. It still does." Eric wrapped his other arm around her waist and pulled her even closer. Their chests pressed so tightly he couldn't tell if he felt her heartbeat or his. He touched his forehead to hers. She inhaled tightly. "Let me tell you something," he said as his fingers continued their exploration. "You do not ever have to be afraid of me, Jane. Do you know why?" He pushed in slightly. She arched and bit her lip. "Why?" she asked, though now she was staring at his mouth. "Because," he said as he rewarded her with a light, chaste, almost teasing kiss. "You and me, Jane." His finger dipped deeper, feeling her slippery welcome up to his second knuckle. "We're not just for right now. We're for life, pretty girl. For life." She squeezed around his hand. He almost came right there. "Eric," she whispered. He pushed his fingers in all the way, seeking that spot he knew would undo her completely. When it came to Jane, to finding those dark, secret spaces, it was just instinctual. "Is that all right?" he asked, though the tension quivering through her limbs seemed like something she was enjoying. He kissed her again, this time biting her lower lip for her. She moaned and opened to receive his tongue, suckle it lightly in that way that made the rest of him practically die from desire. "I need..." Her words were gasps as she rocked onto his hand. "Please, Eric, I need more." He didn't need to be told twice. How long had it been? Weeks? Over a month? 2 weeks he had been stuck in that cell at Rikers dreaming of holding her just like this. Then almost 4 more between Korea and doing everything he could think of to help her back from the dead. But, "Jane, is it okay?" he asked again, hoping she understood what he meant. If she was still healing, he didn't want to mess that up. She grabbed his t-shirt and wrenched it over his shoulders, then scraped her hands down his chest and abs hard enough that her nails, short as they were, still scraped. And the fuck if it didn't make him that much harder. "It's fine," she said directly. "I was cleared last week. Eric, please, don't make me beg. You say we're real. I need to feel it. I need to feel something more than..." She drifted off as her gaze fell to the shallow cuts on her arms. Her meaning was clear. She needed him to bring her back to Earth. He was more than happy to do it. "Take this off," he ordered, pulling at her dress. She obeyed, stripped off the wet wool, the black boots, to reveal her simple black undergarments. Unfussy, but still sexy as all hell. Had he ever told her what it did to him? That she never felt the need to wear underwear like a costume? She was overflowing with sex, with desire. Anything else would be a parody. He stripped off his clothes with as much excitement, and when they both returned to the bed, he was too eager for her, pulling her back atop his lap, his cock twitching with anticipation. But before he could pull her down, feel the tight, warm wet of her envelop his needy dick, Jane flattened her hand over his chest. "Wait," she said, then leaned to the side table and pulled out a condom. Eric frowned at it, then at her. "Really?" he asked. "I thought—" He couldn't bring himself to say that he wanted to try again, that he couldn't eliminate the painful loss of their child, but if she wanted, he could maybe give her another. He could give them that future again. "Not now," she said, her quick glance darting to her maimed arms, to the thin cut that barely stung his collarbone. "Not yet." Ah. She was right, of course. They weren't ready. "But you're ready for this?" he asked, carefully brushing back a loose wave of brown-black hair from her cheek. There was still that streak of red in the back, but it was faded, much like the rest of her. Jane's eyes closed to his touch, but she didn't move away. "Oh, Eric," she whispered, "I don't think you understand how much I need this, how much I need you." When her eyes opened, they weren't faded at all. Instead, they sparked. Eric couldn't wait any longer. With quick, precise movements, he rolled on the condom, then pulled her close again. "Day one, pretty girl," he murmured as he took her beautiful face between his hands. "I've needed you like the fucking air I breathe since day one." She shuddered. "Then take me," she said, shifting slightly to adjust to the size of him as he slid deep inside. "Because I really do belong to you." "No, gorgeous," Eric corrected her. "We belong to each other." It didn't take long. Not when it had been weeks since they had been together, when before they had rarely been able to go an entire day without joining their bodies. Eric inhaled her, finding any and all surfaces to suck, nip, fucking feast on. Neck, breast, shoulder, ear, mouth. Oh God, that mouth. She opened to him like a flower, welcoming his eager, bruising touch, matching every thrust of his body from below with her own above. And then, just as he was applying some new, delicious torment to that delicate spot above her pulse, she burst. Oh God, Eric, I'm here. I'm coming." Her voice, always so brash and brazen, never rose above a whisper, as if her ecstasy threatened to swallow her whole. "I'm with you," she said, her voice as fluid as a river. He pressed his forehead to hers, body and soul. "Always." The sign of her undoing was Eric's own. He fell apart with a loud, hoarse cry, emptying himself completely, totally into her. Body and soul. All thoughts of what might have been rushed from his head. All fears of what they might lose flooded the room. Everything he needed was right here. And she was all his. "Spanakopita," Jane said sometime later. Eric shifted lazily. "Have a sudden hankering for Greek food?" She turned in his arms, and his fingertips brushed over the curve of her shoulder. "I thought of it at the diner, actually. They had a tray of it by the counter, but just now," she traced a finger over his pectoral muscle. "Do you remember that morning at my apartment during first year? I offered you spanakopita, and you freaked out, started babbling about a failed relationship." He closed his hand over hers, keeping it there, where she could feel the sudden jump of his heartbeat. "It was because of Penny, wasn't it?" Jane didn't wait for an answer, likely knowing she was right. "The food, it reminded you of her." "It reminded me of what I'd lost," Eric corrected her gently. He pulled a hand through her hair, wishing for a moment it was bright purple again. Wishing it was that morning after her birthday, when, if he had just taken a second to think before he'd acted, their entire history might have been different. He'd broken down Jane's walls, finally attained her trust, and proceeded to smash it all completely. One shitty morning had cost them, what, 8 years together? He shook his head. Idiot. And yet, how could he have told her that the last and only other girl he'd loved had died because of him? Particularly when, at the time, he still thought she had killed herself over his family, over his very essence. He had run because at the time he couldn't handle the risk. He couldn't handle the idea that the magnetic creature that was Jane Lee Lefferts might ever become a shadow of herself because of him. Eric sighed. It seemed he hadn't been able to avoid that either. Jane had been smashed again, through the complexities he brought into her life. And yet, as he continued to play with her hair, the streak of defiant red peeked from the back again. She was so much stronger than Penny, than him, than anyone he'd ever known. She'd brought him back to life countless times over the last almost 10 years. He would do it for her if he died trying. A thought occurred to him as he caught her hand and pressed a kiss to her palm. A few of the cuts on her arm had already started scabbing over. Their bodies would always heal faster than their hearts. "You have to promise me something," he said as he held her arm still and floated his fingers over the wounds. "That you will never hurt yourself like this again." Jane cut herself off for a moment as she buried her face into his shoulder. "Okay. Yes. I promise." "Good. Because if it's just marks you want." He stared at the row of hickeys he'd left on her neck and offered what he hoped was a lascivious smile. Jane just shoved him in the shoulder and made a face. "Stop that. Normally devious looks pretty good on you, Petri dish, but right now you look like a Disney caricature." Eric burst out laughing, hard enough that his belly shook and he had a hard time breathing. "What?" Jane demanded. "What are you laughing at? It wasn't that good of a burn, you idiot." "Fucking hell," he wheezed, though like a maniac he couldn't stop. "Oh, sweet fucking hell. You beautiful thing, you." "What?" she shrieked. "Stop laughing at me." Her cries, unfortunately, only made him laugh that much harder, until tears were streaming down his face this time, and Jane was red with the effort of swatting him with her pillow. "Uncle!" he cried finally, swallowing back more peals of laughter with everything he had. Chuckles still erupted from his belly like a train tooting its horn. "I give up." "Why are you laughing?" Jane demanded, clearly furious. "What in the hell was so damn funny?" "Oh, God," he said as he wiped his eyes. Fuck. I never thought I'd see the day when you would call me that god-awful name again. But it just felt so good. And it hit me in the gut. Oh, fuck, here it comes." He broke down laughing all over again, feeling giddy like a child. Jane's lips quivered, and all of a sudden she was laughing too, whispering, "Petri dish," and "preppy," and "you goon," over and over until they collapsed into each other, shaking with mirth. It felt good to be happy again, if just for a moment. Neither of them was in a hurry to let it go. "I have one more request," Eric said once they had both finally quieted. "I want us both to see a therapist, starting immediately." He could feel her scowl against his chest this time, and he hid a smile himself. He knew exactly how much Jane disliked talking about her feelings. It was another thing they had in common. Probably not the best thing, either. So yeah, he wasn't going to budge on this one. "Come on, Lefferts," he said gently. "After all we've been through. It's what your dad would have wanted, don't you think?" "That's a cheap shot." "It's not a shot at all. He was a VA psychologist who made his entire career out of helping PTSD victims. So it's the truth, isn't it?" She finally revealed her face again, which was, predictably, twisted into a scowl. "You say that like I haven't had his voice in my head for the last 3 weeks telling me exactly that." Eric shrugged. "Or we'd argue with the dead." But he still wasn't ready to let it go. "Seriously though, Jane. You and me, both. We can't keep things bottled up forever. Bad things happen. He hovered his fingers again over her cuts. Promise me. She was still for a long minute, and then deflated. Okay, she relented, though she pulled him back to her for one more kiss. I promise. Interlude 3, 1990.
What do you think, lovey?
Heather turned to look at her son, who was perched on the counter of their wide marble sink. Eric recrossed his little legs and turned toward his mother. Tonight was a fancy night. Rosa was downstairs making his dinner, which would be tacos, one of his favorites. He was looking forward to it. Fancy nights meant Eric could stay up a little later than normal. He and Rosa could watch a movie on the VCR. Tonight was supposed to be The Wizard of Oz.
I like it, he told her. You sparkle, Mama, like Dorothy's shoes.
Heather looked down at the red sequin dress.
Well, aren't you a smart thing? It is like Dorothy's shoes, isn't it?
She rubbed noses with Eric. He smiled. Mama smelled like roses tonight.
Say it with me, she said. There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
What are you teaching him this time, sunshine? Eric's father bounded into the bathroom to check his own reflection, shimmering almost as brightly as his wife. Mama always said he looked like the sun, the way the light seemed to shine off his yellow hair. Eric smiled. He'd missed his dad while he was gone this time. Look at us, Jacob said. That's a damn fine-looking family right there, don't you think?
Jake, you have to watch your mouth in front of Eric.
Eric chuckled. Mama was always telling Daddy to watch his mouth, though Eric didn't know how exactly you could watch your own mouth. He'd tried plenty of times, but couldn't manage it without a mirror. Jacob just darted around Eric and gathered his wife close. How about I watch your mouth instead? He asked in that low voice that Eric knew his mother loved. The little boy grinned while his daddy ruined his mother's lipstick. Jake, she still protested, but now she was out of breath.
My turn,
Eric shouted, after Jacob finally let Heather go. Jacob turned from Heather triumphantly. What's up, buddy? You want to snuggle too?
Yes,
Eric cried. Well, you asked for it. Jacob swung Eric up from the counter into a giant bear hug.
Ah!
Eric squealed as his father whirled him around the big bathroom, his voice bouncing off the rock walls.
Jake, you'll wrinkle your jacket.
Heather couldn't stay serious when she was laughing this hard. Oh, let the old buzzard see my wrinkles, Jake said as he set his son back on the counter. They're worth every damn squeeze of this monkey. He pulled Heather close next to his son, then wrapped his arms over both their shoulders, tucking his chin between them.
Can you stay home tonight? Eric asked. Please?
Dorothy could wait. He'd rather have more of this. Oh, buddy, I promised your mom that when I came back from Korea, we'd have our own New Year's Eve since I missed it, Jacob said. Plus, she needs me to protect her from all those stuffed-up penguins at these galas. There's always a few of them after her, you know. He was joking, but there was something in his voice that made Eric frown.
Like who?
He asked.
No one,
Heather said, standing up to fix her hair.
Your daddy is just being silly.
But Jacob remained crouched around Eric. The two men, one young, one older, gazed at each other solemnly under the lights. Little man, Jacob murmured as he stroked his son's hair. One day, we won't be around anymore, you know. Eric's eyes widened.
What? Jake?
Jacob waved away his wife's complaint. This is important, Hen. He squeezed his son. I hope it's not for a long, long time, bud. But you never know. He blinked, like he had just seen something terrible in the mirror. Eric stilled. He didn't like this conversation. Now he really wanted his parents to stay. But one thing I learned once my dad was gone, Jacob continued, was that we'll always have moments like these. They'll sit in your mind like a picture if you just try hard enough to keep them.
How do I keep them?
Eric asked immediately. This was a good one. He didn't want to lose it. Jacob grabbed Heather by the waist so that she faced the mirror again with them. You look at everything for a second, just like this, Jacob told them. And later, you close your eyes and imagine it all over again. When you're older, you can write it down. Then you can take these memories and look at them like photos in an album. And remember that home's not a place, kid. It's the people you love. And no one, not even death, can take that from you. Eric gazed into the mirror, memorizing the sleek, shining figures of his parents. Their gleaming hair, their sparkling clothes, their warm smiles, their loving eyes.
I'll always remember this moment, he told them both solemnly. Will you?
I promise, his father assured him. No matter what, even after I'm gone. Part 4. Quatrain. Didn't you say once we were two of a kind, in spite of our differences, body and mind? Yet you argue this joy bordered too much on rough, and that I should know love isn't always enough. What utter bullshit. I don't need rhymes to say what's on my mind. Fuck this meter. Fuck every rule. The truth is, I'll always come home to you. Broken Rule, from the New Journal of Eric DeVries. 28. Present. I could hear his steps before the door opened. I listened for them every night, the rush of leather soles on granite. They echoed up the brownstone stairwell, each one ringing with the same chorus. Home, home, home. To me. They were slow today. It must have been a long day, which meant that when Eric walked in, he would probably do 3 things in this exact order. Strip off his tie me to the bedpost, or maybe the dining table while he had his way with me. Fall asleep by the fire with me wrapped in one arm, a few fingers of vodka in his other hand. Some people have food on the table for their men. I provided me, I guess. It wasn't the worst way to start our evenings together. Unfortunately, tonight I just wasn't available at the moment. The door opened. Footsteps on parquet. Jane? I didn't even look up from my work. The idea had hit me about 2 hours ago, and I couldn't stop. I could see the patterns, the colors, so clearly. I could see him wearing them, too. I didn't want to lose them. There was a knock at the door of my studio. Jane? I frowned, then shaded a few more mustard-colored stripes. Yes, that worked exactly. A few minutes later, I looked up to find Eric watching me, leaning deliciously against the doorframe with his suit jacket tossed over one shoulder and a far too satisfied expression on his face. I turned from my desk and pushed my leopard print glasses up my nose. Hey, you're home early. He loosened his tie while surveying the sketches littering my desk, then strode into the room. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows again. Oof. It had been a rough day. But his loss was definitely my gain. My husband filled out a button-down like no one else. The board meeting went faster than I thought. Good thing, too, because the morning was hell. Hard at work, I see. What's this? He reached over my shoulder, giving me a whiff of his Tom Ford cologne as he fingered the sketch. I almost didn't notice which sketch he was picking up. A suit, as it happened. Drawn on a male figure. Yes, a blonde one. Yes, he had gray eyes and biceps for days. Yes, he was not so loosely based on my husband. Wait! I snatched the sketch from his hand, unaccountably nervous. Eric chuckled and sat on the edge of the desk. What was that?
Nothing, I said too quickly. You know how Dr. Jean said that as part of taking care of myself, I should try to do something every day that gives me pleasure? Besides you, of course.
Eric flinched at the mention of my therapist, the one I'd been seeing regularly since that day, the one with the knives, the one where I'd finally and completely broken down. It wasn't that I didn't have that ache, of course. The loss of our girl. I couldn't think of our stolen baby as anything else. Nearly killed me. I barely remembered January and several weeks of February, too, despite Dr. Jean's intention to prevent exactly that. Suppression, she said, was a natural response the brain had to particularly traumatic memories. But it was exactly what fed things like post-traumatic stress disorder, which was why, she said, I had ended up doing something like slashing at my own skin just to feel again after weeks of existing like a helpless ghost.
If it's so natural to suppress trauma, then why is it so bad?
I asked for at least the fourth or fifth time during our daily sessions.
It's a biological imperative for survival, she answered calmly. Much like the imperative to eat sugar. We're wired to be attracted to sweets because high fructose foods provided our ancestors with an evolutionary advantage of higher energy levels. But the world we live in doesn't match our biology anymore. Now we have generations of people fighting diabetes, others suffering from PTSD. Evolution hasn't kept up. Dr. Jean, I had learned, was amiable, but highly unruffled. And she knew exactly how to manage my mood swings with a combination of wit and basic logic. I am trying to survive, I said finally, not ready yet to give in. My psychotic father is still out there, remember?
The urge to cut still showed up every now and then. It was hard to function when I felt so useless. I'd start sinking into that abyss I hadn't been able to see my way out of, and the paring knife would spring to mind. Or I'd feel almost too much emotion, anger, frustration, and above all, guilt that I hadn't been able to save her. And the only thing that would feel the slightest bit appropriate was some form of self-flagellation. That was usually when I would call Eric if Dr. Jean wasn't available. And to the man's credit, he always picked up, ready to talk me off the proverbial ledge.
Still, I said petulantly, I'm practically a Greek tragedy, and there's nothing I can do about it? Can you blame me for indulging in a little suppression?
Your body wants to let it out, Jane, she said. Because, just like it gets sick when you eat too much sugar, it becomes ill when you keep these kinds of experiences locked up and refuse to talk about them. Suppressing trauma is just overloading your body with other toxins. If you don't let it out in a healthy way, you'll just keep cutting it out instead. I was wasting away before, and sometimes I thought I still might. But Eric was unfailing, seeking me out in the dark whenever he felt me faltering. Never to banish that ache, that frightful abyss, but maybe giving us both the strength to endure it. If you had told me a year ago that Eric DeVries would be my savior, I would have thrown a drink in your face and logged onto Tinder just to prove you wrong. But save me he had, many times over. And I had kept my promise. The knives stayed in the drawers. Together we kept that terrible numbness at bay. I did wonder about him, though. Eric had also been seeing a therapist. Not Dr. Jean, but another doctor who was apparently trying to help him deal with the decades-long traumas of having his entire life dismantled because of my biological father. When I really thought about it, the fact that he wasn't a walking encyclopedia of neuroses was frankly astonishing. Then again, maybe he was. Over the course of a lifetime, Eric had perfected his nonplussed facade. But cracks were now showing. He rarely ever smiled, and it seemed to be only when he caught me watching him. His shoulders were always hunched with tension, and new worry lines had appeared over his forehead, along with a streak of gray behind one ear. I delivered the most impish grin I could, hoping I could distract him into taking his tie the rest of the way off and using it the way he probably wanted to. But the stupid man was too quick. His gray gaze darted back to my drawings, and then just as quickly, he snatched the sketch and backed out of the room. "Eric!" I shouted as I chased him into the living room. "Just let me see," he said as he dumped his jacket on the sofa, then wove around the chairs while he peered at the picture. "Is this me?" "It's not finished." I reached for him again, but he did some kind of voodoo figure-8 move around one of the Danish chairs, nearly causing me to fall over myself in pursuit. I toppled onto the couch and buried my face in my hands. "You're such a jerk. If I wanted you to see it, I'd have given it to you." "That's too bad, because I really like this." I peered through my fingers. "You do?" He showed me the drawing, like I didn't actually know what it looked like. "I like the vest. Actually, I like the whole suit, even the peak lapels. How hard do you think it would be to have it made up for a benefit or something? We've got a couple coming up this summer." I dropped my hands. "I might be able to. I haven't done much sewing for men's stuff, though." "Maseo could probably help." Eric dropped beside me so we could both look at the drawing. It was one of my better ones, more detailed than usual. "You really like it?" I wondered. "Even the jacquard vest?" "Of course I do. Just like you knew I would. This is me, isn't it? Otherwise I'd sure as hell like to know what other dreamy blondes you're sketching for— Ow!" I took back my elbow, which had found its way into Eric's side. "You're so full of yourself. Maybe I gave the model blonde hair because it's a gray tux. They are complimentary, narcissist." I received a half grin that implied I was definitely going to pay for that later. "Be honest. You were sketching your dream man, Lefferts." Eric leaned down under the guise of examining the sketch again, but before I could cut back, he captured my mouth in a kiss that left us both breathless. A terse knock at the door interrupted us. Eric broke away irritably. "Who the hell is that?" "Don't answer it," I murmured, licking his earlobe as I snaked a hand between his legs. Holy crap. Someone had certainly brought home the bacon. More like a whole freaking leg of prosciutto. Eric didn't argue, just set his mouth back to mine with dizzying efficiency. Then came the buzzer. And again. Reluctantly, I released him. "God damn it, you better answer it." Eric groaned, dropped a kiss on my head, and went to answer the intercom. "Yeah." "Matthew Zola's here, sir," came Tony's deep voice. He was extra polite these days after taking full responsibility for what had happened in Korea. I honestly didn't blame them. How could they have really avoided being shot with enough tranquilizer to fell a horse after rightfully giving me privacy with my doctor? Eric, however, had only kept Tony and his crew on by my demand. My thought was, we had shared something in Korea. Now they were as motivated to protect me and Eric as we were to bring Carson to justice. Loyalty was a treasured asset these days. I sat up. "Zola?" We weren't expecting him this week, not with everything still in limbo. Eric sighed and pressed the button. "Yeah, let him up, Tony." A few minutes later, he opened the door for the man we were getting to know very well these days. Eric tolerated him, but I, for one, liked Zola. He was just a good egg. He checked on me regularly, probably for Skylar's benefit, but I wasn't going to argue, and gave us status updates on the case against John Carson. He didn't have to do that. In fact, he probably shouldn't have, considering he worked a department that had been involved in this mess officially. But it was clear he wanted to give us what peace he could. "Hey!" He greeted Eric and me as he swept inside, shaking rain off his worn trench coat. "I was on my way uptown and thought I would drop in." No one asked why Zola was here in person instead of calling. Aside from the fact that Zola really couldn't risk leaving any kind of trail to us, we were all acutely aware of the potential for wiretapping. This apartment, as well as Eric's own person, were scanned multiple times per day for bugs. Unfortunately, they couldn't do the same for the DA's office. I hopped up from the couch and delivered a friendly kiss to Zola's cheek before prancing over to turn on the gas fireplace. Yes, prancing. Eric's dark gaze was way too much fun to fuck with. Jeez, he really had a terrible day. I batted my eyes at him as I returned to the couch. Eric's face relaxed as he realized what I was doing. He rolled his eyes and muttered, "Minx," to himself, before going to the kitchen to make cocktails. Vodka for him, red wine for Zola and me. Zola took his gratefully. "Thanks," I said when I had mine. Eric sat closer than was strictly necessary and pulled me into his side so he could toy with my hair while we chatted. Every so often, he yanked on it a little, as if to let me know who was really the boss on this piece of furniture, and what I could expect later. Yes, please. "This is why I really came here," Zola was saying after taking an appreciative sip of his wine. "What is this, a Margot?" I looked at Eric, who nodded. Zola balked at me. "You don't know?" I shrugged. "This one has a fancy taste. I'd probably just bring home $3 Chuck every night, but Eric thinks he's allergic to it." "Hey, I keep some PBR in the fridge for you," Eric argued. "I just don't see the point of drinking garbage." "Why, my dear Rockefeller, what a charmingly privileged thing to say. Leave the swill to the slums, is that right?" For that, Eric yanked at my hair a bit harder and nipped my neck, causing me to stifle a shriek as I narrowly avoided spilling wine all over the couch. I made like I was going to move to the other chair, but my hair was pulled again, so I couldn't. "Just try it," Eric growled. "Seriously, I'm in no fucking mood for that tonight." I stayed where I was. Zola just drank his wine and looked amused. And maybe envious. He had seen this act before. "So, what's up?" Eric said when he had me appropriately flushed, the bastard. "What's the news?" At that, Zola's face fell. "Oh, right. Well, I'm afraid it's not very good. I got a call from my friend at the CIA. They're declining to prosecute. They won't be sending anything to the DOJ. "What?" Eric exploded forward, nearly tossing me off his chest. I, however, was too upset to even protest. Decline to prosecute. The demon from hell who called himself my father. They were letting him go. 29. "What the fuck happened?" Eric demanded. "We practically gift-wrapped that indictment for them. The man is conspired to produce and sell fucking nuclear weapons to an enemy of the state. How in the fuck doesn't that put him away for life? The Attorney General should have been salivating over this shit." "The short?" Zola asked. "Look, you know as well as I do that the current administration is basically in Carson's pockets. We've talked about this. A pardon was always a possibility. Now it's just a reality, I guess." I stared at my wine, watching the liquid dribble down the side of the bowl. Fucking fuck. Eric was right. John Carson was a monster. We had proved it how many different ways? But no one fucking cared. "We should take it to the press," Eric was saying. "I'll get an interview to the Times. Try his ass in the court of public opinion. Isn't that how they got that campaign manager indicted in 2017? Where's the fucking accountability? I winced at the bitterness in his voice. Yeah, I felt that shit too. I'd wait on that for a minute, Zola said. There's another way to go, one that won't give away your hand. Like murder, Eric muttered. I elbowed him in the ribs. Thankfully, Zola just looked bemused. Kidding, Eric said. Sort of. Look, maybe the feds aren't prosecuting, but the Brooklyn DA sure as hell is, Zola continued. He's interested in the state attorney general position. Booking one of the biggest white-collar criminals of this century will go a long way with voters. Ramirez for sure wants to prosecute? I asked. We'd talked about this before, but Zola's boss had been waiting to see what the DOJ wanted to do. Juan Ramirez was known as an honest DA, as far as they went in New York City. But that didn't mean he wouldn't necessarily take on the federal government. He's keeping it close to the chest, but yeah, he does, Zola said. Only one other guy in my bureau is on the case, and we're working in conjunction with the Manhattan DA. No one else knows. But yeah, after the way your arrest embarrassed the Manhattan DA, he's as eager as Ramirez to lock the motherfucker up. Zola took a sip of wine. It might not surprise you to know that this isn't the first time John Carson has evaded arrest in New York. Juan is pretty keen to put him in his place. Because kidnapping, murder, illegal arms dealing, and treason aren't enough, right? I commented. So what needs to happen? Eric asked. What are you waiting for? If he's not in the city, they don't have jurisdiction, I said. And if the feds don't care, there's no way to arrest. My fingers itched to draw. I really didn't want to talk about this anymore. Talking about my father took me back to Korea, which inevitably took me back to the dark place. As if he knew what I was thinking, Eric captured my hand in his and held it securely in his lap. Look, Zola said, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but we've already presented to a grand jury. The second John Carson enters NYPD jurisdiction, he'll be indicted. It's just a matter of getting him here. I see. I took a long sip of wine. It really was good. So what you're saying is you need a trap? Zola nodded. I suppose we do. We sat there, the three of us, ruminating. Eric kept fidgeting, tipping his head back and forth like a bobblehead figure and glancing at me again and again. Oh my God, I said finally. Zola can hear you thinking across the damn room. Just say whatever's on your mind. Eric inhaled uneasily. You're not going to like this, I sighed. Just spit it out, petri dish. That dark look reappeared. Jane. But I wasn't having it. Eric. He glared at me, then exhaled a deep breath. Janice. I blinked again, adjusting my glasses while the word sank in. And when it did, it was like a bomb. Janice? As in the secret society full of members who want to kill you? Are you serious right now? Well, it was just Jude and Carson, but I know. Carson's not just going to saunter into New York and turn himself in, though. He'll only come if he thinks he's safe and for something legitimately important. For instance, if I mounted a challenge. A challenge? Zola asked. Eric quickly reminded Zola about the DeVries family's history as Caesars. Theoretically, I have a right to the position. Now consider this. Carson gets half his power just from being able to manage the members of Janus. He's probably the only one who even knows who they all are. But I can't be the only one he's targeted over the years. I think if I challenge his power, there will be support. People will show up, especially the ones who supported my dad. But Carson will defend his position, considering everything he did to get it. So he shows up. Bam, arrest the fucker. Won't you? I trailed off, toying with my wine stem. First of all, Won't you get in trouble with the members for staging a meeting just to share it with the cops? Last I checked, secret societies kind of frown on their centuries-old covers being blown. And second of all, don't you have to meet in New Haven? That's still out of jurisdiction. Eric shrugged. The Janus Society has used different meeting places for decades. Portis is hardly the only one. It's just one of the oldest. And Jude liked the bedrooms. I made a face. Eric had filled me in before about Jude's contributions. That's so gross. Can you have him arrested too for sex trafficking? We're working on it, Zola said dryly. Clearly it wasn't going very well either. I deflated even more. Eric still wouldn't release my other hand. There are a few meeting sites in New York. One is even under the St. Mark's graveyard, where my family is buried. I stared at him. This society is really morbid. They usually are, Eric replied. Zola just waited. I don't like it, I said finally. It seems dangerous. Going to ground like your warrior bunnies in Watership Down? It'll be you against all of them. What if you're branded a traitor? What if you're stuck in an underground dungeon and you can't communicate with anyone? I shook my head. No. That's not going to work for me. I'm not interested in anyone else in this family being taken prisoner by this draconian nightmare who donated half my genes. But no. My voice shook, but I turned to face Eric. He needed to know I meant what I said. He'll know what you're doing. He's thought one step ahead of you this whole time. Eric, he will know. Eric looked like he wanted to argue with me. Well, he could try all he wanted. I was never going to be okay with him setting a trap for a big bad wolf without any way of calling for backup. Before he could say anything at all, another loud buzz interrupted us. Eric pressed his lips into a thin line, then rose to answer. We're not done, he informed me. I raised my glass to toast the pending clash. He just rolled his eyes and pressed the intercom button. Yeah. Mrs. Gardner is here, Tony said. Oh? Eric and I traded frowns. Nina had been visiting me a lot, but never at this time of night. Sure, Eric said. Send her up. A few moments later, Nina opened the door, shaking rain off her sleek shoulders. Hello. I'm so sorry to interrupt your evening, she blustered, tossing a thick binder on the foyer table so she could properly remove her Burberry coat. I'm a bit desperate, and I needed to see Jane immediately. Oh. When she turned around, it was as if Nina had run smack into an imaginary post. Matthew, she breathed, looking for all the world like she'd seen a ghost. For his part, Zola looked like he had just been hit across the face. Hard. His pale olive skin was completely flushed. Nina, he breathed. Well. What did we have here? Eric glanced between Nina and Zola as he hung Nina's coat. You two know each other? Nina recovered her placid expression, smoothed her tasteful gabardine shift dress, then retrieved the binder from the entry table. We've met, she said smoothly and made her way across the room. Calvin made a donation to Juan Ramirez's campaign last year. It was at the fundraiser, wasn't it, Matthew? Zola seemed far too interested in her legs to answer. Eric raised a brow, but went to the kitchen to get Nina a glass of wine. My expression probably mimicked his. I had known Matthew Zola since he had become friends with Skylar and Brandon, way back when. Not once had I heard a single soul refer to him as Matthew. Zola cleared his throat. Oh, yeah, yes, that was probably it. Good to see you again, doll. The harmless moniker hung in the air like a bell that had just been rung. Now it was Nina's turn to blush. Well, hell's bells then. Someone had a bit of a crush on our handsome Italian lawman. Eric returned with Nina's wine and shot me a curious look as his cousin turned the most peculiar shade of pink from head to toe. I shook my head minutely. It would have to wait. Nina accepted her wine glass gratefully and took a very long drink. Several seconds later, she cleared her throat. "Ah, yes. Yes, it's nice to see you too, Matthew." She blinked, like she was only just remembering where she was. "Actually, Jane, this isn't a purely social visit. I have a dreadful favor to ask you." She joined me on the couch and dropped her giant binder in the middle of the coffee table. Eric scowled, clearly unhappy with being usurped. I blew him a kiss. The left side of his lips quirked deliciously before he grabbed the other chair next to Zola. "What is this?" I asked as Nina opened the binder. "It's some of the materials that Grandmother put together when she was helping plan the Met Gala," she said. "She was on the board of the Costume Institute. I assumed you knew that." Now I was the one changing colors, about 5 different shades of white. Wait. Hold the phone, complete with a Tiffany's dialer. Did you just say Celeste was helping plan the Met Gala?" Nina nodded, now paging through the materials. "Yes, that's right. Grandmother worked on the committee every year. She helped plan the theme, the exhibit, all of it. Obviously, it's Cora Springs' baby, but Grandmother had her fingers in everything. After all, it wasn't really possible without her money." I blinked. During her final months, Celeste and I had enjoyed the Costume Institute plenty of times on our frequent sojourns to the Met, but she had never mentioned that she was involved in it. Now that I thought about it, though, she had been as knowledgeable about that part of the museum as any docent. "Nina," Eric said, "look, I get that this is a big deal, but we're kind of in the middle of—" "Shh, Petrie, take a Xanax, all right?" I cut him off immediately. "No one delays the Met Gala." Both Eric and Zola just stared at me like I'd told them to jump off a cliff. "The Met Gala?" I repeated. When neither of them answered, I started to sputter. "Eric, come on. I would have expected better from you, at least. The Met Gala. First Monday in May. Fashion prom. It's the giant fundraiser of the Costume Institute of the Metropolitan Museum, overseen by the editor-in-chief of Vogue magazine. One of the most exclusive tickets on the planet, and something you do not say no to. Ever." By the time I was finished with my rant, Eric at least looked more in the know, although Zola certainly didn't. He peered at Nina, who seemed to be looking at everything else but him. I threw a pillow at Eric, who calmly batted it to the floor. "Amateurs," I muttered, before turning to Nina. "Okay, so what's up?" "It's awful. Just awful. I took over Grandmother's seat on the committee, of course. There wasn't time for them to find someone else. I had intended to give it to you. I think that's what she wanted, since the two of you spent so much time at the Institute in her last days. And to be honest, I don't really know much about fashion beyond the houses I like myself. But you and Eric had so many challenges over the past few months. I thought it best to do it myself this year. Except I'm absolutely all wrong for it." "Wrong for what, Nina?" Eric wondered. Nina flipped open the binder to a large picture, a black and white photo of a man about to break his guitar, over the words "London Calling." "Wrong for this. I can't help organize a party around this theme. I know absolutely nothing about it." "Oh, my Mary Mick Jones," I breathed as I stared at the cover of my favorite album of all time. "You have got to be kidding. Have I died and gone to heaven?" "What?" Eric asked. "Is that The Clash?" Zola said. "Hey, I like that song." "It's the theme," I said with a grin. "They choose one every year for the exhibit and the gala itself, and this year it's London Calling. Cora Spring and the Metropolitan Museum are using the freaking Clash as their inspiration."
which is why I don't know what I'm doing, Nina burst out. Zola reached across the coffee table like he wanted to take her hand, but then, as if he realized they weren't alone, pulled it back again. I watched the moment, then mouthed, "Wow," at Eric, before turning back to the binder. He hid a smile behind his vodka. "So you see," Nina was saying, "you have to take my spot, Jane." My head sprang up so fast I was basically a jack-in-the-box. "Come again now?" Nina pushed the binder toward me. "Cora is absolutely sick of me, but if we don't do this, the family loses its seat on the committee, which we do not want. Grandmother would turn in her grave, believe me. I know you've been busy, but—"
"She hasn't," Eric put in, ignoring my immediate glare. "Not one damn bit. Unless you count the mountains of outfits she's been designing."
Excuse me, Mr. Monopoly. How would you know what I've been doing all day?" I shot back.
"Want me to show them your sketches?"
I flushed. Not that I wasn't proud of my design work, but showing them to someone like Nina was another thing completely. Nina, however, ignored Eric's and my little spat. "So you'll do it?" Suddenly, every eye in the room was on me. I swallowed thickly. "Just to be clear, you're asking me to help the editor of the world's most prestigious fashion magazine and a bunch of the other most stylish people in the world plan the world's most exclusive fashion event?" Without a flinch, Nina nodded. "Please, please, please. I look like a fool." "Well, I only have one question," I said slowly, fingering my wine glass again. "Do I get to go too?" "Oh, of course. You and Eric are already on the guest list. Heather and Mother, too. Didn't I tell you? The family always has a table." No." I practically jumped out of my seat. "You most certainly did not." And then I proceeded to scream with the kind of joy I usually reserve for Skylar. Nina grinned, maybe a little too widely, but took my frantic hugs good-naturedly. When I finally released her, I found Eric grinning ear to ear as he watched. "You look way too happy about this for a man who just committed his wife to a massive time commitment for the next 3 months, I said as I returned to my seat. "First Monday in May is right around the corner."
"So it is," Eric said, "which gives me an idea."
He tapped a pen on the table.
"Maybe we don't need a secret lair to trap the big fish. Maybe we just need a really exclusive event. And the right day to toss out a lure."
"Uh-oh. Somebody is going Scooby-Doo on us," I said to Nina. "Who do you think is under the mask, Fred?" Nina, unfortunately, just looked confused. Damn it. I was going to have to teach this girl my jokes. Zola snorted. "Who are you thinking?" he asked, clearly following Eric's logic. "We've tried the Jane card before. Una, too. He's not biting."
"No," Eric said. "But we haven't tried my mother."
30. I awoke that morning like I had every morning for weeks now, as if I had been out for a month, not just tonight. Eric and I had fallen asleep in the middle of the alpaca rug in the living room again, a wool blanket thrown over our naked bodies. We destroyed at least one pillow the night before, and possibly ruined a throw blanket with candles. Gingerly, I touched a small burn on my wrist. Wax play wasn't for the weak of heart. Catharsis. Eric's one-word call to action over the last several months. His mission for both of us. The demons that Eric and I had needed to be appeased. And every night, that's what we did. For his part, Eric was more, creative than he had ever been. More than willing to indulge those random moments when one of us needed things to be a little harsher than before. But it wasn't just that bittersweet purging that continued to heal us through the spring.
It was also the renewed sense of purpose we both gained as the weeks passed. Eric in finally taking full control over his family's generations-built company. Me, strangely, at the Met, where I had found the people I'd never known I needed. Cora Spring, editor-in-chief. Art Nguyen, head curator. A whole table full of connoisseurs, donors, designers, planners, all of them who lived and breathed fashion. They fervently embraced the passion I'd always told myself was just a hobby, despite the fact it was where my heart had been my entire life. For the first time in years, I went to my work with excitement, not just duty. And now, as the big day approached, I was dreading that it was going to end. I lay on Eric's chest, listening to his heartbeat and watching the skin over his pulse. Tick, tick, tick. Slow, rhythmic. For now, he was completely relaxed. Peaceful or closer to a bomb? If it was the latter, when would he go off? As if he knew I was watching him, Eric stirred, and his heartbeat sped up. Good morning, gorgeous. Good God, did we really not make it back to the bed last night? I smiled into his chest. It's a good thing the rug is so soft. You're a good pillow, too. Eric rubbed his hands up and down my bare back, fingertips calloused from even more rock climbing these days. You're in a good mood. It's a beautiful day. Spring is here, I murmured, nuzzling that delicious divot between his pecs. Man cleavage. You really can't beat it. He chuckled, then pulled me fully on top of him, stretching the length of his hardening body under me. The cherry blossoms popped 2 weeks ago, Lefferts. Don't you walk by them every day on your way to the museum? I shrugged, more interested in the way the muscle rose under his collarbone slightly as it tensed. I kissed it. I saw them, but today I appreciated. Eric jumped when my teeth closed lightly over his collarbone, but his hands slipped over my back and down my ass. Don't start something you can't finish. Pretty sure finishing is your problem, not mine. I jerked when his hand found my ass with a loud swat. Ah! I think you know I finish us both off just fucking fine, pretty girl. Every single time. Prove it. I wriggled over the part of his body that would help him do just that. Eric hissed with desire. But instead of rolling me over and spreading my legs like I knew he wanted, he flopped back on the floor. Don't you have the walkthrough this morning with the florist? I have a meeting with the CEO at 9. I groaned. It was true. I hadn't really anticipated all of the work that went into taking Celeste's spot on the gala planning committee for the last 2.5 months. Though the rest of the team had been working on it since last summer, it was still legitimately a full-time job. Now the actual event was nearly upon us, although we were still waiting to hear whether or not Carson had accepted Heather's invitation to act as her escort. Eric was starting to think his original plan of a society coup was the better idea. I was too busy drowning myself in seating arrangements to think about what I would do if my biological father did, in fact, show up to what was otherwise going to be my version of a dream prom. Repression, kiddo. Ah, there was Dad, my real dad, mimicking Dr. Jean's admonishments as my de facto conscience. I sighed and mentally pushed them both away. Cora won't sign off on anything unless she sees it herself, but yeah, I'm supposed to be there. And don't forget, you absolutely have to be here by 4 for the final fittings today. Take the train if you have to. Traffic is going to be murder at that time. I rolled reluctantly off Eric and started getting up, holding the blanket around my body. Eric stretched his long, blissfully naked limbs out on the carpet, doing absolutely nothing to hide his still-present erection. I bit my lip. Damn. There was literally nothing more I'd like to do than to ride that particular train right now. But no, duty called, and we had a day ahead of us. All right, shower now, sex later, I said. Who says we can't have both? Talk about a change in direction. But before I could argue, I was hoisted over Eric's deceptively broad shoulder and carried upside down toward the bathroom at the end of the hall. Well, hello there, I said as I flopped against his back. What do we have here? What we had was a view of two perfectly formed buttocks, the product of a nightly rock-climbing habit and excellent Scandinavian genetics. So, of course, I did what any sensible red-blooded person would do in my situation. I took a bite. Ow! Eric hopped the rest of the way into the bathroom and flipped me back onto my feet. He set me on the counter and landed a kiss that was more bitter than sweet. You little vixen, you're going to pay for that. I tipped my head up, making my neck available to the delicious scrape of his stubble. No time like the present, Mr. DeVries. Unless, of course, you're out of stamina after last night. Did I wear you out? He shoved me against the mirror with a bang, pressing his considerable and now rock-hard cock against my thigh. It slipped between my legs, almost like it had a homing device for exactly where it wanted to be. But though I rocked toward him, rubbing those dark, eager spaces against him, Eric didn't thrust in the way I knew he wanted to. Instead, he held back, watching me slip over his silky length instead. Or maybe, I said as I tilted my hips, deliberately looking for trouble, you're just finally getting your fill of me. Immediately, I was pulled off the counter and spun around to face the mirror. Eric delivered a harsh slap to my ass before slipping one hand around my throat to brace my jaw, the other to pin my arms behind my back. I stared at us in the mirror, enthralled with the look of myself completely at the man's mercy. You and your damn smart mouth. He twisted my face to his and stamped a thorough kiss on my lips. One day I'm gonna wash it out with soap. Maybe today. For swearing too much? For talking about yourself like that. He kissed me again and again and again, until I had no more breath for self-deprecating comments. He turned my body around until I was facing him, then started walking us both toward the shower, opened the glass door, turned on the rain shower, and suddenly I was making out with a god, all soaking wet, 6 feet 2 inches of him pressed against me beneath the warm spray. Oh, I cried as his teeth found my neck, and he sucked all over again. The man really was a vampire. Take it easy, Edward Cullen. I can't have a neck full of hickeys in front of every fashion photographer in the world on Monday. That, of course, only made him suck harder. Don't tell me what to do, he growled. As he lifted me up, I arched against him and wrapped my legs around his trim waist, finally welcoming what I sought. He slid inside, slow enough that I was practically punching his shoulder, begging him to lose control. Let go, I wanted to cry out. Please, Eric, let go of everything. He may have preached catharsis, but he still bottled up so much. Are you still thinking about photographers, pretty girl? He pulled out, then inched back in again. Considering his size, it took a while. I squeezed my eyes shut, but I could barely put together a coherent sentence. That's what I thought. For a moment, I wanted to see him break. I wanted to see him lose himself in me the way I felt like I was trying not to lose myself all the time. The muscle under his neck ticked more. Jane. I opened my eyes. The shower was full of steam, and in it, with water streaming over his chiseled features, Eric looked like Poseidon, rising from the deep. Stop thinking, he ordered. Let go. I threaded my hands into his hair and yanked. You first. Every muscle he had flexed. Then he thrust forward, and this time he didn't hold back. Eric, I shouted, my voice echoing off the marble and glass. Yes, he hissed as he pummeled into me, his forehead smacking on the stone right beside the back of my head. We were both going to have headaches later, but I couldn't have cared less. I reached out, looking for something to help me balance while he ravaged my breasts, while he ravaged me. Even like this, even when we were being relatively tame by our standards, Eric was still savage. I loved it, but I needed something, anything to hold on to. My hands only found slick walls and shower doors, my feet the sides of the tub. God damn it, this used to be easier, didn't it? Suddenly, we were both slipping and sliding, banging to the floor with several painful bumps. Ow, fucking hell. Watch it! I squawked when I slid into his elbow, my knee smacking his jaw in the process. After flopping around the tub for more than a minute until we were finally standing again, the moment, as they say, had definitely passed. Eric just glowered at the shower nozzle like it was somehow its fault he hadn't been able to finish. The muscle under his jaw looked like it was about to split open. You okay there? I ventured. Just like that, the strange sullen spell was broken. Eric's face resumed its normal implacability. A new mask, I noted with a bit of resentment. Instead of answering, he just grabbed a loofah behind me and started furiously washing himself off. As you know, one does with their sexual partner in whom they were 6 inches deep only a few minutes before, without finishing. But while he seemed to have moved on, I absolutely had not. As Eric scrubbed, I stared. Water streamed over his rippled abdomen, the clean lines of his chest, the sculpted curves of his buttocks and thighs. He might have been a statue had he not been so alive. As was I realized. As was I. This is bullshit. We barely fit. His voice echoed abruptly off the marble walls. I was still engrossed by his, equipment, which, though no longer quite up to where it had been, was still considerable. He stopped scrubbing. I looked up. Okay, I was caught. We made it work before, like 2 days ago. You had an Easter egg on the back of your head from how hard you slammed into the marble. My smirk widened into a smile. I don't remember complaining. I stepped close and reached out to touch those abs. Maybe I could still get a matching bump this time. But Eric just shook his head and went back to rubbing his stomach raw. It's too small. This whole place is too fucking small. You don't feel it? I wasn't sure what to do with that. The bathroom wasn't exactly small. Enormous, really, by the standards of New York. You could stand in the center, and when you stuck your arms out, you didn't even hit the glass door. Besides, since when did he care about space when it came to fucking? You didn't seem to mind small apartments before, I ventured. Even your new place in Boston now is just a 1-bedroom. That's because it was just me living there, he said. What the fuck did I need with space? Space isn't needed exponentially with an additional person, isn't it? And this place isn't exactly tiny. By New York standards, it's a palace. I mean, really, look at our counter. We have 2 sinks. 2. I don't want that, he spat, tossing his arm out with disdain at the sink. I want a counter so big in every bathroom, I can lay you out like a buffet whenever and wherever I want. I want to be able to fuck my wife in the shower without toppling into the bathtub like a couple of drunk college kids. And I really want to stop feeling like half the fucking city is pressing in on me because I live in a goddamn cage I share with 50 other people. On that bitter note, he appeared to be finished as he practically hurled the loofah at the wall and proceeded to stalk out without another word. I stood there for a moment, taking extra minutes to wash and condition my hair, not to mention let the man cool down. Well, you wanted him to let go, didn't you? I honestly had no idea if that was Dr. Jean or my dad speaking that time. As subconscious avatars go, they were irritatingly conflated. When I had deemed the temperature of the room acceptably cooler and my hair acceptably cleaner, I turned off the shower and got out. Eric stood at the far end going about his business with slow, concentrated movements, though clearly struggling to see himself in the fogged mirror. He was waiting for me to get out. "I like this apartment," I said. "I like this bathroom. I like this marble sink." A stormy gray gaze found me. "It feels like a cage," he said. "Not all the time, but sometimes. Just like everywhere else." Ah, now we were getting somewhere. If I was struggling to let things out, Eric felt like he was trying to get out but couldn't. It made sense, I supposed. He'd lived in one sort of cage from approximately 11 or 12 on. Later on, others of his own making. And then, of course, there were the 2 weeks in January where he was literally in a jail cell. Shit, why hadn't I thought of this before? Some people found New York claustrophobic. All these people crowded onto one small island. Eric had grown up here. It had never occurred to me that now, especially, he might feel the same way. But what did that mean? Would he want to leave the city? The idea made my heart speed up about double its speed. I loved this apartment. I loved this life. Well, I'd come to love parts of it anyway. Mostly, I loved this home. The first home that was really mine. Mine. I loved it because I had made it with this man. So, if he wasn't happy, I'd move, of course. But it would break my heart a bit to do it. Eric turned, holding a razor in his hand. For a split second, I imagined snatching it from him and slicing it across my wrist just to feel the fiery sensation rip through me. "Speak your truth, Jane." That one was Dr. Jean for sure. But before I could say anything, Eric spoke first. "Do you like this building, Jane?" I sunk to the edge of the counter, unsure of how to voice everything swimming in my head. Yes. Yes, I do." "Do you really? The Upper West Side? 76th Street? Or would you rather move downtown, to somewhere less, I don't know, yuppie or whatever you'd call it? God knows it would be an easier commute for me if you wanted to get a place in Soho or Tribeca or something." I considered the idea. A few months ago, I might have jumped at the chance. But again, that word home kept coming to mind. Everything that we had made together. "I like it here," I found myself saying. "But if our place is too small—" "It is." Eric cut me off. "That's why I bought the rest of the building." He turned back to the mirror and continued drawing the razor down his other cheek in straight, sure movements, not even bothering to check the reflection for my response. "What do you mean you bought it?" I finally managed to croak. He rinsed the razor matter-of-factly and tipped his chin to scrape underneath it. "Last year, before I showed you the apartment, I bought the building." He shrugged. "I allowed the current tenants to live out their leases, but you must have noticed the building gradually losing bodies. I let the security team have the unit below us last year when those tenants moved out. I've just been waiting for the leases to run out on the apartments below them while I decided what to do with it all." I considered the facts. Considered that I'd never really taken the time to get to know our neighbors, so why would I have noticed they were gone? Considered that he had done this without even asking me. "What if I said I hated it here?" I asked. What if I said I wanted you to sell the place and that we needed to live in a hovel in Brooklyn? The New York housing version of PBR. Eric shook out his razor again and chuckled. I'd probably take you up on the former, but the closest I'll go for hovel is Nolita, pretty girl. You're such an Upper East snob. He smirked but didn't argue. I want a house, Jane, like the one I grew up in, or yours. Not some rat trap we share with 5 or 15 other families. I want a real home for anyone we want to be in it. Children. It was an unspoken promise. We hadn't talked about it yet, but one day we would. One day when our loss wasn't quite so acute. Why now? I asked. Eric finished shaving, and with
As the notes fade gently, let your mind feel lighter, ready to re-enter the world of the story.
slow, measured movements, rinsed his razor and laid it carefully on the sink. When he turned to look at me, I didn't notice the blade. Didn't even consider what it would feel like if I scraped it over my forearm or the inside of my thigh. The only metallic gleam I could see was the determination in Eric's steely gray eyes. Because we've got to do something, don't we? He asked. With any luck, in less than a week, this will all be over. We need to look beyond it, don't you think? I guess? I wasn't quite sure. One way or another, it will be done. That's a promise. What does that mean? I wanted to ask. What are you going to do? But I found I didn't actually want to know. I was getting stronger, but I didn't want to ruin the beautiful light of the morning with shadows. Okay, I said, as I wrapped an arm around his neck and pulled his lips to mine. Let's make this our home for always. His mouth curved into a smile, the smile I didn't see as much anymore, but which still made my knees weak and my soul tremble. Sounds like a plan, pretty girl, he said, his voice a warm hum that vibrated through all of me. We've got to do something, he said. It was a refrain in my mind as he turned us around and placed me back on the counter, ready to finish the job he'd started under the streaming water. Yeah, I thought as I welcomed him home. We do. 31. I think we need to take it in at the ribs, not the waist. I pointed a few inches higher than where Lake McHugh, the up-and-coming designer from East London, was currently pinning the last-minute adjustments to my dress. It's draping too much, and I look like an empty flour sack. Pull it in there and let's see what happens. Lake tapped her lip ring meditatively. I think you're wrong, but we can try it. When not spending my time at the Met, I'd been invested in one other thing besides Eric for the past few months. Clothes. Specifically, this dress and the matching tuxedo for Eric I'd co-designed with Lake. As a member of the committee and the semi-anointed heiress of Celeste DeVries, not to mention her grandson's wife, I had my pick of designers to work with, even with the extremely short notice. I'd known from the start that I needed a British designer to meet the requirements of the theme. Lake and I had clicked immediately, mostly because she was willing to truly co-design with me instead of allowing me the honor in name only. To say I was nervous about the results was like saying the Titanic was just a boat. While I wasn't officially a co-host of the gala, only celebrities got to share that particular honor with Cora, I had already been featured in Page 6 twice, and the Times Style section was running another profile on Eric and me. Logically, I understood the appeal. It was good publicity. We were still on the tips of New York society's tongues. Our wedding had only been a few months ago. Eric was only really just getting into the swing of things as the CEO of one of New York's oldest companies, and I still caught the curious looks and whispered gossip when I walked around the east side of Central Park. I stayed as still as I could while Lake reluctantly pinned the stiff plaid taffeta as I requested. As soon as she saw the effect, though, her face brightened. "Well, what do you know? That certainly did the trick." I looked at myself in the mirror and nodded. Using a brash black and red tartan plaid, we'd designed the dress as a nod to the high-low culture of mid-'80s punk, when the anti-establishment aesthetic had snuck into movies like Pretty in Pink. The bodice was drop-waisted and strapless, now hugging my torso like a glove until just past my hips where the skirts billowed out. I'd redesigned the suit Eric admired, but with a slightly more mod feel, with tapered pants hemmed just above his shoes and a skinny tie that matched my dress. "I think that's it," Lake said as she straightened the taffeta. "A few dots will take care of that bodice. Are you happy with the torn ribbon detail, or shall we take it off?" "No, I think it works, especially with the studs. I don't want this dress to be too polished, you know?" Lake nodded in agreement. "Was hoping you'd say that." She made a few other adjustments, looking me over critically. "Put on the shoes, will you? I want to see it all together again." I did as I was told, slipping into the custom Jimmy Choo pumps that had steel spikes attached to each heel like spurs. They gave me about 4 inches. "And the hair?" Lake asked as she circled me, assessing the full effect. "Did you decide? You going with the full updo or just the faux hawk?" We'd already practiced multiple hairstyles over the last few weeks. It was incredible how much of an event this really was. Every designer seemed to plan each client's look right down to their manicures. Mine would be black, and Lake was no different. "Actually, I'm going to go with the bouffant," I said, already imagining the way in which my hair would be gathered over the top of my head and left to flow down my back in a tail of soft waves. "I'm having a bunch of new red stripes put in, too. Freddie's coming tomorrow to do the color." Lake nodded approvingly. "That would look fantastic." She then helped me out of the heels and dress. I really couldn't remove the thing, which had about 1,000 buttons running up my side, without help. And I left her to package it up for transport while I got dressed. "All right," Lake said as we met in the kitchen, me back in a comfortable black jumpsuit, her carrying the garment bag. "I'll make these changes and bring him back tomorrow for a final fitting. I have to go downtown now if I'm to be on time for Mr. DeVries' fitting." "Oh, don't worry about him. He's always late. If he gives you shit, just tell him I kept you." Lake chuckled and delivered a kiss to my cheek. "Laters, Jane." As she left, a big crash sounded. The demo team tearing down nearly every non-weight-bearing wall in the bottom floor. Eric hadn't been kidding about wanting to build us a home. Literally, the day after we had decided to stay here for good, he'd hired an architect and a general contractor. I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to sleep past 7 for about a year, but Eric assured me that the final product would be worth it. I trusted him. Finally. Like he knew I was thinking of him, his face appeared on my phone with a buzz. "What are you, telepathic?" I answered. "Daydreaming about me, gorgeous?" I grinned, though he couldn't see me. "You don't know. Maybe I was planning my escape." "Do I need to tie you up again? I thought I taught you that lesson the other night with those cables." I bit my lip at the memory. "I don't know if it totally got through. You might be losing your touch, Mr. DeVries." He growled. The man actually growled, like a wild animal trapped in a suit, caged in one of the most populous cities in America. "Bridget," he called, "I think you need to cancel my next appointment." "No," I yelped. "No, you can't. Lesson totally got through, 100%. "Seriously? You really don't want me to come up there? His confusion was understandable. I had goaded him into giving me a midday lesson in obedience more than once. He'd pulled me out of at least 2 meetings at the Met, had even taken me twice in Central Park because we couldn't make it back to the apartment in time. I was just as bad, having scheduled multiple appointments at his office to do unmentionable things under his desk. Lake is on her way to Maceo's for your final fitting, I told him. You cannot blow her off, not with the gala in 3 freaking days. There was a low chuckle. I should have known. The only thing you love more than sex is fashion. That's not true. I also love you more than both. Wow. I really had gotten pretty damn mushy as an old married lady. But it was worth it. Eric hummed in recognition, and I could practically feel the warmth exuding clear across Manhattan. Somehow we had found it again. The world wasn't perfect. We both still ached at night for the people we had lost. Still woke up at night in fear of the man stalking us. But we had found each other, that beautiful place where the world seemed light and full of promise simply because we were together. 5 o'clock then, he said, with a low note of promise weaving through his voice, the kind that gave me goosebumps with anticipation. And, Jane. What? I said. Just the idea of what he had planned making me stutter. I love you too. Like the fucking air I breathe. The water I drink, I whispered back. There was an audible sigh. Of relief? Humor? Regret? I couldn't tell. Always, he said. Tonight, gorgeous. I went back to paging through the binder for 20 minutes or so before I called Cora's assistant and was informed there was nothing to do but wait until this evening to do the final walkthrough with Cora and the rest of the committee. And think about what happened next. After Monday. The truth was, I still had no idea. When I'd finally had the wherewithal to do things like go through mail and catch up on bills, I discovered that I had in fact been granted a waiver to retake the bar exam. And since I'd passed the NYLE in December, that meant I could now practice law in New York State, if I wanted. But was that what I wanted? I enjoyed putting bad guys behind bars, but also wasn't sure if life as a prosecutor suited me, partly because there were plenty of laws I didn't agree with. I hated being part of a system, for instance, that practiced mandatory minimums on drug crimes, and New York had some of the worst effects with that. Depending on who I worked for, I could easily be part of a system that continued to enforce unfair incarceration of people of color. But what was the alternative? Criminal defense? The ACLU? Starting my own shop? Or, I wondered as I gazed toward my studio, a room packed with fabrics and mannequins and drawings, things I spent progressively more and more of my time these days immersed in. Was law even in my future anymore? I had a bank account that contained $50 million that belonged solely to me, my bequest from Celeste's will, which had been approved in probate. $50 million I hadn't even touched yet because I had absolutely no idea what to do with it. Didn't I? The buzzer rang through the apartment, interrupting my thoughts. I got up to answer it. Hey, Tony. Mrs. Keeler is here to see you, Mrs. DeVries. For the 1000th time, Tony, it's Jane. I rolled my eyes. Our security head never got over his need for incessant formality. Eric seemed to like it, but being called Mrs. DeVries made me feel like Celeste's twin. Send her up. I returned to the kitchen and went about locating a bottle of white wine in the refrigerator. I didn't spend a lot of time with Eric's mother, but if she were here of her own accord to see me, I had no doubt she'd appreciate a glass of something to take the edge off. The door opened, and Tony stepped aside for Heather. Thanks, Tony, I said, He tipped his head. Mrs. DeVries? Jane! I called out just as the door shut. I shook my head at Heather, who was watching me curiously. I shrugged. It's an ongoing battle, the name thing. I held out a glass of wine. Would you like one? Her shoulders relaxed visibly as she nodded. Please. I carried the bottle of Pinot Grigio into the living room where we both sat. Quite a bit of construction downstairs, she remarked, as she folded herself into one of the Danish chairs. I can't imagine it's pleasant. Not particularly, no, I replied. But Eric decided he wants the house ready by the end of the year. House? Heather asked. I didn't realize you had purchased the building. I nodded. Yeah, he did. A while ago, apparently. It was a surprise to me, too. You know, Jacob did the same thing just after we got married. I was pregnant with Eric at the time, and all Jake could think about was making a house fit for a big family. She smiled to herself. Everyone says it's women who nest, but in truth, I think the men are just as bad. I wasn't sure what to say. I wasn't pregnant, of course. Just the idea caused a pang of longing. But it was obvious that Eric was, of course, planning a house for more than two. And I hadn't fought it one bit. So, I said finally, it's a surprise to have you here. Everything all right? I suppose it is a bit remiss of me to be such a stranger to my own daughter-in-law, she admitted, visibly ashamed. I think it's still a surprise to me that I even have one. Because I'm such an odd choice? My voice was tight. Eric had assured me he wanted me and only me, but I doubted I would ever be totally secure with this family's impressions. Oh, no, Heather said. She swallowed another sip. Only because I honestly never thought Eric would move past Penny. It never surprised me that he chose girls outside his upbringing. It's just another thing he has in common with his father. When I didn't reply, she tipped her head. Jane, you do know that I wasn't exactly Celeste's first choice for Jacob either, don't you? My brows rose. I did not. Does Eric know? Heather shrugged. He must. He's never met any of my family, after all. And this city loves to talk. I said nothing. The few other times I'd socialized with Heather, I'd discovered she was a careful speaker, someone who usually took a while to measure exactly what she wanted to say. And then she told her story, and I realized why. Well, you know a bit about where I grew up in New Jersey. My father worked for the plant there. My mother, well, she waved a manicured hand. I haven't seen her since I was very young. And my father, well, he passed when I was still in college. Cancer, of course, like half the town. At any rate, my childhood is less important than the fact that I didn't exactly have the pedigree expected for someone like Jacob DeVries. I swallowed. Yeah, I knew something about that question of worth with this family. I hope you understand, she said softly. That was not at all why I married Jacob. In fact, I put him off several times. He just wore me down. I meditated on that for a bit. Heather had no doubt been subject to many of the gold digger comments that had been lobbed at me over the past year. She offered a lopsided smile, one that I had come to recognize whenever she mentioned Eric's father. Eric was still skeptical of his mother's motives when it came to helping us, but it was moments like these that had me convinced. This was a woman who would forever be in love with a dead man. It was probably how I would act if something ever happened to Eric. Like it always did. The thought turned my blood cold. I came to tell you, Heather said, that I received a message from John a few days ago. She pulled a letter out of her purse and handed it to me. I thought it would be safer to bring it myself instead of calling, given Eric's suspicions about bugs. A telegram? I asked as I opened the envelope. Seriously? Does he think it's 1945? Why doesn't he just text you? Heather shrugged. Johnny always had a flair for the dramatic. I rolled my eyes and read the message. It was short and stiff. Heather, received your invite. Pleased to go. Will escort you to the gala myself if the boy is willing. Glad you are finding your senses. Perhaps peace is possible at last. My love, J.C. I read it at least 3 times before my body began to thaw. Carson was coming to the Met Gala. We really hadn't been sure he would. After all, we'd only arranged for Heather to receive her invite a few months ago, and though she had sent Carson her invitation, there had been no reply. Eric had been convinced he was still untouchable, but now we knew. He had taken the bait. He was coming. But Carson wasn't an idiot. There was no way he didn't know it was a trap. Just like he probably knew that I was on the planning committee, that Eric and I were already publicized attendees. So, he was coming into the trap and likely going to turn it into one of his own. The utterly nerve-wracking question was, how? I frowned at the last line of the message as I read it aloud again. Perhaps peace is possible. What does he mean by that? Heather sighed. Eric may have other thoughts, but I read it as a subtle warning or prediction of sorts. Perhaps he means he thinks his debts have been exacted, or will be. By debts, he means you? As what Jacob stole? I made a face. Not like you're a person or anything. Heather didn't respond. It was sad, really, how acclimated she was to being referred to as an object. The way all the women in this family seemed to be. Eric and I had had way too many conversations about that disturbing pattern, particularly when we were brave enough to talk about the prospect of children again. We made small talk for a few minutes more, mostly about clothes and what we were planning to wear to the event. Heather had something fairly basic planned, a dress from a British designer, but nothing out of the ordinary. It soon became clear that she and I didn't have much in common beyond Eric. And after she was finished with her wine, she was just as quick to make her excuses as I was to accept them. Jane, she said just before she left. She reached out tentatively and took my wrist, begging me wordlessly to pay attention. Her hand was surprisingly strong. Yes? I asked. Please be careful, she said. I don't like this. I know it's necessary, but I truly don't like it. I don't think anyone likes it, I said. But we can't just ignore him. The NYPD will be waiting, and we'll have security around us the entire time. She gave me a look that wasn't hard to read. Hadn't I had a security detail with me when I was taken before? I pushed the idea away. This time Eric would be with me. For some reason, that thought was the only thing that calmed my beating heart. Still, Heather said, take extra care. If something... She drifted off, looking pained. Jane, if something happened to you, I don't know that my son would recover. 32. It takes literally an entire day to prepare for an event like the Met Gala. I'm not talking about the planning. The entire committee did a full walkthrough of the exhibit and party space the night before at about midnight, though the head curator and his installation team were still rearranging the exhibit according to Cora's critiques. Approximately 99% of the exhibit, however, was ready to go, including 8 different exhibits featuring London-based designers from the 70s and 80s, the AV exhibit doing a room-sized broadcast of Clash concerts all night long. That had been my idea. And the massive reconstruction of the London Bridge in the Met's entrance, made entirely out of flowers. Lake and I also had a plan for me as a walking fashion exhibit, which required several people to execute. Today, I'd been confined to the apartment, while a team of stylists primped every square inch of my body, starting with an exfoliation, scrub, waxing, and mani-pedi, and would eventually end with the smallest details of hair, eyes, even blush color done to perfection. It was like my wedding day, but times 10. We had approximately 2 hours before Freddie was due to work on my hair, followed by the makeup artist. And then, just before we left, Lake would fully sew me into my dress. I sat at the kitchen island in leggings and a ripped Brooklyn t-shirt, flipping through the binder, mentally calculating whether all of the details I'd been given had been taken care of. I couldn't find a single thing that needed follow-up, and at any rate, I would be unavailable once Freddie began his work. "Okay," Eric said as he strode out of my studio, followed by Lake. "Jane." As Eric had less to do, Lake had wanted to double-check his fit first. She was probably more nervous than I was about all of this. After all, this was a huge coup for her, dressing us both for fashion's prom. "What do you think?" Eric asked. He turned from side to side, modeling the tuxedo we'd designed to fit his long, lithe frame. His hair had been combed forward and ruffled in a way that made him look a bit younger than 33. But otherwise, he looked just classic, tall, with impossibly long legs, the perfect backdrop to my more dramatic look. "Oh," I said, not quite able to find my voice. Okay, he was more than a backdrop. The man positively shined. And then he smiled, and just like it did every time, his entire face transformed. He strode to me and placed a lingering kiss on my cheek. "I'm glad you like it, pretty girl." At the sound of those words, I shuddered. If I had to be next to him looking like that all night, I had a feeling I was going to have a very hard time focusing on the exhibit. "Go," I said, waving him away. "You're making my face turn red." The grin just widened. "I can see that." Eric turned back to Lake and winked. "I think we're a success." Lake nodded happily. "I agree. Okay, go change. I'll steam this one last time and hang it in the studio for later." They left me to my binder, though I still couldn't for the life of me register anything I was looking at. Not when every cell in my body was urging me to follow Eric into the bedroom to help him undress. "Knock, knock." I looked up with surprise to find my best friend entering the apartment behind Tony and followed by my mother. "Hey, holy shit, what are you doing here?" I looked over her shoulder. "And Oma too? Is Brandon coming up?" "No, he's home with the kids," Skylar said. "We just wanted to come see you on your big day. Una was especially eager to come." "Wow, okay." I hopped off my stool to embrace my friend, and then exchange an awkward hug with my mother. "Hi, Oma." A thought occurred to me. "Oh, you guys, you weren't expecting tickets, were you? I'm so sorry, but I really can't. Anna has control over the entire guest list, and it was everything we could do just to—" "Janie, relax." Skylar cut in with a gentle hand on my shoulder. "We weren't. Your mom just wanted to see you." "Ah, okay. But why now?" I trailed off as one of the other security team entered with 4 large suitcases. "Planning to stay a while?" "Please, God, no." I winced guiltily at the first thought to cross my mind. I mean, I loved my mother. I should want her to be with me, shouldn't I? "No," Una said as she walked into the apartment. She had seen it before, when we got married, but not for a very long time. Now her interest was renewed. "I am going home. It is time. My flight is in 3 days from here. I wanted to see you first." There was really only one place my mother had ever referred to as home. Not that shithole in South Korea she had fled, pregnant with me. Chicago. As in Illinois. As in approximately 1,000 miles away. Wait, what? I croaked, taken straight back to February when she had announced the same thing.
You're moving? No, I forbid it. Jane, you forget that I am the mother here, she informed me. Not you. Do you expect me to stay with your friend? This person I barely know for the rest of my life? It has been 3 months. Too long. But you're there with Gion, aren't you? I asked. I thought you two were having a ball. Gion left a few weeks ago, Skylar said, looking as if she would rather not tell me. I told them both they were welcome to stay as long as they like, but they were adamant. I reared back at my mom. And you didn't think to tell me? Why would I tell you? My mother demanded. You never call. You call your friend to check in on me. It's like I don't exist to you, like I don't matter. You stick me in this place to get better. I see that. But now I am better, and I want to go home, so I go. You go? I parroted her. You just go? What the hell is that? After everything we have been through in the last year, you're just going to take off like nothing fucking happened? How do you talk to your mother like that? She shouted. Do you see this, Skylar? You see how she treats me? Skylar just looked very much like she wanted to leave. Lord, I snapped. You just can't help it, can you? Lay on the guilt and make everything about you. Well, excuse me for wanting you to be safe. Lake came out of the studio looking uneasy at the sudden scene. Eric emerged from the bedroom and handed her the tux, then immediately crossed to me. Hey, Crosby, he said with a kiss to Skylar's cheek and another from my mother. Una, good to see you. He turned to me. Jane, breathe. But I sputtered, waving my hands out at my mother. She's just leaving, just like that. Whoa, Teapot, he said, gathering me close, rotating me around so I wasn't watching my mother's beady basilisk eyes staring a baleful hole through me. Cross, can you? He gestured at something, and a second later Skylar brought my shoes and a sweater. What the hell? I couldn't get out a full sentence, but somehow allowed Eric to help me into the wool and my ballet flats. Let's go for a walk, he said. It's a nice day. You can clear your head and then come back and talk. I allowed him to hold me tight until I had stopped spinning like a kitchen appliance. My mother just walked to the living room and chatted with Skylar and Lake as if she hadn't tossed a grenade at me. Eventually, Eric turned us toward the trio. We'll be back in a bit, he said, waving at them all. Not too long, I hope, Lake called out, looking visibly concerned. After all, we were running out of time. Just a few minutes, Eric replied, already towing me toward the door. We need to walk off our jitters. The idea of unflappable Eric ever suffering from something as inane as jitters, much less uttering the stupid word, had me giggling as we left. Much later, I realized that he'd probably deployed it just to distract me. It wasn't until we'd made it into the park, which was basically an impressionist painting with all the mid-spring flowers. All right, Lefferts, Eric said as we strode over the 77th Street arch and into the lush greenery. We don't have time for me to fuck it out of you. Talk. You need to. He kept my hand in his, swinging it lightly as we walked, but his firm grip did not relax. Why are you and your mother shrieking at each other like chickadees? I inhaled. I don't like it. Do you know she's moving to Chicago? What the hell is that? She wanted to go home 3 months ago, gorgeous. And you barely see her as it is. What difference does it make if she's in Chicago instead of Boston? Well, for one, at Skylar's, someone can at least keep an eye on her. Is she a 5-year-old who might eat too much chocolate? I rolled my eyes. You know what I mean, Eric sighed. We can have someone do that in Chicago, too. We can afford to hire an entire off-duty police force to follow her around if you want. I shook my head. It's not the same. Eric was quiet as we walked.
Can I be totally honest?
Okay, fine. What? He stopped.
Has it ever occurred to you that you don't really like your mother, Jane?
That's ridiculous. No one likes their mothers. He frowned.
That's not true.
Do you like yours?
I don't really know her well enough to like her, but when I do see her, we don't fight like the two of you. He shook his head. I've never seen you and Una exist in the same place without snapping at each other. Why do you think that is?
I grimaced. Because she's so impossible?
Try again, Lefferts. It's because you're so much alike.
I considered. My mother and I did have some obvious similarities. Both stubborn, both outspoken, both maybe too dogmatic about what we thought was right. If we were on the same side of a debate, we got along fine. But the reality was, we usually weren't. As a result, I'd never been able to escape the niggling feeling that I'd always been a disappointment to her, especially this year. Especially with everything I had caused her.
I know you feel guilty. I know you feel like she should be close. But if the two of you were really supposed to be in each other's lives all the time, you would be. It's as simple as that.
He brushed a piece of hair out of my face.
But I also know you feel guilty she's been alone since your father died. And you feel guilty about what happened to her. But it wasn't your fault, Jane. Neither of those things are your fault.
It wasn't until he said so that I knew in my heart of hearts that he was right. She probably knew it too, which was why she kept trying to leave. My mother and I should absolutely not live together. And yet, how could I let her go? How? I wondered quietly. How do you know it won't happen again if she's living there alone?
Well, to start, she won't be alone. She'll be in her old house, and she'll have her own dedicated security detail until John Carson is caught. They'll stay in the apartment below.
Her old... It took me a second to understand what he meant. You didn't. Eric shrugged, unwilling to confirm my suspicion directly. The answer, however, was all over his face. You bought back my parents' old house? The one in Evanston?
Another shrug. I did it a while ago, Jane. I figured you would want it back at some point. Your mother was taken when she was driving by it, wasn't she?
My jaw dropped. I had considered trying to buy the house a few times, but since it wasn't actually for sale, it never even occurred to me to make the owners an offer they couldn't refuse. But that, of course, was exactly what Eric must have done. It was something you could do when you had unlimited funds. A whole paradigm of thinking I still hadn't gotten used to. Well, you'll definitely be on her good side now, I said, shaking my head. Jesus Christ, Eric, that's insane.
I didn't really do it for her.
He tipped up my chin, making me look at him, making me see the genuine love shining out of his silver eyes.
Like the air I breathe, right? It was your home, Jane. I see how sad you get whenever you talk about your dad. I know you feel like you lost that home over the last year, and not just because of Carol Lefferts' passing. I figured if I could do anything to give you some of that back, it would be this.
A warm feeling bloomed in my chest, but I still couldn't quite speak. Eric rubbed a hand behind his neck.
Tell me I did the right thing.
The warm feeling grew. It's more than the right thing. Eric smiled.
Good. Now let's go tell your mom. I have a feeling she's flying by way of New York because she has a few things to tell you, too. You're not the only one who's been healing the past few months, gorgeous. Everyone needs a bit of catharsis, not just us.
33. Skylar seemed to have done a good job taming my mother, better than I could. So much that she and I were able to sit together most of the time I was prepped for the gala. While Freddie styled my hair into the half-up bouffant, Una told me everything she had done in Boston over the last 3 months.
As the makeup artist worked, I heard about the aquarium and the Freedom Trail, playing mahjong with Sarah, and entertaining Jenny and Louis. Skylar, it seemed, had lent my mother her own family to help her heal. And apparently it had worked. "I think we're done," Lake said as she fluffed my skirts one last time after the glam squad had finished. She stood and checked her watch. "And not a minute too soon. You're scheduled as one of the first arrivals, around 5:30. It's 4:45 now. You guys need to get going." It was hard to imagine that it would really take 45 minutes to cross Central Park, but she was right. The arrival order for the Met Gala was as carefully curated by Cora as the guest list and the seating chart. I was a major donor and also a recognizable face in the city now. Not on par with any of the number of Hollywood celebrities who would be there, but definitely worthy of the red carpet. Lake wasn't able to attend the actual event, but like many of the other stylists and lower-level designers, she would be available in another part of the museum for touch-ups during the night. Considering every attendee was basically a walking exhibit of each designer's art, we all needed our own personal curators as well. Mine now included my mother on top of the rest of them. I had promised I would sneak them into the exhibit I'd worked so hard on, if at all possible. "All right," I announced as I walked back into the living room where Eric was enjoying a cocktail or two with Skylar and Una. "Are we ready?" "Oh, wow," Skylar said. "Janie, you look incredible." "It's very nice," my mother said, which was the best compliment I was likely to get from her. I wasn't expecting more. After all, this wasn't exactly the Jessica McClintock knockoffs she had tried to talk me into during high school. "Thanks," I said. Eric stood, and I looked him over approvingly. "Wow. I know I've seen you in this before, but I'm still stunned. Lake, this is incredible. Our work is incredible," Lake agreed as she walked over to brush something off Eric's jacket. Eric, however, appeared totally awestruck. "Hot damn, Lefferts. You look—" I twisted back and forth in my finery and touched my hair self-consciously. Freddie had done a fantastic job with the 60s style, piling it high a la Amy Winehouse, with new red streaks shouting punk, along with the lush tartan, ripped hem, and spiked shoes. "You don't think it looks a little too Trax?" I asked, referencing the record shop from Pretty in Pink. We had watched it together last night. He stepped close and pushed a stray fire engine red lock off my shoulder. "I thought I made it very clear that the record store owner is the hottest one anyway." I blushed. Beside us, Lake grinned. "You look perfect," she said. "A perfect match." Over her shoulder, I caught a glimpse of the two of us in the mirror. "You hear that, pretty girl?" Eric murmured, his voice rumbling with promise. "A perfect match." I had to agree. The DVS limo pulled up in front of the red carpet, which was actually a deep midnight blue, at exactly 5:30. Tony stepped out of the passenger seat and came around to open the back door for the rest of our security detail, and then us. "Holy shit," I murmured, as I took in the walls of reporters and photographers, the bright tented entrance extending down the famous steps of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and the swirl of guests already making their way up the entrance. It was clear by the way the photographers already writhed for a shot that we were some of the first names to arrive, and our notoriety didn't even approach the lineup behind us. "It's going to be great," Eric said as he straightened his collar. His tone was calm, but I could see he was still nervous. Likely more about Carson's potential presence than having his photo in the paper. He'd been fussing with his clothes since we'd gotten in the car. "Stop that!" I batted at his hand, which was tugging on his jacket again. "You're going to stretch it out." "My lapel?" "It's wool. It's easily distorted." He opened his mouth like he wanted to argue, then shut it. "Fine, pretty girl. Are you ready?" I turned back to the cameras, trying not to shiver. What's that saying? The shakes in my voice obviously overrode my attempts at bravado. You've arrived? I turned to Eric. It doesn't get better than this for me. I did it. I'm here. At this level. He smiled. You were already at this level. You just had to wait for the rest of us to catch up with you. Lake, who had ridden with us, primped my dress and touched up my lipstick, then took a lint brush to Eric one final time. All right, loves, you're perfect. I'll be in the back with your mother and your friend when you're done with the red carpet. Now, go shine. I grasped her hand, unable to give her the hug I really wanted because... Taffeta, darling, Eric murmured. I grinned at him, then turned back to the designer. Thank you so much, Lake, for everything. Tony opened the door with a friendly smile. I took a deep breath, grabbed Eric's hand, and stepped out into a barrage of flashing lights. Mr. DeVries! Jane! Over here! Who designed your dress? I turned to answer the question. Lake McHugh. Several reporters scribbled down the name. Why didn't you tell them it's you? Eric asked as we took a few more steps and paused again for pictures. Lord, how in the hell did celebrities do this all the time without sunglasses? I was already seeing stars. I shrugged. Well, Lake really did most of the work. She should get the credit. That's not how I remember it, Eric replied. You've been working on these clothes nonstop for weeks. Behind us, there was a roar from the crowd as someone particularly famous must have exited their car. We were losing interest from reporters, and I did want to make an entrance, for Lake's sake as a designer. And I realized I wanted my own recognition. Jane! Eric! Called another reporter, beckoning us over. This one wore a clear badge from the Post. Who are you wearing tonight? Do it, Eric urged. I took a deep breath. It's co-designed by Lake McHugh and me. 34. Approximately 2 hours later, we had finished mingling and were locating our table along with many other invitees who had slowly made their way through the press corridor, into the museum, and through the exhibit carefully planned for the event. That was incredible. Eric congratulated me again. I can't believe you did all that. I legitimately feel like I just moved through your brain. I shook my head. Most of it was planned before I even came on board. I just helped where I could. Truthfully, I was shining with pride. This was one of the most exciting nights of my life. For the first time, I understood what it meant to feel truly passionate about something I had accomplished. I wanted to have that again. I wanted it for the rest of my life, too. Jane! Eric! Heather approached us from across the ballroom, where other guests were pouring in from the exhibit and finding their seats for the dinner. It was hard not to be starstruck among all of the celebrities in outlandish costumes. One musician actually had a mohawk that stood nearly 2 feet tall, but Heather still managed to shine. I froze, immediately looking for her date for the evening, but she quickly grabbed my hand. It's okay, she said. Johnny didn't show. I arrived stag just after you two did. She shrugged. I had a feeling she wasn't terribly disappointed. My stomach calmed almost immediately. There was no way Carson was getting past all the security surrounding this event without his date. Maybe it was for the best that we couldn't manage to catch him here. Now we could just enjoy the evening. It's okay, I agreed, looking up at Eric. Right? He blinked. Right. Hi, Mom. Eric greeted his mother with a kiss on the cheek, seemingly unsurprised to find her alone. I frowned. Wasn't the entire point of inviting her that she would be the bait for someone else? Hello, darling. My, Don't you both look dashing?" Heather's voice was cut with longing, and as she looked us both over, I wondered if she didn't see shades of her dead husband in her son. How many of these sorts of events must they have attended together? I had seen photos of the man who, yes, looked a lot like Eric. Together, Jacob and Heather would have cut quite the figure. "You look beautiful, too," I told her. She really did. Unsurprisingly, she hadn't really taken up the theme, opting instead for a black dress with a few perfunctory safety pins at the shoulder. It was more Park Avenue than punk, but I suppose that was Heather, too. "Oh, thank you," she said. "Vicky made it up for me last minute. I'm so lucky. She almost always keeps things for me." I blinked. I was pretty sure she was talking about Victoria Beckham, like she was a next-door neighbor who loaned her some sugar. But you never knew with the DeVrieses. "Well," I said as equally nonchalantly as I could manage, "that was incredibly nice of Vicky." Heather beamed. "It was, wasn't it?" She peered up at Eric again. "Will you save me a dance?" she asked shyly. "Do you remember your old dance lessons?" Eric opened his mouth, looking very much like he wanted to say no, but before he could, I cut in. "Of course he will," I said, earning a sharp look from my husband. I winked at him, and his stolid expression softened. He sighed. "Yeah, sure, Mom. I'd love to." "Good," Heather said softly before someone caught her eye over my shoulder. "Oh, that's Helen. I should say hello." And with that, she darted through the crowd to greet someone who looked a lot like venerated actress Helen Mirren. But again, I couldn't be sure. This was a member of the DeVries family we were talking about. They could be friends with anyone. Just like me now, I supposed. "You'd better give me a dance, too," Eric murmured as he wrapped an arm around my waist. "Or 10. I looked up under a sweep of lashes. "You just need to say the words." "What's that, pretty girl?" My belly clenched deliciously at the phrase. "Exactly." Eric didn't even try to mask the naked hunger on his face. Slowly, he leaned down so that his cheek, lightly stubbled, brushed over mine. "You can count on it," he rumbled in my ear. "And for the record, those shoes are making me want to do a very different dance with you later. You better keep them on when we get home." I smacked his chest. "You are such a cornball." I was joking, of course. When he looked at me like that, I fucking thrilled. Eric's mouth just quirked in a slick smirk. "But first, let's eat," he said. "I'm fucking starving." We found our table somewhere near the middle of the room. I'd already been briefed on my table mates. A socialite and her husband, a pair of designers and their dates, and Nina and Calvin Gardner. To my surprise, however, instead of Calvin, I found Nina sitting next to Matthew Zola. He looked particularly rakish in a plain black suit, his dark hair slicked back, and a red rose tucked jauntily into his lapel. They were in a very, very deep conversation. "I'm not doing this right here," she snapped. Well, as much as Nina ever snapped. It was really more like a kitten's mewl. "Please, doll," Zola said in a low, languid voice that made me almost uncomfortable with its intimacy. "I think you and I both know that under the right circumstances, you would do whatever I told you to do." "Matthew, please." "Shit," Eric muttered, and it was clear what he was referring to. I had to agree. Whatever was going on between Nina and our handsome Italian prosecutor clearly wasn't the result of a casual connection. "Well, hello." I was overly jubilant, hoping to cover in case Calvin was returning. I had no lost love for Eric's brother-in-law, but if this was what I thought it was, I wasn't interested in getting Nina into trouble, especially considering how much she had helped us. Eric, however, wasn't bothered by such considerations. "What the hell are you doing here?" Eric asked Zola directly. "This isn't over." Zola eyed Nina once more, then stood to speak to Eric. "I couldn't let the cops have all the fun, could I? Granted, I'll have to watch, but Nina was nice enough to help me in." "You couldn't just wait with the squad cars? Don't you think being here would give the game away?" I blinked. "Eric, why does it matter? Carson isn't coming anyway." "He isn't?" Nina asked. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Zola met Eric's level gaze, and for a moment, the two of them engaged in a strange little stare-off I couldn't quite read. Nina studied her wedding ring intensely, perhaps looking as if she wanted to rip it off. Zola cleared his throat. No, you're right. I should probably go." He glanced at Nina. "See you, doll." Eric and I immediately turned to his cousin. "Nina, what the hell?" Eric demanded. She still would not make eye contact. "Calvin didn't want to come, and to be honest, I was fine with that. He's a terrible date at this sort of event anyway. Since Matthew is helping to put John Carson behind bars, isn't he? Shouldn't he have come in? I was just helping." "Matthew, come on, Nina." "I'm going to the ladies' room." She stood up and smoothed her dress, which, I noticed with appreciation, was made almost entirely out of something resembling chain mail. She looked absolutely gorgeous as she wove in between the growing crowd, tall and graceful in that way only the DeVrieses could manage. You can't fake that level of aristocratic breeding. "Should I go with her?" I asked. I wasn't going to lie. I really didn't want to. I like gossip just as much as the next person, but I had absolutely no interest in meddling with the personal affairs of my cousin-in-law. Eric sighed. "You know what? I don't even care. It's her mess, if there is one at all. Let her clean it up." He swallowed heavily. "I'm going to get a drink. Do you want a cocktail?" I nodded. "Sure." He looked me over. His gaze fell to my lips, which were a particularly vibrant shade of red to match my dress. "Damn," he murmured regretfully. "I'll be right back." I blushed under the heat of his gaze. "Soon, I hope." But it wasn't soon. I waited at the table, making chit-chat with the other guests for nearly 30 minutes. Waiters started to deliver food, and just as a plate of salmon tartare was set in front of me, I decided to get up to find my errant husband, and then my mother, who was probably torturing all the stylists and celebrities with critiques of their avant-garde wear. We were running out of time to show her the exhibit, and I wanted Eric to come too. "Did you see him leave?" I asked Emily Beckett, a pregnant socialite at our table with her husband, one of the biggest hedge fund managers in the city. All of our cell phones had been checked upon entrance to maintain the event's exclusivity. She looked up dreamily, despite having drunk absolutely nothing. Her husband seemed more interested in his cell phone. Then she grimaced and grabbed her belly. I immediately bent down. "Are you okay?" She gave me a grim smile. "Oh, sure. Just a little Braxton Hicks. I had them with the last one." She let out a long breath. "Hon, do you need anything?" her husband finally asked. "Some ice water would be lovely," she told him, and he immediately left to retrieve some from a passing waiter. "Do you have any kids?" Emily asked, turning to me. Oh, God. Would that question ever not hurt? No, we don't." I paused. "We just got married last November, actually." "Well, it does kind of ruin your figure," she joked. "I'll never get my waist back without some help from a surgeon." "Here's your water, hon," her husband returned, and Emily took her drink gratefully. It was sweet, really, the way he hovered over her like that. Shit, I muttered, suddenly feeling cold. I pressed a hand over my very flat stomach. Fuck a nice figure. I'd take a baby. Whoa. I would? The heart wants what it wants, kiddo. I warmed. Dad again. Imparted his clean logic from the grave. I ached. No, I wasn't ready yet. Not right this second, but maybe in 9 months? I reached out for Eric's knee, but only found chair instead. God damn it. Where was he? Suddenly, all I wanted was to find him, to look into his eyes and see his blind faith in our future together. I needed it. I stood up. I'm just going to go find my husband. It took me a while to spot him at the far side of the exhibition hall. I was stopped by several other guests congratulating me on my work and admiring my dress. But find him I did, just as he had stopped by one of the exits. He checked his watch, and then he darted away into a darkened hall where tonight's guests really weren't supposed to go. What the hell? I checked the room to make sure none of the museum security was watching me. And then I followed Eric into the museum proper. He walked quickly, with obvious purpose, nearly losing me as he twisted and turned through the halls of the Met, directly through several darkened rooms. For a while, I lost him, following the sounds of his footsteps on the stone floors. He must have known I was behind him. My stilettos were even louder. And then his footsteps stopped. I wandered into the darkened wing where the Roman statues loomed like ghosts. Eric? There was a long, audible sigh before he stepped out from behind one of the statues. Hey, gorgeous. I crossed the gallery to where he stood next to a large sculpture of Diana towering over an indoor fountain. What are you doing here? He sighed again. I just needed a break. A bit of quiet. I frowned. Already? We barely got here, and you just disappeared. Something in his voice didn't quite sound right. His gaze sparked in the night. Oh, now I understood. You're upset that Carson's not here. Look, I get it, but honestly, maybe it's for the best. This night is so special. We can figure something else out tomorrow. Eric just shook his head. Jane, it's not that. His despondency killed me. Suddenly, I felt terrible. He had been doting over me for months, making sure I was healing properly from the traumas we had suffered. He was seeing a therapist, yes, but was I really taking care of him enough? Doubtful. Well, I could change that. Hey, I said, you're not alone in this. Eric looked up, a note of warmth brightening his sad gray eyes. I'm not, huh? I walked close, then wrapped my arms around his solid waist. Fuck the taffeta. We needed to be close. I tipped my face up for a kiss. Well, you do have me. And me. Eric and I both started apart at the sound of the familiar, droll voice. My eyes widened in panic, since the last place I had heard that voice, of course, was when I had been held captive. Eric, however, just rolled his, then stamped a brief, thorough kiss to my still open lips. You're a fucking day late, Hermes, he said before turning toward the voice. Since when are you the one to follow the rules, Triton? And there, the only sign of his discomfort the way he shifted from foot to foot, was Jude Latour. Rich kid, cocky bastard, and right-hand man to John Carson. 35. Late? I asked, turning so fast that my bouffant almost fell out.
What do you mean, late?
Eric turned to me with a tight jaw. Jane.
Where's my mother? I hissed. Tell me she's safe.
She's got 4 different security with her, plus 20 stylists. I just texted Tony. She's fine.
All right, I said. Then what the fuck is this asshole doing here?
What's this? You didn't tell your courtesan about our plan? Jude approached, looking more like a cartoon devil than ever in a black cashmere sweater and sleek black pants, his irritatingly smug face still lined with a chin-strap beard. What did the man actually do again? Eric had mentioned something about imports and exports, but Jude dressed more like someone walking off a 1970s GQ shoot. You don't really want to try me like that, do you? Eric stepped forward like he wanted to punch the man again, but held back. Jude touched his nose briefly, then held up his hands in surrender. Jokes, Triton. I come in peace, young Skywalker, remember? He smirked at me. I honestly wondered if he had another expression. Or maybe that applies more to you, doesn't it, princess? Daughter of the Dark Father and all? Besides, you need me.
What in the hell are you doing here?
I spat before Eric could reply. A hand at my wrist stilled me. Give it a moment, Eric murmured. He's right. We need him. I jerked back. What? There was no way he didn't understand my shock. This piece of shit was part of a group that had abducted both of us, forcibly aborted our child, and murdered his fiancée. And now he wanted to work with him? But Jude, too pleased with the spotlight to give it up, continued. I'm his second, my little dim sum. Jude, Eric snapped. What? He said. Dim sum is delicious. It's also Chinese, you racist prick, I said. Jude clicked his tongue, but to my surprise, Eric didn't tell him off. Jude's here on my request, he said. Eric's grip on my wrist was iron. Trust me, he said wordlessly. I took a deep breath. And then another. And then, somewhere deep inside me, I found the ability to stifle every nasty comment and threat I had. Because if I couldn't trust Eric, I couldn't trust anyone. Right? He's right, Tigress, Jude said. The list of people Carson trusts is shorter than your marriage, Cho-Cho-san, and I happen to be on it. Does he know you're here? Eric asked. Jude nodded. Of course he does. I'm his scout, after all. He wanted me to watch you to make sure everything was safe. Does he make you taste his food, too? I snapped. Jude rolled his eyes. Why? Should he? Well, it's convenient, at any rate, Eric cut in. Gives you a reason to be here. That it does. And to that effect, I was sent with a message, which I'm obviously delivering now. Jude's dark eyes sharpened. You're to meet him right here, in the Greek and Roman art room. He scoffed visibly. Eric didn't answer the question. What does he want? Good God, Triton, what do you think he wants? Jude snapped. The same thing he's wanted since before you and I barely existed. Heather, the DVS shipping contracts for the Koreas, and of course, this one. His cold gaze flickered at me with something that approximated sympathy. I suspect that when you're caught again, Princess, you won't get out. How would he know where to find me? I asked. And in answer, Jude pushed up the sleeve of his sweater and shook the small gold bracelet at me, the one bearing a familiar gold coin. Suddenly, the strange nature of the conversation became clear. Both men were well aware of the fact that we were being monitored. Fuck. Well, you can pass on my answer, Eric said, perhaps a little too loudly. My answer is no. More like a fuck no, actually. Jude didn't look the slightest bit surprised, but spoke as though he were. You can't possibly think that's a good idea, Triton. Are you looking to repeat your troubles? Eric didn't answer. It was clear they were both trying to cultivate a sense of struggle. I was lost. Come on, Jane, he said. We're leaving. But instead of drawing me back through the darkened halls, he instead pulled a piece of paper out of his jacket, one with a pre-written message. Midnight at Portus. Jude read it, then gave a brief, curt nod before he crumpled the note and shoved it into his pocket. You're an idiot, he pronounced clearly for the benefit of his bracelet, and you'll regret it. Tell Carson the feeling is mutual, Eric said. Holy shit, I breathed. You're calling a meeting of Janice? Eric just shook his head and held a finger to his lips. I frowned. What was this? Jude cackled. That will be fun. I'll give him that much. I opened my mouth to argue again, but Eric shook his head. Hush, Eric said. He's just trying to get under your skin. It's what he does. I bit back another complaint. He was right, of course. Eric released my arm, but his hand still floated around the small of my back, keeping me close. Jude. He pointed to his wrist, then pulled a pair of small metal cutters from his jacket. To my surprise, Jude willingly stepped forward and allowed Eric to snap the bracelet from his wrist, then dropped it neatly into the fountain. Jude looked relieved. That's better, Eric said. Do you think he'll buy it? I balked. That was all an act? Jude shrugged like I hadn't spoken. It's no big secret that you know about these. He'll think it was the price of luring you here. And you? Eric asked. What's your price for getting Carson to the location? Realization dawned. Portus. Midnight. He was staging a coup, and Jude was helping. I turned to Eric. This is insanity. We talked about this. You can't just run off to Connecticut in the middle of the night, and definitely not with the devil's fucking handmaid here. Eric just shook his head. It's the best way. We can't keep doing this, Jane. The feds, even the DA is on the take. We have to deal with this ourselves. Jude just cackled again. Eric, I tried again. You can't possibly think you can trust him. Oh, no? Jude asked. Perhaps this might be a bit of a surprise, Chopsticks, but I don't actually plan to spend my life playing number 2 to an insane man. The last 10 years were normal. A meeting once or twice a year, basic tampering with the Department of the Interior, a solid bit of insider trading, you know the drill. But then the prodigal son here had to show up again and everything went batshit. It was fun for a bit, but do you know, I don't really have a taste for torture. It's really quite grotesque. I narrowed my eyes. You could have fooled me. Jude's face darkened. Yes, well, they do say every hero has a fatal flaw. Your family, he practically spat the word, happened to be Carson's, and I'm, well, quite bored of it. Then he did spit into the fountain, as if just talking about the whole matter required a palate cleanser. And I'm not interested in being dragged down with a sinking ship. I've never claimed to be a great champion of scruples, but his little stunt with this one was a bit much, even for me. I dropped a hand protectively over my stomach. Eric followed the movement before he tore himself away. You want to run away and have a whole host of yellow brats, be my guest, Triton, Jude said. But clean up your house first, please. Carson needs to be disposed of. If you can bring the society back to normal, I'm all for it. Just make me your number 2. And, of course, get me full exoneration. Eric's hands rose with mock innocence. Hey, Latour, the society I can handle, but I'm not the one writing the indictment. No, but you're damn cozy with the one who is. Jude's face twisted into an ugly scowl. You would end up in league with the first principal DA in the history of New York City. He held out a hand, as if waiting for a handshake. Immunity from all charges. I assume kidnapping is on the table? Maybe some trafficking? If you tell them I'm innocent, they'll believe you. Eric blinked. That mask I hated was firmly in place, and I had never been so glad for it. If I couldn't tell what he was thinking, then there was no way Jude could. Innocent, he said at last. By my word. Jude nodded. Very well. I'll make sure Carson's at the Portus. Midnight. And with that, he disappeared into the dark corridors. I waited a full 10 minutes, until we could no longer hear his footsteps lingering in the dark. A door opened and closed. He was gone. Then I turned to Eric. Tell me you're not going through with this. Meeting John Carson in the middle of the night. Staging a coup well outside the jurisdiction of the NYPD? Letting that scum of the earth go? With every item on the list, my voice rose an octave and a decibel. Sorrow crossed Eric's face. Jane, it's the only way. You cannot possibly believe that, I cried. You're going to trust that Jack Sparrow caricature over your own wife? He is playing you. It's done, he said. Jane, some of this is out of your hands. You keep asking me to be the man I was born to be. Well, I was born into this world. Taking back my birthright is going to give me the leverage to keep us safe. Can you fucking get that through your head without ruining things again? I stepped back like I'd been slapped. In less than 15 minutes, I felt like I'd been thrown down Alice's rabbit hole. Who is this person speaking? Fuck you. Eric shook his head ruefully, took a step toward me, but stopped when I scrambled backward. I swallowed, then glared at him. If that's really what you think, you are not half the man I thought you were. And if you need the approval of some grown men's treehouse club more than your own wife's, well, then I think you know how this ends. Jane. Absolutely not. I shook my head. I knew it. I knew there was another shoe that had to drop before all of this was over. Damn him for making me believe it wouldn't be his. I think it's safe to say we're going to give John Carson what he wants. This isn't going to work. Maybe it never was. Jane. I held up a hand. I need some space. I'm going back to the event I have devoted every waking hour to for the last few months. You can go play your boys' game if that's what you have to do. Eric stood tall, but not completely without regret. Jane, he said, just trust me, please. But I shook my head and turned away. Trust goes two ways, Eric. I would think that by now you'd have learned that. 36. I moved through the rest of the event like a ghost. Walked my mother through the gallery and vaguely answered her random questions. Listened to Cora and a few other celebrities give perfunctory speeches to a crowd of raucous celebrities. Sat through the musical guest, some pop star who is co-hosting. But Eric never reappeared. Clearly, he really had gone to New Haven. I began to wonder if he was ever coming back, and guiltily, what that really meant. Trust me, he'd said. No, pleaded. And I hadn't. instead allowing him to leave in the night. Somewhere between watching celebrities dance the night away in the crowd and drinking my 4th glass of champagne, I had had enough. I stood up and turned to Nina. "I'm going home." She was too busy looking through the crowd. "Really? It's still quite the party in here." I peered at her, wondering if she was looking for a particular dark-haired someone to part that crowd like the Red Sea. He, however, had disappeared too. I guessed Eric had updated him on his bullshit plans. "Didn't Zola leave?" I ventured, just to mess with her. Nina swiveled back to me like her head was on a spring. "What? Matthew?" She batted her hand, like she was chasing away a fly. "I don't know what you mean." Nina, I joked. "I'm not judging, I promise. It's okay if he's got a thing for you. It's nice, right? Means you still got it." But the way her cheeks pinked, even under the dim lighting, told me it was a lot more than just a mild crush. Well, shit. That wasn't good. I set a gentle hand on her shoulder. What about Calvin?" I didn't even like to ask the question. Neither Eric nor I could stand the guy. But she was married, and with a child. And messing around with the attorney who was literally the family's only ally in a feud with a crazed autocratic tycoon wasn't the greatest idea either. Nina swallowed heavily and shook her head. You don't have to worry about anything, I promise. He likes me, but I've assured him that I'm not available." Her dove-gray eyes shone in the dancing lights. "Don't worry, Jane. I would never compromise this family." I examined her a moment. I didn't know Nina extremely well or anything, but she had stayed with me for a bit when Eric was at Rikers, and we had talked enough that I knew there was much more than met the eye under the polished, carefully wrought veneer. A lot of unhappiness in particular. Unhappiness that I doubted she would want to discuss right here, if ever. So instead of pressing the matter further, I nodded. "Okay then. Well, it's 1 a.m. I know this will go on forever, but I'm exhausted. I need some sleep." I cocked my head. "Will you be all right?" Nina nodded. And it was suddenly as if the sadness on her face had been wiped away as easily as dust. "Yes, I'll be fine. My car is picking me up at 2 anyway," she smiled. Like Eric, her quiet beauty transformed with the simple act. "You did a wonderful job, Jane. I'm truly impressed." She reached out to grasp my hand briefly, then let it go and kissed my cheek. "Good night. Keep my cousin safe, will you?" The pang of guilt in my stomach returned. Shit. I swallowed. "I'll do my best." And with that, I turned and left. After claiming my things, I walked down the steps while messaging Tony to come get me. He left earlier to escort my mother back to the apartment, but should have been back by now. I'd check the house first to see if Eric had gone home, I decided. If he wasn't there, we'd hightail it to New Haven. Tony had to know at least where the cemetery was containing the creepy meeting place, and Eric had told me enough about the chamber that maybe I could find it. Stupid, 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 I told myself as I teetered in my heels. I'd had more than my share of champagne, and I was definitely ready to remove my spikes. But more than that, with every step I felt worse about our fight. I did trust Eric. I should have gone with him rather than forbidding him to go. Fifth Avenue was jammed, already packed with limo drivers waiting for the gala's guests to leave. Shit. Tony would take absolutely forever to get down this street. I'd be better off walking a few blocks down to the 79th Street Traverse. He could pick me up at the corner, and we'd be home in a few minutes. As I texted Tony the change of plans, I started down Fifth Avenue. It was warm enough for early May, but too chilly to be standing outside in a strapless dress. The blooming trees above me cast shadows closer to the traverse entrance that weren't exactly comforting either. "Come on, Tony," I muttered as I looked back up Fifth and then toward the river. "Where are you?" I was so busy looking, I almost didn't realize that I'd stumbled right into a woman coming out of the park. "Oh," I said, "I'm so sorry." Phone still in hand, I reached out to steady her and came face to face with my mother-in-law. I stepped back. "Heather, are you okay?" I looked around, expecting her driver to pop up. What was she doing in the park? Her big eyes widened. Oh, Jane, oh no." She looked a far sight from the polished woman I'd originally greeted in the gala. Still beautiful, yes, but her hair was tousled, and a bright red scrape marred her perfect skin. "Holy crap," I said, reaching out for her. "Oh my God, Heather, are you okay?" I glanced around, looking for help, or perhaps an assailant. "Do we need to call the police?" "Jane," she said in a voice strung like a rusty violin. "Jane, dear, run." Two faces appeared behind her, faces I knew quite well. One was the haughty, masochistic sneer of the Russian, Anton, the one who had taken such pleasure in waterboarding me with ramen noodles. The other was Jude Latour, black eyes gleaming over that stupid fucking goatee. "Shit," I whispered. Jude's smile burned. "Hello, Dumpling. Twice in one night. I'm a lucky man." I looked up and down the street. "Where's Eric?" Jude's smile widened, and dread lodged itself in my stomach. But before he could answer, a black sedan pulled up behind us, effectively cornering Heather and me against Jude and Anton. I watched in horror as the back door opened, and the bent patrician figure who had been haunting my dreams since last November emerged from the depths. John Carson's deep greenish-brown eyes glinted under the city lights as he peered at me, then Heather. His face was even thinner than before, his salt-and-peppered hair shinier. But his eyes, oh, his eyes, they burned.
"Daughter," he said, "I knew it would only be a matter of time."
I couldn't speak. I couldn't even breathe. Wherever Tony was, he obviously wasn't coming now. We'd been bested again, and this time there would be absolutely no one coming to find me. Eric was 2.5 hours away, probably literally being buried in that cemetery, while his mother and I were about to be abducted and taught a lesson. Which meant, of course, I had nothing to lose.
"I wouldn't run," Carson commented. "Anton isn't very kind to women who do. They usually end up in a ditch somewhere, strangled with their own clothes."
He cocked a brow knowingly.
"Just ask your mother."
Ditches. Clothes. Holy fuck. Anton was the Hwasa murderer. I slipped out of my shoes, ignoring the thrill of revulsion as my bare feet touched the most disgusting of all things, a New York City sidewalk. "I don't think so," I said.
"Anton,"
Carson said as he examined his watch.
"Get them."
Instinct took over. "No!" I grabbed the only weapons I had, a pair of $5,000 spiked stilettos, and whirled around, flailing my arms like a crazy woman until they made contact with something. That something ended up being Anton, who fell back, clutching his face. Ha! My spikes had hit pay dirt. He was bleeding like a pig as 2 gashes appeared in his cheek, another over his eye. He swore loudly in Russian, glaring at me through his hands. "Jane!" At the sound of the voice, I froze. Heather. I had been so busy trying to flee, I had forgot about Heather. At the edge of the stone barrier, I turned, and of course found her writhing in the leering grip of Jude Latour. Carson shook his head as he examined his bleeding Russian goon.
"That wasn't very nice," he remarked. "Anton quite likes his face, and he tends to hold a grudge."
"Jane, go!" Heather said. But all I could think about was Eric. The stories he told me. The last thing his father had ever said to him. Take care of your mother. Eric was as good as dead. You die, I go too, he promised. Well, it went both ways, didn't it? He couldn't save himself, and I couldn't save myself. But I could save his mother. Let her go, I said, full of something other than bravado. You let her go, I'll come with you. I won't fight, I promise. Carson's eyes sparked.
Is that so?
I held up my shoe, like I was planning to throw it. Who knew? Maybe I would. I was capable of anything right now. Jane, Heather said. Jane, no! You've already taken Eric, I said. You might as well take me too, because without him, I'm dead anyway.
That's very romantic, Carson replied. And disappointingly melodramatic for a daughter of mine.
He tapped his fingers on his chin.
Very well.
He turned to Anton.
Take her home, then meet us at the house.
Jane! Heather shouted as Jude practically tossed her into Anton's bloody hands. Jane, no! Go! I shouted, even as I dropped my shoe to the ground. As soon as the spiked heel hit the pavement, I was swept up by Jude's deceptively strong arms and hauled toward the car. The door shut on me and Jude, with Carson sitting in the passenger seat beside the driver.
Go,
was all Carson said, and we drove off, leaving Heather floundering with Anton. Let me go! I wriggled my arm out of Jude's grasp. He just laughed, not seeming to care. And why should he? I had given myself up. I was trapped, yet again, by these men who never seemed to let me or mine go. You betrayed him, I snapped. You sniveling, two-faced, spoiled fucking brat. You betrayed him.
Just like you knew I would, my little dog-eater, he answered. But your boy, unfortunately, was too stupid to realize it.
Jude cackled. He actually cackled like some kind of deranged cartoon villain.
Do you really think it would be that easy to overcome a man who has been 2 steps ahead every single time? That's enough, Hermes.
You're an asshole, I snapped at Jude. Both of you are going down for this. I hope you know that. You can kill me and Eric if that's what you really want, but there are too many people who know what you've done. My mother, Eric's cousin, our friends, the entire fucking district attorney's office. You think you're going to get away with this kind of thing forever? Everyone's power has limits, you entitled fucking pricks. Even yours. A hand flew out from the front of the car and slapped me, open-palmed, across the face. Hard enough that my ears rang and I saw stars. When I could see straight again, I found Carson glaring at me from the front seat like a father who had just given his child a spanking. Well, fuck you, buddy, I thought. What's wrong, Dad? I snapped, unable to feel anything but nauseous with the use of the term. Did I get under your skin? Carson looked very much like he wanted to slap me again, but instead, he turned around as the car pulled over.
Right here,
he told his driver. What in the hell? I murmured, realizing I knew exactly where we were. Our little car ride had only taken a few minutes, and here we were, parked right outside my under-construction house on West 76th Street. I turned back to the men. What are we doing here?
What do you think we're doing here?
Jude said. We're going up.
The security?
Carson asked.
Neutralized, Jude said. 2 of them went with Triton to the cemetery, and the others are lying in a heap on the far side of the museum. There's no one here.
My heart sank as I realized that Tony had probably never even retrieved my mother, who, I prayed, was still at the Met with Skylar. Carson nodded.
Let's go, then.
I was dragged out of the car, stubbing my feet on the sidewalk, and then the construction debris on the first floor as we entered. However they had accosted Tony, they had also taken his key, I realized. They wanted something. But what? 37. We barged into the apartment with all the grace of a freight train, practically breaking the door down to enter. Just as they had said, the apartment below housing our security was empty. The bottom floors, with their construction debris, were ghost towns. We were completely alone.
Where is it?
Carson demanded. Jude shrugged, though his grip on my wrist remained iron.
This would have been easier if we hadn't left Anton bleeding out on 5th Avenue. He's better at sniffing out hidden goods than I am. Once a thief, always a thief, I say.
I don't give a damn what you say,
Carson snapped. Ha ha. Looks like the psycho papa was starting to show his cracks.
We can't stay here, but we need those documents.
Realization dawned. They were here for the journals, the files, the notes, everything Eric and I had collected over the last several months to trap Carson's conniving ass. He was well aware of the investigations against him, of course, but he must have figured out what was going on down at the Brooklyn DA's office. Just like he had clearly figured out that Zola and his ilk couldn't be bought either. So, apparently, the evidence had to be found.
Come on, fellas, I said,
not even struggling against Jude's strong grip. Even if we did have all the goods on you here, don't you think the DA has copies, just like the CIA and the NIS? I tipped my head. I could keep going. But Carson, to my surprise, didn't look the slightest bit worried. Shit. That meant that somehow he had already tampered with or even stolen the DA's cash. He already knew the feds were neutralized. Carson turned to Jude with a bored expression.
She knows where they are.
I opened my mouth, then closed it, and then smiled. You'll never get them. Jude tipped his head.
Try me, princess. We could play hot or cold if you like.
He bound my wrists roughly with some kind of plastic tie, then shoved me roughly toward Carson before starting in the direction of Eric's bedroom. I couldn't help it. I grinned. Jude, unfortunately, grinned back.
Hot, I see.
He pressed a hand against the bedroom door.
Is it in here? Will you be so helpful as to tell me the combination?
He tipped his head.
I wonder if it's your birthday, too.
2. Did that mean they broke into the safe in Boston, too? I shook my head as something else occurred to me.
I can't even get to them, you big idiot.
Jude frowned.
Care to clarify that?
Laughter bubbled up. Because the irony, oh, the fucking irony was too good. Before I could answer, however, A sudden chill of metal slipped against my neck, and I choked.
I suggest you choose your words carefully.
Carson's deep voice hummed like an engine against my ear as he wrapped my hands. Goosebumps sprang up all over my skin.
Otherwise, they may be your last. And I think you know exactly how well I keep my promises in that regard.
I swallowed. Fuck you. The knife tip pierced my skin. I shuddered as a drip of blood slipped down my throat.
Try again.
Jude stood in front of the bedroom door, arms crossed while he waited. I'm laughing because, well, there's a safe. And yes, it's in there, but only one person can open it. I started giggling now, not even caring about the threat of the stupid knife. It would serve him right anyway if he sliced my throat before I was done talking. You need his fingerprints, don't you see? If you want that evidence, only one person can get it for you, and oh my God, you've killed him. I was practically choking on laughter now. It was either that or faint. Because you did, didn't you? Eric is probably bleeding out, you stupid fucking morons. You killed your only chance at getting into the safe that contains literally every piece of evidence against you. By the time I was finished, I was so delirious with anger and frustration, and maybe even some elation that finally this was the end, that I started to cackle like a witch. Because even though this certainly wasn't the end I wanted, Eric had still found a way to do exactly what I would have done in his shoes, had I had the chance. Stick it to the man, even on my way down.
What is she talking about?
Carson demanded.
Hermes, you said his safe was easily opened.
Well, the one in Boston was a joke, Jude replied, though he didn't look so smug anymore. My laughter was now full-on hysterical. You fools. You are the ones who are so stupid. He already knew he had no privacy. He knew you would do this. So he had that stupid thing installed beside our bed that only takes fingerprints. That thing is state-of-the-art. Oh God, I can't stop.
That's enough,
Carson barked.
Hermes, go find the safe. If we can't open it, we'll just take it with us. We'll dispose of this one on our way out of the country. Daughter or not, she's a liability and I can't have it.
He jerked my hands behind my back and quickly knotted something that felt like silk around them.
I would have liked to finish the job in Korea, you know. It was cathartic in a way. You see, I came to terms with the fact that you yourself are tainted, much less worthy of carrying my grandchild. Better we do away with you along with your wretched husband.
I wrenched my head around and spat in Carson's face as hard as I could. Then, of course, I immediately received another harsh slap.
That is quite enough,
Carson roared. He turned to Jude, his stupid hook-nosed face red with anger.
Jude, get the safe and let's go.
Jude nodded and turned to the bedroom door. I quieted. Fuck. This was really it.
It's his fault for thinking the society would come to him in the first place, Titan, Jude said as he opened the door. Not when they've been loyal to you for years.
No.
Eric stepped out of our bedroom.
They've been loyal to the society. It's a very different thing.
I screamed at the sound of his voice.
What in the hell?
Jude shouted. Brandon jumped out of the room as well. And in a sudden rush, Jude was locked in a vicious full Nelson that sounded awfully like it broke something.
Fuck!
He screamed through a face contorted with pain.
That's my arm!
Brandon just turned him around, and just as viciously, slammed Jude's head into the doorframe. He immediately crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Slimy motherfucker, he muttered, his Boston accent thick and unfettered as he stepped over Jude's body. You're lucky it was just your arm.
Eric? I asked, hardly able to believe what I was seeing. Brandon? You're here?
Eric walked further into the room, hands behind his back like he was out for a stroll. Hey, gorgeous, he said, his gaze lighting on me warmly. I'm sorry I had to leave you on your big night. I knew this one here wouldn't be able to resist if he thought you and my mother were alone. He narrowed his eyes at Carson. Where is she, by the way? My hands were jerked behind me again, and the knife at my throat found new purchase. Carson practically growled. Left to her own devices after my daughter foolishly decided to attempt heroism. He tisked loudly, like I had spilled juice instead of sacrificing myself. Granted, Anton wasn't much of a comfort, but he was hurt, and he did have his orders. Heather was always easy to scare into submission. She's been quiet for more than 20 years. I'm sure tonight will give me 20 more. Eric just glared at us both. Let her go, Carson, and maybe you'll get out of this alive. I could feel the sallow curve of Carson's smile against my temple. He smelled like old men's cologne, far too much bourbon, and something else that was almost medicinal. Pills and plastic. I don't think so, he said. You think I have any scruples when it comes to my so-called daughter? She and her mother have been the stain on my life's work. She's already proven she's beyond redemption. If you want to save her life, you'd better run along and get me everything that's in that safe of yours. To my surprise, Eric just cocked his head. Oh, and what do you think you'll want from there? But Carson was done with the repartee. Just get it, he shouted. Whatever godforsaken things you keep in there are coming with me. Notes, photographs, your ridiculous poetry, he sneered. No true daughter of mine would fall in love with such a whiny little Nancy. It should have been enough to write her off from the start. Right, I snapped, because you don't have the slightest flair for drama, do you, Pops? Jesus Christ, Brandon muttered to himself, obviously appalled by my terrible self-restraint. Jane. Eric's voice was even. Hush. He was stock still as he spoke to Carson. I keep a lot of things in that safe, Carson. Poetry, yes. Documentation, plenty. I also keep protection. And then, to my combined shock and horror, he raised a gun from behind his back and pointed it straight at Carson.
Holy shit, I said. What in the hell is that?
It's a gun, Jane, Eric said, like he was speaking to a 4-year-old. A Beretta M9, the standard issue for the U.S. military, as Carson undoubtedly knows, given how cozy he is with the armed forces. You wouldn't, Triton, Carson said. You're all bluster, just like your good-for-nothing father. Jacob was a joke, and so are you. Do you have any idea how easy it was, pushing him off the boat? How simple. It was him or me, and when it came down to it, he couldn't do it. He had me. He could have just. He tipped his head. So I made the decision for him. For a half second, the gun shook. I flinched.
Eric, I whispered, put the gun down. It was fucking unnerving. The saying, looking down the barrel of a gun, carried a whole new meaning.
Jane, he replied, without moving his gaze from Carson. Please shut up. I opened my mouth to argue.
Even then, I was arguing, but managed to shut it as ordered. After all, I wasn't super interested in being accidentally shot in the face.
Eric, man,
Brandon tried to put in.
Maybe you should...
Brandon, you too.
Triton.
Carson, Titan, whatever the fuck name you want to go by. I only have one, and it's not the one you gave me after an impotent son of a sea god. My name is Eric Sebastian Franklin Stallsmith DeVries. You killed my fiancée. You murdered my child. You have tormented and kidnapped my mother and my wife, and now you finally admit that yes, you killed my father. So prepare to die, I whispered to myself in a fake Spanish accent. Good one, kiddo. I could practically feel my dad's smile behind me, calling from the dead. He always did like the Princess Bride. Jesus, we were inappropriate together, even when one of us was completely imagined. It was like being the person who laughs at a funeral, except it was my own potential execution. And I was giggling with memories of my dead father. Shut up, Carson hissed. Go on, Carson, Eric said. Give me one good reason why I should let you live, because right now I can't think of a single one. The seconds ticked by. My gaze darted between Eric at the door, Brandon beside the wall, Carson's feet, and back to Eric. All right, Carson said softly. How's this? You won't do it. You're a coward just like your father. Things get hard and you run away. From the time you were a child, you let people push you around, tell you where to live. You've fooled yourself into thinking you made a life on your own, but look at you. One call from the great Celeste DeVries, and you came running. You might want to pull that trigger, but you and I both know it's never. He jerked on my hands. Going. Another jerk. To happen. Eric's throat tightened visibly. The muscle in his jaw started to tick. Like a bomb, I recalled. Ready to explode. Aren't I right? Carson asked one last time. The knife at my throat pressed in further, choking me. Aren't I right? Eric, I wheezed. Eric blinked, as if shaken out of a trance by my voice. And then, with the smooth lightning movements of a cat, he raised the gun and shot John Carson directly between the eyes. I screamed. The hand at my throat fell away, along with the body of the man who claimed he was my father. Blood streamed all over the shining floors. So dark it was almost black. Holy shit, Brandon whispered as he glanced down at the body, then over to Jude's still unconscious form. Eric! My voice was a ghost as I twisted around, drops of my father slipping down my cheek. My hair, my face, everything was wet. Wet with him. Oh, Eric, what did you just do? His reason wasn't good enough. Eric held the gun in the air long after the echo of its shot had faded away. By the time he dropped it, his hand was shaking, and the gun fell to the floor. Then he looked up at me and promptly fell to his knees. Eric! My voice was barely audible. Then I realized that I was falling too, or maybe just tripping in my scramble to reach him. But reach him I did, across the blood-splattered rug, where I launched into him. His arms wrapped around me, and he unbound my wrists, moving as if in a trance. Eric, I cupped his face. Holy shit, babe, what did you do? His eyes found mine, dazed, like someone had just landed a punch. What I had to. I protected us. He fell back against the doorframe, clutching me to his chest. unwilling to let me look back at the crime scene of our living room. There was a hardness in his voice I had never heard before.
Jane, Eric.
We all jerked our heads up at the sudden clamor downstairs. Voices shouting, fists pounding at the door.
The guards, Eric said. They've been waiting for us.
So Tony wasn't accosted at the gala?
No, he was, Eric said. But the others waited with us. I knew, he sighed. I knew they would come here, just like I knew they would take you.
He stroked my cheek.
I'm so sorry, pretty girl. I just couldn't see any other way. Eric.
The other 2 members of our security thundered into the room, followed by, to my surprise, Matthew Zola.
Oh, fuck,
said Clay, one of the guards, as he took in the scene.
Get Latour secured,
Eric ordered. Brandon immediately went to help the 2 guards do just that.
Where's the Russian?
In custody, Zola said. We found him with Heather 2 blocks from the museum. You were right. Jane sacrificed herself to save your mom. Zola looked from us to the crime scene and back again. Then, without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed. This is Matthew Zola, Assistant DA for the Brooklyn office, he said as he stared at the crime scene. There's been an incident at 17 West 76th Street, Apartment 4. 2 men wanted by the CIA and the NYPD have been located. We need help. Eric and I watched, astounded, as Zola continued to rattle off directions to what must have been the police. After Zola put his phone away, he turned to us. Boss? Tony stepped inside. Your mother is safe. We grabbed the Russian outside of the park. She's with her daughter now. I deflated with even more relief, although I was starting to shake. Tony gave me a rueful glance. He took one look at the crime scene, walked across the room, and picked the gun off the ground, stepping over John Carson's bleeding body like it was nothing more than an errant railroad track. Zola, Eric, and I all watched as our head of security meticulously cleaned the weapon with his shirt cuff, then, just as carefully, wrapped his hand around the grip, placing his fingers on the trigger. He pointed it at the body once more and pulled the trigger, although the chamber was empty. I jerked, though he was essentially only pantomiming. It seemed unnecessary. Eric also started, like the sound of the gunshots awakened him from some horrid trance.
Tony, he said, don't.
I had to shoot him, Tony interrupted. He was trying to hurt you and Mrs. DeVries. It's my job. I had no choice.
Christ, Zola muttered.
Tony, I said weakly, you're not a cop. You don't have to. It's what I would have done, Tony interrupted evenly. Please, the DA here called the cops. That's our story, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, I'm not.
Eric held me even tighter, like he was afraid to let me go. In the distance, I could already hear sirens. But before I could stop him, he gently set me aside, then pushed himself up from the floor. He crossed to Tony and gently removed the gun from the big man's hands.
I appreciate it, Tony, he said, but you've helped enough tonight, and it's my weapon. It's my family, and it's my right to defend them.
Tony looked like he wanted to argue back, but after perceiving Zola's disapproving expression and my own visible horror, he seemed to relent. He gave a brief, curt nod and stepped back.
Understood.
Eric returned to me. I was stranded in the corner, my father's blood drying on my hair and skin. But Eric's gaze held me fast.
Jane,
he said in a voice that was finally starting to tremble.
Like the air I breathe.
Red and blue lights flashed outside our windows. I sucked in a deep breath. Like the water I drink, I whispered back. Eric's eyes closed when the knocks downstairs sounded.
All right,
he said to Zola, Tony, and the rest of the security team.
let them up. Let them see everything this man has brought to my doorstep.
38. It took me months to stop expecting that every knock at the door was the police, there to cart Eric away on murder charges. Or even worse, some random member of the Janus Society, which I found aptly named for a two-faced god. But after the initial inquiry, which, yes, lasted weeks, John Carson's death was in fact determined self-defense. No charges were brought, except, of course, those against Jude Latour and on Anton Mikhailov for abduction and aggravated assault. The state's attorneys of Connecticut and New Hampshire got in on the game too with several counts of murder. Considering the laissez-faire handling of Eric's case by pretty much all parties involved, I couldn't help but wonder if there were quite a few folks out there happy to be out from under the thumb of that sycophant. Eric and I, however, weren't quite as easily healed. Surprise! Turns out you can't just have your biological father shot in the head all over you and be magically okay. Nor can you do the shooting, apparently, and walk away unscathed. Nightmares, flashbacks, anxiety attacks, the increased instinct to self-harm. You name it, I had it. All under the nice big umbrella of PTSD. Just in that first week alone, I scrubbed my skin raw, convinced I still bore the stains of John Carson's blood, and, if we're being totally honest, other parts imprinted into my skin. So it took months of therapy, both the formal kind in a doctor's office, as well as the special sorts we administer to each other, to get to a place where neither of us jumped at every strange sound, where I didn't need 3 extra deadbolts on our door, where Eric didn't sleep with a loaded gun on his nightstand. We left the apartment on the Upper West Side and actually moved in with Heather for a while, citing safety in numbers. Una, who had safely remained with Skylar during that terrible night, put off her return to Chicago and took Heather's basement apartment, the one previously used for staff. Heather seemed happy to have us all, like a ghost coming back from the dead. Horace, her jubilant elf of a husband, twittered around us like a hummingbird when he was around at all. And I watched as Eric slowly rebuilt his relationship with his mother. And I, yes, rebuilt the one I had with my own. Spring turned into summer, then summer turned to fall, and eventually winter was just around the corner. One day I woke up without sweat on my brow or Eric shaking beside me. That day turned to several, and eventually almost all of them.
That's called healing, Peanut,
Dad would say in the back of my mind whenever I considered what was happening. Whatever, goofball, I'd think right back, before getting out of bed to join Eric and one of our mothers for coffee in the strange new routine. But routines don't always fit, nor are they meant to last forever. One morning at the beginning of November, I entered the kitchen to find 2 strange things. Eric, first of all, drinking tea, and my mother, speaking to him solemnly, with her hand on top of her suitcase. They both turned. I didn't even have to ask what was going on. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, I say. She did say she'd get you to drink green tea before she left. My mother looked entirely too pleased with herself. It's better for you than coffee, she said, mostly to him, for what was probably the 10th time. Eric just took a sip of his tea, looking like he was planning to toss it down the drain the second she turned around. I, ignoring the suitcase-shaped elephant in the room, had poured myself a cup of the coffee that, thankfully, still had been put through Eric's science experiment-looking contraption. I'll take a cup of joe, thanks. Jane. I turned around. For the first time in months, I realized my mother looked normal. Gone were the dark circles under her eyes, the slightly shriveled look about her that must have been rooted in fear. Her hair, short, black, and tamed to a perfect bob, was newly dyed. She wore a full face of makeup and her favorite blue tunic sweater over a comfortable pair of matching indigo pants. She was the solid, coordinated mother I knew, and her sharp, dark gaze ran straight through me. I sighed. Want to walk in the park, Oma? Do you have time before your flight? She pressed her lips together. She always did hate it when I anticipated her announcements. My mother had as much flair for drama as I did. I suppose I came by it honestly, after all. Yes, she said finally. Let me get my coat. Winter had nearly arrived in New York, almost a month early. Halloween had felt particularly ghoulish this year when a massive storm swept through the city, knocking every orange and red-hued leaf from the trees while a wind howled between skyscrapers and brownstones alike. Much more trick than treat, if you asked me. Today, though still cold, the weather was giving us a bit of reprieve with blue skies and air that was nearly crisp enough to see my breath. New Yorkers were out and about, taking advantage of the sunny skies with the urgency of squirrels getting their last nuts in storage before the heavy snows fell. My mother and I walked into the park, ambling around the paths. This had become a habit of ours over the last several months, just walking around the park together for a bit of exercise. We didn't talk, actually. It was one of the only times my mother didn't have something to say to me about my life or lack of direction. Again and again, she had continued to pressure me to decide. Decide on a job, decide on a career, decide on something, anything. Until now, apparently. Now that she was leaving. Oma? I started as we wandered around the back side of the Central Park Zoo. I want you to know, she interrupted me. I think your father would approve. I blinked. What? She looked at me. She was wearing her favorite puffy coat, the one that made her look like a plum-colored Michelin man. Of school, the fashion. I glanced at her, then pushed up my glasses, unsure of how exactly to respond to that. She hadn't exactly made her disdain for that particular choice a secret over the last couple of months. She thought I should have taken the job Zola offered me. It didn't matter to her that I, and she, by association, now had more money than I would ever know what to do with. I was supposed to be productive. So this was certainly a significant about-face. Eric showed me some of your drawings, she said. They were very good. There were many of them. You work hard. I nodded cautiously. Where in the hell was this going? To my mother's vocal chagrin, I had decided over the summer to apply for the MFA program at New York's Fashion Institute. Cora had practically insisted on it once I got up the nerve to show her my sketches and some of the clothes I'd made. I still had no idea what I was going to do with it, but it felt like a step in the right direction. Eric was completely occupied with his company these days, even telling Skylar a few weeks ago that he was ready to sell his stake in their small firm. He had sold the apartment in North End a month before that. We would still always visit Boston, but New York was officially home. It was time for us to grow our roots here. Thank you? He also took me back to the museum, the one with the exhibit you helped with. She glanced at me. Will you help again? I swallowed. I have been, but Nina wanted to help with next year's gala since it's more up her alley. French 18th century styles aren't really my thing. I made a face. Yeah, I wasn't super into helping with that one. Plus, I'm not really into the whole party planning thing. I just wanted to be there for the fashion. You like to make the clothes? I nodded. I do. I love it, actually. But you always knew that, Oma. She was quiet for a minute. My mother liked to make clothes, like you. I blinked. This was something I did not know. My grandmother wasn't someone my mother spoke much about. Her history as a poor farmer's daughter in Huasson was known to me only alongside her unfortunate history with World War II. But my mother didn't say any more than that as we continued to walk. I never understood why Americans give thanks in November, she remarked finally, as we passed a sign advertising some kind of Thanksgiving event at the ice skating rink. In Korea,
We do it in September, when we actually have the real harvest.
Maybe they just wanted to wait until all the food was in, I joked. If the farmers in Illinois were forced to take 3 days off in the middle of their harvest, they'd probably picket the governor. Una didn't reply as we walked through the park. Most of the leaves had fallen and melted into the streets with fall's first hard rain the night before. Today, the sky was blue again, but it would probably be the last for a while.
In Korea, everyone goes home for Chuseok. Not just 1 day, but 3. They leave their cities and go to where their family lives, make a table for their ancestors, give thanks as a family.
I didn't reply, though I listened curiously. My mother spoke so infrequently about Korea when I was growing up. And while my only visit to the place was stained with the year's traumas, I was still curious about her life there, how she had become the way she was.
When I was a girl, my mother continued, it was our home they would come to. My aunts and uncles and cousins, Jion too. We would spend a day making the table, all the food, to honor our ancestors. It was not much. We were only farmers. But they were good days.
The wind picked up, whistling around our ears like a ghost calling from days past. Both of us pulled our collars up.
But then my father died, Una said. His heart was no good. My mother, she had to sell the farm, and then she died too. I was 16. I worked in another house for some time before my friend started working with the airline. She was poor, like me. The job paid very well. I would always take the jobs in September, during Chuseok. I had nowhere to go.
I remained silent. I'd never heard this story before. All of the family reminiscing from Yuna and Jion were either about games they played as children or things that happened after they came to Chicago. Korea had always been a bit of a mystery. My mother stopped as we reached the edge of the pond. It was a familiar view over the large boulder, the top of the Plaza Hotel peeking through the trees. I'd seen it in countless movies, postcards, photographs, and yet I didn't marvel at it the way I used to. I had been in New York long enough that iconic places like this were becoming, well, commonplace.
When I think of my home, my mother said, almost like she was reading my mind, I think of those times, the gathering of family. I didn't have it again until I met your father, your real father, Carol. He brought me to his family, welcomed mine too. We made a family together, with you. We were happy. He gave me a home again.
That I understood. After all, how many times had I considered our Thanksgiving so fondly? The eccentric mix of food and friends. She turned to face me.
You have a home here in New York, with your husband.
Over the last several months, Eric and my mother had circled each other warily. After all, she had been against the marriage from the start. But even Una, as stubborn as she was, couldn't deny everything he had done for us. His willingness to do whatever it took to protect his own. So while it was odd that she hadn't said his name, it was even odder that I didn't feel the need to argue with her.
Jane, she said, I want to go home. I want to go to my home. You understand?
But, I interrupted myself. I wanted to argue that she didn't have one anymore, that Dad was gone, and even though she had her house back, it wouldn't be the same. That I was her daughter, her only real family. Why couldn't she make her home here with me? But did she even want to? Some families are meant to live with each other all the time. Skylar's was a good example. Her grandmother and her father practically lived with her in Brandon. Her siblings, Brandon's parents. Hell, even me, Eric, Zola. They collected friends and family members like magpies, I murmured to myself. My mother looked up sharply. What? Oh, nothing, I replied. Just thinking about how some people are like that. They collect family members like magpies, I shrugged. I guess you and Dad were sort of like that. She peered at me for a moment more, then smiled. Well, as much as my mother ever smiled.
You know, she said, That is the national bird of Korea, magpie.
I smiled that time.
Really?
Her eyes, so dark, glinted in the late morning sun, and for a moment I saw something there I'd never seen before. Something I only knew because I was finally reaching some measure of it myself. Peace. She had stayed here for me, done what she could because she loved me. And now she was leaving. She needed me to love her too.
There you go, Jane Brain.
Dad's voice was warm, kind, proud. Instead of fighting her like I once would have, not necessarily because I truly believed we needed to live together, but more to be right, I hugged her. I wrapped my arms around her small, compact body. She was still for a moment, and then she hugged me back. When I released her, both of our eyes were shining, but neither of us wanted to argue. Not anymore. "We'll come for Thanksgiving," I said. "Maybe you can show me how to make a table for the ancestors. Dad, too." She swiped under her eye, the sole evidence of the fact that she really did miss my father terribly. "Yes, he would have liked that." 39. Eric and I drove my mother to the airport soon after we returned to the house. Well, our driver did, while we sat in the back with her and listened to her jabber about her plans to remodel the house in Evanston. Gion was going to move in there with her, but she would keep my room for us. It was obvious how happy she was to be going home at last. "Tell me when you hear back from the school," she told me over and over again as we approached JFK. I swallowed. "Okay, I will. If I even get in."
"We'll celebrate at Christmas,"
Eric said as he gave her a brief hug and a kiss on the cheek.
"She's a shoo-in."
"Or Thanksgiving, maybe,"
she replied. He glanced at me and I shrugged. "We're going," I said. "Get ready to eat a lot of turkey and Korean food." Eric blinked, then nodded.
"I can handle that."
With one last hug, we watched my mother disappear into JFK. Eric shuttled me back into the car and held me securely while he checked his emails, realizing somehow that I wasn't in the mood to talk. We had gotten better at that, too, over the last several months. The just being together, no chatter, no repartee, just us. As we drove into Manhattan, Eric put his phone away.
"Are you up for another walk through the park? Might be nice before the weather turns again."
I shrugged. "Sure, I guess." There wasn't much to do at the house now that I'd gotten my application in anyway. Tony dropped us off near the East 72nd Street entrance, and Eric and I strolled easily hand in hand, past the Bethesda fountain and the lake, where even in the chilly weather, tourists were taking out rowboats under the blue sky. "I kind of like the park like this," I said as I swung Eric's arm back and forth. "Is it weird that I prefer it without all the foliage and tourists? A little moodier? A little barren, maybe?" My choice of words wasn't by design, but we both heard the double entendre. After all, we'd decided to eschew all forms of contraceptives about 3 months prior. After finding me holding my belly and rocking in my sleep one too many times, Eric had gotten up one night and thrown out every condom we had, then made love to me from 4 different positions until the sun came up. Both of our therapists cautioned against expanding our family too soon while we were both still recuperating. "Babies aren't Band-Aids," mine said succinctly. But neither of us bought any more condoms, and I refused my doctor's offers of birth control. Every 28 days, however, we were still disappointed. Eric brought his hand to my lips.
"Don't worry," he said,
his breath warm against my hand.
"When it's meant to happen, it'll happen."
What if it doesn't? I didn't say it, but I wanted to ask. Though my doctor assured me that nothing had been permanently damaged last February, sometimes I wasn't so sure. Eric shrugged, as nonchalant as ever. But while that imperviousness would have once infuriated me, sometimes I found it comforting. It's useful being with someone who literally knows he can handle just about anything life throws at him. The little things somehow didn't matter so much.
"I have something for you," he said,
stopping near Strawberry Fields. Next to us was the famous stone, just across from John Lennon's former building. "Imagine," it read, to any passers-by who might need it. And isn't that what we had always done together, when fear and pride didn't get in our way? With Eric, I had found I could imagine almost anything, and he would support me in any way. I had found the one man in the world unafraid of a woman like me. My strengths, my weaknesses, my ambitions, my fears. He embraced them all. And what's more, he genuinely loved me for them. I turned to face him, noting again just how stupid handsome he was. He was dressed down for the weekend in his favorite navy wool jacket, a tailored wool shirt, and a pair of gray felt pants that somehow made his long legs even longer over leather brogues. Very Swedish Esquire, particularly considering the way the afternoon light was now playing over his cropped blonde hair and the light stubble he allowed to grow on the weekends. But it was never his basic attractiveness that always drew me to him like a moth to a flame. Together we burned, of course. It was a burn I craved. I needed. But aside from the sex, aside from looks, aside from charisma, underneath all of that was a man who was quietly one of the best people I had ever known. Honest, pensive, genuine. Eric. What in the world, I wondered as I traced the line of his jaw with one finger, did I ever do to deserve you? Eric smiled, his full lips spread shyly. Then more confidently, with that curious effect of completely transforming his entire face.
"You know,"
he said as he allowed me to play over his chin, nose, cheekbones, lips,
"I think that pretty much every day, as soon as I wake up next to you."
"You are the corniest," I whispered, though there was no joke in my tone. Eric captured my hand again and pressed a long, slow kiss to my palm.
"Come on, Lefferts."
I followed him out of the park and into our old neighborhood, across Central Park West, and eventually down West 76th. He stopped in front of our building. We hadn't officially decided we weren't coming back here, but neither of us had voiced a single desire to do so in the last several months. Eric pulled a key out of his pocket and handed it to me.
"Here,"
he said,
"if you want it."
For a long time, I stared at the key. It was different than the old one. Thicker. Brass, not silver. It was attached to a keychain with a mermaid etched onto it. Ariel, I thought to myself, clutching it for a moment.
"Say the word and we'll sell it,"
Eric said, nodding at the building.
"But I thought, before we do that, you should see what it looks like, finished."
As his words registered, my mouth fell open. "Finished? You mean you—"
"Accelerated the remodel," he finished for me. "Yeah, it's amazing what you can get done with 3 separate crews and a willingness to pay overtime."
He glanced up at the townhouse, which I now realized no longer had the buzzers marking multiple units. I swallowed. I hadn't been back here since May. Not since we had removed our things and ran away from the bloodshed that occurred there. I didn't know what I would find. "Okay," I said. "Show me." The heavy oak door closed behind us and echoed through the newly emptied space. All sounds of outside evaporated behind triple-paned windows. I stared at my brand-new surroundings. The stairs were still here, but nearly every non-bearing wall dividing the old apartments on the first floor had been ripped out, creating a uniquely open-concept living space over shining wood floors. A kitchen gleamed from the back, leading into a general dining area, and a living room that would lend itself to being arranged around a huge stone fireplace near the front. This wasn't a stodgy, traditional home that seemed lifted from an Edith Wharton novel, the way Heather's home felt. Nor was it an icebox full of chrome and glass like Eric's old place in Boston. It was spacious, modern, but clean and still comfortable. Our footsteps echoed across the wood floors.
"There's a bathroom by the kitchen," Eric said, "and a patio out back that also leads to the downstairs. I waited on hiring a landscaper to see what you wanted to do with that."
"What's downstairs?" I wondered. This was what happened when you turned an entire apartment complex into a single house, apparently. Floor upon floor of what? Eric took me by the elbow and guided me toward a set of rear stairs that led down to a surprisingly airy basement, which included a small kitchen, a bathroom, and several spare rooms.
"Right now it's a blank slate. A couple of bedrooms if we want live-in accommodations for the help."
"For the help," I repeated. "Does that sound as obnoxious to you as it does to me?" Eric chuckled.
"Maybe a little. To be honest, I was thinking it would be a good space for a startup business, like a design studio."
I gulped, though anticipation prickled my spine. "Don't you think it's a little early for that? We don't even know if I'm getting into that program." Eric turned to me with a spark in his eyes that matched my own.
"I think you're unbelievably talented, and so does the editor-in-chief of the biggest fashion magazine in the world. The world is your oyster, Lefferts. You could make this space your pearl, whatever you want."
He tipped his head.
"You helped me figure out what I was meant to be. I just want the same for you, gorgeous."
I was quiet for a long time, and I found not quite ready to make a decision on that front. But the fact that he was offering this meant the fucking world. "Show me the rest?" I said. Eric's calm facade betrayed nothing.
"All right, come on."
The rest of the house was an equally beautiful blank slate. Another floor full of empty bedrooms that I could imagine as offices as easily as children's rooms. Eric didn't comment either way, but I was sure he felt the same. He led me to the floor where our former apartment had been. The living area still had the same hardwoods, the same fireplace, the same windows that looked out toward the park, but that was it. The walls were empty. The furniture was totally gone. "It's very white," I said, though I mentally smacked myself for saying something so inane. Yes, it was white, but it was also gorgeous, clean.
"I told them to make it a canvas,"
Eric said as he trailed me. He was watching me, of course, not really looking at the apartment. "Where is all our furniture?"
"Well, some of it wasn't really usable."
I cringed. It was true. That night had been very messy. In some of my worst dreams, I remembered just how messy it was to have someone, specifically my biological father, shot at close range in my living room. There wasn't a whole lot that went unscathed. Now, everything in it had been removed, and the rest of the apartment was completely different. Nearly all of the bedrooms in the kitchen had been demolished, so that now the floor primarily consisted of a single huge bedroom, a walk-in closet that could house about 10 hibernating bears, much less the contents of our combined wardrobes, and the biggest bathroom I had ever seen. "Eric," I said as I explored the new space, "you turned most of our apartment into a single master suite? That's obscene." I placed my palms on the wide marble countertop that spread from one end of the room to the other, the length of at least 2 king-size beds, above which pristine mirrors ran the length of the walls. This bathroom alone was bigger than my apartment in Chicago. A pair of hands encircled my waist. Eric's lips touched my collarbone.
"I told you,"
he said against my pulse.
"I need room to spread you out."
Without waiting for me to respond, he turned me swiftly, then lifted me up and set me on the counter. It really was enormous. Solid. Unbreakable. He set his hands on either side of my hips and looked at me, unflinching. Unwilling to let me look away either. But when he spoke, it wasn't what I expected. Instead, it was poetry, which I hadn't heard him recite in a very long time. Had I the heavens embroidered close, enwrought with golden and silver light, the blue and the dim and the dark close of night and light and the half-light. I tipped my head. Well, that's beautiful. Is that yours or... Eric shook his head, a little bashful. I knew he had been writing a lot over the last several months, but he hadn't shared anything with me. Yet. No, that's Yeats, of course, he said. Ah, your favorite. I should have known. That poem. It always reminded me of you. All about the fabric of heaven. His lover makes clothes, just like you, and all he wants to do is give her everything he can if it would make her happy. I thought of it last year, when I bought you all those textiles from Milan. I tipped my head, a smile playing across my lips. It is fitting. How does the rest of it go? Eric took a deep breath, then stepped closer to me as he recited the rest. I would spread the clothes under your feet, but I, being poor, have only my dreams. He stepped between my legs, then unbuttoned my coat. I have spread my dreams under your feet, he continued as he pushed it over my shoulders and helped me remove my arms. Tread softly, because you tread on my dreams. By the time he finished, the room around us had faded. His silvery eyes, as celestial as the heavens evoked in the poem, shone with intensity, lust, and mostly love. I couldn't see anything but him as he cupped my cheeks. Happy anniversary, pretty girl, he said as he gazed openly at me. I blinked. What? His mouth quirked again into a sly half-smile. It's November 2nd. 1 year ago, we got married. Well, the first time anyway. His thumb hooked lightly on my lower lip and pulled a little before releasing it. It didn't really go the way I imagined when I met you, but I wouldn't take it back for a second. You imagined marrying me when you met me? Eric didn't look away, not even for a second. Jane, he said softly as he pushed a lock of hair out of my face. I knew I'd spend the rest of my life with you the second I saw your bright blue hair in the middle of the Harvard lawn. You woke me up, gorgeous, just like you do every single day. Eric, I whispered, searching for a response. Even now, even after all this time, the man simply overwhelmed me in the best possible way. What do you say? Traces of vulnerability crept into his stolid features. Are you ready to come home, or... He was clearly scared to articulate the other option, that we would abandon the house we had worked so hard to make our own once before. Find someplace new, someplace unmarred by the traumas of the past. But the fact was, those pains would follow us anywhere we went. Life, death, love, hate, they imprinted permanently on your heart, leaving patterns as eternal and terrifying as any actual person or thing. I considered all the years I had done my best to run from this man, whose intensity speared me to the core, but whose love doubled every dimension I knew. That was when I knew my answer without a single doubt. I think, I said, that we should christen our new old home, properly this time. Eric grinned, fully grinned, the kind that made his entire face transform from a staid Upper East Sider, born and bred for poise and comportment, into a walking fucking sunbeam. Right fucking now, he agreed, Before I could reply, he set his mouth on mine, slipped his tongue past my waiting lips, and let our bodies say naturally what I struggled to say with mere language. Because for all of the hard times we had, this would always be easy. There were so many ways to speak between souls. Words were one, bodies were another. Off, Eric murmured as his hand slipped under my sweater. Off, I agreed as I shucked his coat, then yanked at the buttons of his shirt. It didn't take long until our clothes lay all over the bathroom floor, and I had 6 feet 2 inches of glorious, golden god of a man leaning over me, looking at me with a delicious expression that was more devilish than celestial. I have one more gift for you, he said as he reached for his jacket. I leaned back against the mirror, happy to put my own body on display, mostly because he seemed to take as much joy out of admiring my skinny limbs as I did in his lean, stacked muscle. Lord, he really was a work of art. He stood up with a small velvet bag in one hand, which he turned over to pour a chain of some sort into his palm. I sat forward curiously. What's that? Jewelry, huh? I winked at him. First anniversary is paper clocks, you know. You're going a bit overboard, but I suppose I shouldn't complain considering I didn't even remember. Eric smirked. I guess I should correct myself. The house is your present, pretty girl. This one is mine. Oh? He nodded, and his gaze darkened as he held up the chain. That's right. Now, place your hands behind you. There's nowhere to restrain you in here, yet, so you'll just have to do what you're told. That familiar thrum of excitement grew in my belly, but obediently, I moved my hands behind me so my chest was thrust out. Beautiful, he murmured as his eyes drew over my body. I squirmed. You going to do something about it? His hand found my breast in a short, quick slap that made me gasp. Out of pure desire, of course. What do you think? He asked, as he pushed my legs apart so he could step between them. He was already hard, the length of him resting against my thigh. I edged forward, but he shook his head. Not yet, gorgeous. Not yet. First. He held up the chain, which was bright gold and extremely delicate. At each end hung something that looked like gold tweezers. I grinned. Well, either you're going to play some messed up version of Operation on me, or those are the prettiest damn nipple clamps I have ever seen, Mr. DeVries. Have you ever used any? He asked. We haven't. I shrugged. Once? A long time ago? I took my chance and leaned forward enough that I could whisper in his ear. He didn't know what the hell he was doing, though. Unlike most men, who might get jealous or refuse to hear about previous lovers, Eric just chuckled with satisfaction. Well, of course he didn't. He wasn't me. Someone thinks a lot of himself. Am I wrong? The knowingness all over his face might have been maddening. Why don't you get started? I asked, since you've got such a reputation to uphold now. Eric's smirk deepened. You got it. I watched openly as he fastened one of the tweezer-like parts to my right nipple. You know, in some of the French courts, they used to wear dresses cut under their breasts so women could show off jewelry like this. I turned my chest back and forth, admiring the chain as it swung lightly. Do you think that's the way I should go for the Met Gala next year? It is Marie Antoinette themed, you know. Eric's eyes burned. Whether at the sight of my pinched nipples or the idea of me parading around society with them looking like this, I wasn't sure. He tugged lightly on the chain, then kissed me slowly, tongue twisting around mine until I was fully out of breath. I think for now, the only person who gets to see your nipples is me, he said, giving another swift tug that made me gasp again. His other hand wrapped around my ass, pulling me to the edge of the counter, so that his cock was perfectly aligned with me. He pressed his thumb over my clit, then drifted it down, slipping it in and out of me, then back up.
"Look at that," he murmured as he did it again. "In a hurry, aren't you?"
I couldn't lie. The second he pulled that chain out of the bag, I was turned on. Hell, the second he kissed my neck, I was basically ready to go. He kissed me then, taking my lower lip between his teeth and worrying it slightly while he tugged on the chain again and again. I moaned as his cock slipped between my legs. Holy shit. My breath was already choked. Did you? You didn't, did you? Eric pulled back.
"Did what, pretty girl?"
I looked down at where we were nearly joined. It isn't possible that you had the contractors build this counter at exactly this height so you could... Eric tugged again on the chain. I hissed at the minor pain and burst of pleasure.
"I think you will find,"
he said as he just barely slid in,
"that nearly every surface in this house,"
a few inches more,
"is constructed so you,"
just one more,
"will be perfectly,"
kiss,
"accessible."
My thighs spread wider as he pushed in completely, finding his seat within my darkest places. I arched, clamped nipples rubbing against his hard chest while my head dropped back. His teeth found my neck with a growl.
"Fucking hell, you look hot like that."
The sound of him losing a bit of that careful control only made me that much hotter. Fuck me, I whispered. Please, Eric, I need it. He pulled out slowly, then thrust in, just as slowly. Another pull on the chain. Another suck on my neck. Eric, my voice wheedled, begged, please.
Shit.
Clearly the sound of my begging wasn't helping with that control.
Say it again. Tell me you need it.
Another slow pull. Another equally tortured push. Chain, mouth, rinse and repeat. Eric, I shouted as he sucked on my neck. Oh my God, please.
Fuck yes.
And then, like he couldn't help himself, he pounded into me. Those measured movements replaced by forceful thrusts that threatened to undo us both in as much time.
Say it, Jane, he ordered me. Tell me what you need.
I was dying to touch him, but I wouldn't dare go against his orders. After all, that was the fun of it. The torture of having to do what I was told for once. The gleam in Eric's eyes as he waited for me to break. But this time I wouldn't. This time I wanted to be perfect. Just for him. I stuck my chin out and licked my lips, closing my eyes just to feel the delicious pressure of him as he filled me, again and again. You, I cried as I took everything he wanted to give me. I need you.
Fuck.
Eric's shout bounced off the stone surfaces, and he pulled on the chain again. This time that much harder. Oh! My eyes flew open. What the hell was happening? But even as he seemed to get even bigger within me, Eric slowed his movements, clearly conscious of what was happening. He started to focus on a rhythm he was setting with the chain. Short, deft tugs in time with his hips.
Are you?
He gasped, looking for breath. Clearly he was trying to hold back himself.
Are you close?
Am I barely had time to answer him before his thumb brushed over my clit. Oh! I gasped. Then he pulled off the clamps. The chain dropped to the counter just as sensation flooded my nipples. Feeling returning to the slightly distended tips, just in time with an orgasm that exploded through the rest of me. Eric! I shouted, grasping for the man since I definitely couldn't keep myself upright.
Fuck!
He cried, as he drove into me for the last and final time. And then we fell back into the mirror, heaving and driving home. Home. Home again, grabbing desperately for each other as we wrung every last solitary sensation out of our bodies. Together. We did it again. And again. Once on the counter of the kitchen, just to test Eric's assertion that indeed every surface had been made for us. He was, of course, infuriatingly correct. After the second time, we collapsed onto the plush carpet of the bedroom, staring at the lone piece of art on the wall, the Gustav Klimt lovers gifted to us from Celeste. Eric pulled me onto his chest, and I sighed, content to listen to his heartbeat.
So it's a yes on the apartment?
He wondered as one hand lazily stroked my back.
Do you think we've adequately cleansed it of its ghosts?
Was that what we were doing? In a way, I supposed he was right. And maybe it had worked. Any trepidation I had about living here again was long gone by now.
Do you think,
he wondered as he stared up at the box beam ceiling,
do you ever wish you could take it all back? Go back to that day in Chicago when I asked you to go along with this game? You could have had a nice life. None of this last year would have happened.
I set my chin on his chest so I could look up at him. Are we feeling a mite unsure of ourselves for once, Mr. DeVries? I won't lie. The petty side of me was a little thrilled by my immovable husband having one of his rare human moments. Eric rolled onto his side, slipping me off his chest so we were facing each other, then propped his head up with one hand to look at me.
You did hate me an awful lot back then.
Well, you were kind of a jerk sometimes, too. It was like being in love with a brick wall. Totally impervious.
Come on, I wasn't that bad.
I made a big show of blowing raspberries through my lips, sticking them out like a trumpet. Eric just stared at me like I was growing horns.
Lefferts, what are you doing?
Isn't it obvious? I asked. I'm the big bad wolf blowing the house down. Except I can't because it's made of bricks.
Does that make me one of the 3 little pigs?
No, I replied. It makes you the brick house, get it?
I see.
He laid on his back again, chuckling. Okay, not my best material, I know. We lapsed into silence, letting my bad jokes and our chuckles filter through the room. I started daydreaming about how I wanted to decorate our mini palace. How I'd shaped this room in particular to complement its crown jewel in the Klimt kiss. Our kiss.
Well,
I frowned, pulled out of my visions of upholstery and bedroom sets. Well, what? Eric didn't actually reply. It took me a second to realize that he did actually want me to answer his original question. That even with everything, he still had those moments of uncertainty. Just like I did. The thought was incredibly endearing. All desire to tease abandoned me, and I was left with only the desire to make this man feel as good as he made me feel just about every damn day. I clasped his cheeks between my hands and brushed his skin with my thumbs. Here's the truth, I said. I don't regret one single solitary fucking thing. Not any of them. Not with you. Those somber gray eyes sparked with obvious relief.
Yeah?
I nodded, edging closer. Should I? No, I shouldn't. Now wasn't the time for jokes or the brazenness that tended to get me in trouble. But then again, it was me we were talking about. And Eric knew that better than anyone. There was no sense in holding back now. Well, I might have hated that very first vow, I said honestly as I drew him in for one more kiss. But Eric DeVries, I could never hate you. This concludes The Love Trap by Nicole French, narrated by Cindy Kay. Copyright 2019 by Raglan Publishing. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole French, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.